military helicopters circled in the sky above the city, fighting alien invaders and strange monsters. Giant monsters landed right on city buildings, destroying them like cardboard boxes, and people ran through the streets. Chun seemed to be seeing a strange dream, in which a huge beast blocked out the sun, darkened the sky and seemed so familiar and close, as if they were one, as if the young man were that very giant beast. That incredible monster. Chu felt the heat in his mouth, the huge muscles filled with strength, the fiery eyes and the razor-sharp teeth in his mouth. It seemed like delirium, turning to face the aliens and other invaders. The massive beast fired a blast of fire at them, instantly destroying the enemies. The people stood frozen watching their strange savior, eerie and incredible but unusually strong. And from that moment on, the world honors Chun as if he were a god himself. People worship him, build shrines to him, and endlessly thank him for salvation and protection. Fiery power, invincible strength, fury, terrifying size. All this makes people's hearts tremble. They fear and love the beast. Now they are one, they cannot be separated. The monstrous beast and the young Chen Chu. And the beast looks at everyone through the eyes of a young man. It was the summer of 2024. And the news reported that the city zoo had been attacked by a snake of an unknown species over 100 meters long. Some managed to film the beast causing a stir on social media. Chun heard it as if through a fog. He was lying unconscious with a bloody hand. While on the edge of consciousness, Chun suddenly felt like he was not in his own body. The sensation was quite strange. At some point the young man saw the world around him through the eyes of an iguana. His mouth opened in surprise, wondering what the hell was going on. He turned his head and looked at the large mirror. Chinchu's body was still lying in a faint, and a small animal was looking at the mirror. In surprise the guy broke out in a sweat. Did he turn into a marine iguana? But how is this possible and why did it happen? What should he do about it now? Chun Chu was a second-year student at Ning University. An ordinary guy who rented a place to live, because living in a dorm was the worst option. In addition, Chu had a rather unusual hobby. He liked cold-blooded animals, which he considered very beautiful. A new batch of exotic pets arrived at the pet store, and Chen's attention was immediately drawn to a marine iguana. He couldn't resist buying it. The small, nimble animal sat in a terrarium that stood on the table, until Chu found a place for his new pet. In the apartment, iguanas are usually affectionate, but this time something went wrong. The pet broke the lid of the terrarium and sank its sharp teeth into Chen's hand. Blood gushed out, but the iguana did not let go of Chu's hand and looked straight into his eyes. The young man found this look vaguely familiar, as if he had seen it before. Wincing in pain, the boy picked up the phone to stun the iguana. It was the first time the pet had bitten him. Chu hit the animal on the head, and it immediately let go of his hand. Losing consciousness, the blood from Chen's wound gushed even more intensely. Suddenly something incredible happened. The young man felt like someone big and strong had hit him on the head, and Chu dropped his phone. Finally consciousness began to slowly return to Chun. He remembered what had happened, and tried to understand what it was. His gaze fell on the marine iguana. The animal was sitting nearby, and looking attentively at the guy, as if expecting something. The young man stood up, and stretched to loosen his joints, and suddenly, he saw that the iguana had repeated his actions exactly. Chun found this funny and raised his hand. The iguana repeated. Was he really controlling the lizard's body? Like a puppet? The guy smiled. Apparently it was something like a golden finger. What does it all mean? Is he really starting his unusual path as a hero? But what should he do with the iguana? He could go on air showing off how smart his lizard is, or sell it at the market for decent money. No, Chun probably isn't destined to be a hero. When other people get cheats, they become powerful and gain new powers. Well, or at least they have a system, and he's stuck here with a little lizard, which on top of everything else, also bit him on the arm. Meanwhile, evening fell over the city. It became dark outside and cheerful. Multicolored lights lit up in the windows. Chun sighed. He was so hungry he hadn't had a bite all day. Looking at the little animal, he asked what a marine iguana eats. In theory, she should be satisfied with regular meat. The pet no longer showed aggression, and jumped into the guy's arms. Chu took a large steak out of the freezer. This should be enough for dinner. Armed with a knife, The guy quickly prepared a delicious dinner of baked meat, various vegetables, and a fragrant sauce. The little animal, seeing the appetizing meat dish, sparkled with its eyes. It clearly liked this dinner. Its mouth was watering from hunger. The iguana ate the dinner Chun had prepared with gusto, and he watched his pet with a smile, thinking that the lizard would like it. Suddenly a screen appeared in front of the young man. Chu saw a message after eating. His pet received 5 evolution points. Chu's physical strength also increased. He saw a window with his own characteristics, talent and features. The stunned young man tried to understand what it was. It dawned on him that it really was a cheat after all. Now he just had to figure out what awaited him, and how he should proceed. He learned his skills: fist fighting, cloud jumping, springy legs, pet marine iguana 0 evolutions. These skills brought back memories of his childhood, which is when he learned these skills while studying with his father. He told little Chun that, without understanding the basics, practice would be useless. He would not learn anything until he mastered the basics. The father explained that the root of the boy's strength was in his legs. Chun had to control it, feel the tension in his hips and stomach. You need to take the correct stance and continue training. The boy raised his head and said to his dad, "He is so tired, can he take a break?" But his father did not allow it. He replied that only cowards give in halfway. Chun must learn to be strong, resilient and persistent. The boy clenched his fist. He doesn't want to be a coward, and therefore he will continue training, as his big and very strong father tells him to. Little Chun also trained in running. His father urged the boy to run as fast and as long as possible. One day during such training, the boy caught his foot on a stone, lying on a running track in the forest. Chun, who had been running at high speed, fell to the ground with all his might and hit the ground hard, raising clouds of dust. The child was lying on the ground. He was in pain and upset, and he really wanted his strict dad to take pity on him and help him get up. But the father, approaching his son, who had fallen to the ground, told him to get up himself. No one would lend him a helping hand in his adult life. One day, Dad called Chun to his place and gave him a small box. The father seriously told the boy that all their savings were here. The man told his son that he needed to go on a long trip, so Chun would have to walk the rest of his life on his own. He told the saddened boy not to neglect his martial arts training, as the world was not as kind and good as Chun thought. Holding back tears, Chun asked his father when they would meet again. Despite the constant training, the boy loved his father very much. The man said with a smile, "Chun will become a great master, although most likely by that time, he will no longer be alive." After instructing the child, Chen's father quickly got ready and left the apartment. Leaving his son at home, the boy has not seen him since. Chinshu still remembers that day, and that hour when he last saw his father. He lingered a little at the threshold, looked back and left the front door slammed with a deafening loudness. And from then on, Chun lived independently, trying to do everything his father told him to do. The young man looked at the photograph of him and his father hanging on the wall. 10 years had passed before Chun realized everything. The guy's thoughts were interrupted by a strange sound. He looked around. It was the marine iguana that ate the dinner he had prepared and hiccuped loudly. Chun looked at his pet in surprise how quickly he ate. If this continues, he will have to spend a lot of money on his food. Suddenly, the guy noticed a strange change in his new pet, but maybe he imagined it. That's not how it happens. It was as if electric charges ran through the marine iguana's body, and its body grew significantly before our eyes. And then a window with characteristics appeared in front of the guy again. Chun was surprised. After the iguana ate, 15 evolution points appeared. He happened to glance into a large mirror and was surprised to notice that changes had occurred. Not only with the marine iguana, Shu had also changed. He stared questioningly at his reflection. The guy felt that his body was beginning to change. Chun lifted his shirt and looked at himself. His body hadn't been this toned before, and the glasses the iguana had received were affecting him too. The young man looked at the little animal he had recently bought. If it scored more points, it would be able to evolve. Perhaps his pet will even grow huge. like in his strange recurring dream, and then the long-standing dream will become reality. Chinchu smiled. Then he would become a great martial artist, and he would also have his own monster that he could control. The guy went to the market to buy groceries. He asked for 10 pieces of boneless beef and 20 portions of boneless pork. The seller, having put the meat into bags, said that everything was ready, and when the guy would pay, Chun took out his card and transferred the payment. While loading numerous carts of groceries into the trunk of the car, the young man wondered if this food would be enough for the iguana to evolve. Finally, everything was neatly laid out, and Chinchu slammed the trunk. Now he would need to prepare delicious meals and feed the pet. The student's car left the market and headed towards his home, where a hungry marine iguana was waiting for him. Soon he returned home and began cooking. This time there was a lot of food, and the cooking took a long time. Finally, everything was ready. Chun put out full plates of fragrant dishes. There were meat dishes and vegetables, and spicy and sweet. The guy sighed tiredly. The entire table was covered with plates of food. The iguana's eyes ran wild. There was so much delicious stuff. Chun smiled and told his pet to eat more, so that he could soon become a martial arts master. The lizard didn't need much persuasion, and emptied the plates. Chu also had some food, but the pork wasn't as good as the beef. The guy looked closely at the well-fed lizard, lazily walking across the table. He was interested in seeing its changes. Chun stretched even though the lunch was very tasty. But next time he decided to take more beef than pork. The marine iguana, having eaten its fill, lay down on the windowsill in the sun. Chun thought he could hear the lizard humming. He himself went to the training room at the behest of his father. All these years he had not stopped constantly training and hardening his body. He took a fighting stance in front of the punching bag. Chun was interested to check if the force of his blow had changed. Chu hit the punching bag and was stunned. His blow was so powerful that the machine wrinkled and bent. The system reported that after intense training, his experience increased by 5 points, and Chun himself felt that he had become stronger. 2 days later, the guy came back into the training room. He worked out every day, and couldn't believe the speed of his progress. The feeling of his strength increasing after training simply amazed him. His body became more powerful every day. The guy concentrated and delivered a crushing kick to the punching bag. To the young man's surprise, the impact tore the punching bag off the chain, on which it hung from the ceiling, and flew far to the side. Judging by the characteristics, his body and spirit had become significantly stronger, and he was only 5 points short of evolution. Chun smiled. From the perspective of traditional martial arts, with such indicators, he would have already reached the pinnacle of the realm. He remembered what his father had told him. The realms of martial arts are divided into Min, darkness, and transformation. The pinnacle of the Ming realm will make Shurjin a first-class fighter, capable of dealing with 10 opponents single-handedly. The Dark Kingdom will make him a fighter, capable of fighting 100 at once, something that usually happens in legendary families. Well, the transformation, if he achieves it, will give Chun the ability to fight 1,000 enemies at once, and defeat them. There are masters, whose names are immortalized in history. They reached the highest level and were invincible. As for the realm of transformation, it is an indestructible body, as described in ancient texts. Chun then asked his dad what kingdom he was in. Since he was so strong and brave, he could do everything and was capable of so much. The man sighed and, lowering his head, said that for now he was still in the Dark Kingdom, but everything was still ahead. He would move forward further. The boy was delighted. He clenched his fists. His father is so cool, Chen asked. Is he also from those legendary families? Hearing about the family, Chen's dad shuddered. He hastened to assure his son that this was not so. The boy was mistaken. He was from a very ordinary family. The man sighed heavily. It was unclear why this topic was very painful for him, and he never talked about his relatives. Chinchu returned home after classes at university, eager to see what was happening to his marine iguana. Looking into the room, he gasped. The lizard already occupied almost the entire sofa. It really was growing by leaps and bounds. Judging by the score, one more meal would trigger evolution, and Chin really hoped that the lizard wouldn't disappoint him. The guy gave his pet a big, tasty piece of meat, and as he ate it, His points increased, leaving only 2 points left. Chun watched the point counter. There was 1 point left. He was already ready to change, and he couldn't wait for the evolution to begin. Once the bowls were empty, the system declared that the marine iguana was ready to evolve. The iguana clenched her teeth, sparks running through her muscular body, as if a powerful electric charge had been passed through her. Chinchu cursed. He felt like an electric current was running through his veins. He screamed in pain. The iguana was also severely contorted. The young man's body was burning and shaking. Evolving was not easy. Huge spikes were sprouting on the iguana's back. Before his eyes, Chen's poor pet was also in a very bad way. He was shaking all over, and a whole pool of saliva had already run out of his mouth. Suddenly, the lizard's body began to rush around the apartment, knocking down everything in its path, crashing into furniture and walls. The apartment was a real mess. The guy's body was also moving in space. Finally he stopped. Chen cursed. He didn't think it would hurt so much. So the first evolution was successful. But what about his little marine iguana? Now the young man couldn't wait to see the result. He looked into the next room and was stunned. His pet was now half the size of the room. It was amazing. We need to see how strong the lizard became. After the first evolution, the size increased several times. At the young man's command, his pet hit the punching bag with its tail, and the sturdy training apparatus shattered into pieces. From the impact, Chun laughed. Now his iguana had extraordinary power, and after only 1 evolution, the result was already so amazing. The guy looked at his characteristics. They had grown significantly. Turning to the lizard, Chun said that he did not think that, after the evolution of the iguana, his physique and attributes would double. Chun thought about it. He didn't feel anything special. He was probably still too weak. As he evolved, his attributes would also grow. This means that his strength will also increase in the future, and he will be able to surpass everyone and become a legendary warrior. This is even a little scary. Chu's experience limit is 100 experience points per day, through training making him noticeably stronger. But all the improvements that his marine iguana clone receives have a positive effect on the young man, strengthening his body and spirit. This means that to strengthen his body, Chun will have to rely on his unusual pet, the sea lizard. Looking at the grown iguana, Chun was shocked. It turns out, the lizard can release the energy it receives. The lizard's entire body was sparkling with small discharges. The flashes of red aura were quite bright. The clone was full. Suddenly, someone knocked very loudly on the front door. Chun was confused as to who it could be. He wasn't expecting anyone to visit. Chu quietly headed towards the door. Someone continued to pound their fists, apparently one of the outraged neighbors. Indeed, a muscular, large man stood behind the door and fiercely pounded Chen's door with his fist. Growling with anger, the young man opened the door slightly, and the big man felt as if a powerful stream of energy was pressing on him. Flying out of the apartment, the student looked at his muscular neighbor and asked what he wanted. The guy's aura was blazing despite his frail build, and he didn't want to mess with him. The neighbor stared at the boy with wide eyes. He didn't recognize the usually calm and polite Chin, as if he had changed in just 1 day. The man had the feeling that it was not a young man who was looking at him, but some kind of beast of incredible strength. A shudder ran through his neighbor's body. He couldn't figure out what was wrong with this guy. His aura seemed to be pressing on the big man, so much that sweat was running off him in streams. The neighbor, stuttering, said that he heard some suspicious noise, so he came. Chu probably started some repairs. The young man asked to be forgiven. He was just practicing, but didn't think it would be so loud, and he would have to do the repairs later. The man asked doubtfully, but he had been training, and it felt like an earthquake had started in the city. The walls were shaking. The big guy peered cautiously into Chen's apartment, and his face lengthened at what he saw. It looked as if a bomb had gone off. Almost all the furniture was overturned. Dishes were broken. There were scraps and debris lying around. It certainly didn't look like a training session. The neighbor was no longer glad that he had come here at all. He couldn't even imagine what the hell had happened here, and who could have done such a thing. The man hurried away, asking Chun to train less intensely, and preferably more quietly. The young man apologized again for the disturbance, and promised to adjust his training plan so as not to make noise in the future. The lizard, which had grown considerably in size, silently watched the fleeing man until the elevator doors closed behind him. Chinchu and his green sea clone returned to their apartment. In fact, the neighbor was right. They made an incredible noise. The guy looked around the destroyed room. Now, he would definitely have to do some renovations here to hide the traces of evolution. Now the iguana has become too huge. It's impossible to even get into the room. It will eat a couple more times and won't leave the door, it looks like. It's time to return her to her natural habitat. Otherwise Chun will soon have nowhere to live, and the house might even fall apart. Having somehow stuffed the lizard into the car, Chu took his pet to the sea, where he could now get his own food and thus evolve. Having driven as close to the shore as possible, Chun told the lizard that they were there, and he could get out of the car. He would enjoy swimming. The lizard jumped out onto the sand, and seeing the water he perked up. His native environment truly attracted him. There was space and freedom here. Chun closed his eyes and mentally walked into the water, guiding the marine iguana, his consciousness once again finding itself in the lizard's body. The iguana obediently went into the sea. Chun felt no internal resistance from his pet. A huge tail flashed above the water. The iguana dived into the sea depths. It was necessary to find a place for the lizard to settle. Once in the depths, Chinchu activated his sixth sense to keep the iguana safe. The environment, although familiar, was unfamiliar. Now he could feel everything that was happening within a radius of 10 meters, making it much easier to get food for himself. Looking around with interest through the eyes of an iguana, Chun saw a strange flat mutant-like fish in the depths. This fish had 5 eyes, and for some reason, the young man thought that it was an excellent target for hunting, and probably not bad in taste. Obeying its hunting instinct, the marine iguana moved towards its intended target, the predator's body glowing strangely. Chu's pet quickly approached the fish, but it also noticed the threat and bared its toothy mouth. The two predators were about to fight. The iguana lunged towards the 5-eyed fish, but it managed to dodge and, circling, moved away from the hunter. Due to the rapid movements of the sea inhabitants, waves with silvery crests of curly foam appeared on the surface. The iguana was already hungry and had no intention of letting go of the tasty fish. The little animal gave chase, surprising the deep-sea dweller with its speed. The hunter caught up with his prey with amazing speed. Swimming very close, the marine iguana hissed threateningly. This time the fish's evasions did not save it. The beast sank its teeth into its side, and this fish really turned out to be very tasty. The well-fed animal rested peacefully in the water. After eating, the marine iguana received 10 evolution points, and Chun improved his body by 1 point. After evolution he gets 1 point for each meal. But for some reason the mutated fish gave him 10 points. With the appearance of such mutated creatures in the ocean, it seems the world is far from peaceful. After resting and digesting the fish she had eaten, the marine iguana went hunting again, and soon found herself with another mutant in her teeth. The beast enjoyed catching fish, but the system reminded Chun that his clone had a daily limit of 100 points, and couldn't get more today. Yet to human eyes, the ocean at night is cold and pitch black, but to an iguana's eyes, the underwater world is very bright and colorful. Being an amphibian, the marine iguana can survive in fresh water for long periods, but due to the lack of gills, it must rely on its lungs. To avoid dying, the iguana must periodically come to the surface to replenish its oxygen supply. It was time to head to the surface when the iguana suddenly emerged in the middle of a large cave. The young man smiled. This was a good place for shelter. He decided to leave the iguana here for now. At least there was a lot of space here. Chu's consciousness returned to his human body again. He sighed and headed to the car. Now it was time to go home. Driving past a boarded-up house, the guy was surprised to see a minibus parked next to the abandoned building. This surprised him. He slowed down a little and looked carefully at what was happening there. Something told him that he needed to stop. Chun wondered if anyone really lived in such a place. Most likely not, in which case the car here looked very suspicious. Suddenly he heard a woman scream. It was clearly coming from behind the boarded-up door of the house. Some girl was calling for help. The young man carefully drove closer to the suspicious house, wondering where it would be best to park his car. Chu realized that it seemed like the time had come to put his increased powers into practice. By fighting the villains, the bandits noticed that Chun Chu's car slowed down. Near this house, the bald man asked his accomplice if the car had left. He nodded. The bald bandit was satisfied. They entered the room where the tied-up young captive was. The bald man kicked his accomplice, calling him a blockhead. The bandit raged, asking how he was watching the captive. Couldn't he have put the gag back in her mouth? The guy answered the boss plaintively. "It's so dark here." He didn't immediately notice that she spat out the gag. Only when she screamed did he understand everything. The girl watched in horror as her captors tied her up and dragged her into a dark barn. Lacey told the captive to shut up and be a good girl. Otherwise he would leave her with his boys all night. Chen Chu quietly approached the suspicious, abandoned house. The young man decided to scan the space first. He closed his eyes and used his new sixth sense skill, which he had already tested while hunting in the ocean. Chun saw that besides the tied-up girl, there were 3 bandits in the house, 2 at the table and the third walking separately. Indeed, the bald man and his accomplice, who had previously been following the girl, sat down at the table and decided to drink a glass of wine. The captive sat on the floor in a separate room and shook with fear now. They tightly gagged her so that she would not scream anymore. Not far from the bald leader stood the third bandit. He was chewing something buried in his phone. He did not drink alcohol with the others. Chun was puzzled that this could be a kidnapping, or maybe human trafficking. 2 of them had knives. He decided it would be better to deal with the bandits as quickly as possible, so as not to endanger the hostage. Having made his decision, Chin quickly knocked down the doors of the abandoned house, and the bandits jumped up from their seats in surprise. The bald leader and his drinking buddy grabbed knives and rushed towards the uninvited guest, not understanding who he was or why he had come. The young man immediately delivered a crushing kick to the young bandit's stomach, who gasped and dropped the knife from his hands, having crashed into the brick wall of the house. The guy screamed in pain. Blood gushed from his mouth. He could no longer continue the fight with Chun. The bandit leader rushed at Chun, growling and cursing, swinging a knife at the young man, clearly intending to kill him. But before the bald man could hit the young man, he himself received a blow to the chest. The bandit's eyes widened from the sharp pain. It seemed as if all his ribs were broken. The brute staggered. Blood gushed from his mouth. Everything swam before his eyes. The boy had landed a powerful blow. The third bandit, who had not been drinking with the others, carefully caught the bald man and softened his fall, preventing him from crashing into the wall. He told the boss to rest for now. Now he himself would deal with the uninvited guest, who was proficient in martial arts. The guy got into a fighting stance and announced that he was Yuan's student, and asked the guest to introduce himself, who he was and why he had come. The young man replied his name is Chun Chu. He is Luotuan's disciple. He came to free the girl, who is being held here by force, by the bandits. In an abandoned house in a rural coastal area, a fight took place between 2 young martial artists. Yuan's young disciple lunged forward, using a move called the Tulu Fist, a move Chun was familiar with from his father's lessons. He intercepted the boy's attacking hand, blocking his attack. If his father hadn't trained Chu since childhood, he would have had a hard time. The attacker was very surprised. He was sure that no one in the city could defeat him. The guy attacked Chen again, hitting him in the leg. He tried to knock the young man down. This blow was very painful. The bandit launched a second attack, called 2 Horses in the Tang Dynasty, but Chu dodged it again. This attack was also familiar to him. Chun Chu gritted his teeth. This guy is a good fighter. He clearly received good and long training from a worthy master. The 2 opponents continued to exchange small attacks, looking at each other and looking for weak spots. The bandit looked with interest at the stranger, who risked his life to save the unknown captive. Seizing the opportune moment, Chun Chu dealt the boy the famous 8-limb strike. Iron Mountain Helmet. Yuan's disciple was thrown against the brick wall, with a crash, sliding on his back across the floor. He didn't expect such a fierce attack. Lying in clouds of dust, the boy laughed. This is interesting. He did not expect to meet Luotuan's disciple. When he came down from the mountain, the guy stood up with difficulty, his body shaking from the blows he had received. He said, "The Iron Mountain helmet, the 8-limb technique, it's impressive." Looking at the former disciple of the monastery, Chun said, "What a shame. The masters would surely collapse with shame if they knew this Yuan's disciple." Wiping a trickle of blood from his face, they asked in bewilderment what Chun was talking about. What other shame? Chu said. He didn't think that a thug, who kidnapped defenseless women, would have a secret fist technique. It is a shame that Yuan's disciple, who learned martial arts from a great master and ancient secrets, took a crooked path. The boy raised his head and laughed bitterly. He understood that Chu was right. His master Yuan was truly terrified of his student. Gathering his last strength, the monastery graduate calmed his trembling and noted with a grin how arrogant Chu was, a fellow disciple rushing towards Chun. The boy screamed. He realized that in this world, person has only two options. Either you drown or you are drowned. Another second and the former. Monk's thin fingers would have dug into Chen's surprised eyes. This guy was fighting with all his might. Chu kicked his opponent with terrifying force, and the guy flew helplessly to the side and was unable to get up. Chun Chu saw the mountain's disciple bend under his blow and fall, hitting his face hard on the floor. The boy screamed and fell silent. The young man sank to the floor and sighed heavily. A battle between martial arts students was very dangerous. Chun had a feeling that, even though he had defeated that guy, Yuan's disciple, his strength and spirit were still superior to Chu's. The young man realized that he had absolutely no ability to control himself, no matter how monstrous the bandits were. You can't treat people like that. Chun shook his head, deciding to deal with it later. As he heard the muffled screams of the girl, tied up by the bandits, he approached the captive and quickly untied the rope that bound her hands, so she could now calmly return home. The frightened girl, crying, threw herself on her savior's neck. Chun calmed her down, saying that everything was okay now. The young man handed the hostage the phone number of one of the bandits, so she could call the police. As soon as Chun left, the girl whispered that she needed help. Chu warned that if the police asked about him, she should say that she did not see his face. The beauty looked with wet eyes at the mysterious savior and replied that she would do everything as he said. 10 minutes later, there were already several police cars near the abandoned house, and the law enforcement officers cautiously approached the house. The stormtroopers, armed with rifles, burst inside, shouted for no one to move, and raised their hands. The police were extremely surprised by what they saw. Their intervention was no longer particularly needed. In the light of the lanterns, they saw a terrified hostage and well-known bandits in the area, swimming in their own blood. A little further away lay their bald leader. All three were dead. Police officer Guanqing entered the deputy chief's office and announced that she had brought the information he had requested. Guan said they were able to find footprints on the broken door. It flew 3 meters. The force of the impact was colossal. 2 of the kidnappers died immediately, and the third fell into a coma after a concussion. According to Lin Ru, the man was wearing a mask and she could not see him. The deputy chief was amazed at where an ordinary person could get such strength. The greatest strength that the boxing king could squeeze out was even less. Guan agreed that the force of the blows was indeed inhuman, but the strangeness of this matter did not end there. Clouds thickened over the city, bright lightning flashed here and there, and a furious wind threw lost birds around. The deputy chief of police looked out the window and said thoughtfully that a very strong storm was approaching. At this time Chinchu was on the shore, sitting in the car. He watched as a boat with several passengers on board docked at the shore. The young man hid the car under the trees behind the bushes, so that it could not be seen from the shore, but he could see and hear everything. The 2 men were indignant. The boss had just received the money and had already spent it on a woman. Wasn't that wasteful? The boss chuckled. Do the guys know who she is with her? Money won't be a problem for them anymore. They can do whatever they want. The bandits were delighted. The boss asked the bespectacled man if he had completed the task he was supposed to deal with the company. During this time the guy replied that he had already arranged for the delivery of goods. They had rented an elite office building for the accommodation as the boss had requested. The bespectacled man also ask to find the most beautiful secretaries and receptionists for them. The boss will definitely not be disappointed. The boss smiled thanks to his underwater breathing. He was alive. As soon as they found the place of the sunken ship, they would drag all the treasures to the shore. The man's face broke into a satisfied smile, and he added that if the boys followed him, they would have all the money in the world. And then all three heard someone jump into the nearby thicket of bushes. They looked around questioningly. The boss asked warily who was there. No one else should know about this, because this secret protected a huge pile of money. Chinchu, looking at the trio, told their boss that he had, of course, seen a lot of freaks in his life, but this one was just something. The man grabbed a knife and rushed towards the young man, saying that he was too brave, and that such people usually didn't live long. The bandits ran towards Chun from both sides, and the young man noticed that their boss was moving much faster than his subordinates. The young man dealt the leader of this campaign a strong but not fatal blow, stunning the overly self-confident man. Having received an unexpectedly strong blow, the gang leader dropped his knife and began to shake. He screamed loudly and flew to the side. A few more blows and the leader of the smugglers thought it best not to resist any longer, and not even to get up from the ground. Two hooligans, seeing that their boss was defeated, were surprised because he became stronger and faster. After this superpower of his, they decided to run away, but they didn't have time to escape. Having dealt with the boss, Chun took on his subordinates, dealing them one strong blow each. The young man decided to test his powers of mind control on the gang leader, and he told the man to look Chun in the eyes. Having established contact, Chu asked the man his name, and what he and his two friends were up to. The man answered as if hypnotized. His name is John Chung-shu. He is a smuggler. A month ago, he learned to breathe underwater. Chun was delighted the mind control talent works. This guy is under his complete control. Just awesome. Jan said that he raids sunken ships in the ocean, and then exchanges the spoils for money. Business is going well. Having learned everything he wanted, Chun released the smuggler's will. The system reported that the control was dispelled. The man looked around in confusion, as if he had just woken up, and then he felt a terrible pain. Groaning, he asked what was wrong with his hand. Chun casually answered he broke it himself. Shu noticed that John's mind control had affected his judgment. Chun told him to rest and return to the ship. Chu would be back soon. The man obediently agreed. The young man thought that his lizard needed a lot of food. Changshu had both a ship and connections. Perhaps Chu would get something useful for himself. Chun smiled. A great ability. Of course, when he controls Changshu, there is some resistance, but these guys, the ability works better on weak and stupid people. After some time, Chinshu, along with his new smuggler acquaintances, arrived on the Chunshu ship. The ship's captain asked Jiang who was with him. The leader replied that it was his boss. Everyone should be very polite to him. Jiang Chinshu ordered the captain to prepare a contract for the transfer of this ship. It now belongs to his boss. In the shortest possible time, the agreement for the transfer of the vessel was prepared and Changshu handed it over to Chun. He ordered the bespectacled man to wait for him at the office tomorrow, and advised John, who had a fracture, to go to the hospital, which he happily agreed to. The next day, the marine iguana Chu caught some fish and ate his fill. The ocean is a great place for an endless supply of food, and Chun went to the gym. He vigorously punched a huge punching bag, adding evolution points and improving his physique. He believed that he couldn't rely on just a clone. To become stronger, he needed to train himself, and after 2 battles he felt his control improve. At the same time, the iguana, having eaten its fill, returned to its cave. The system reported that the absorbed energy had been assimilated, and added evolution points. At the appointed time, Chun Chu went to the office of the smuggling gang, led by John Chong Shu there. The process of transferring the vessel was completed, and in half a day in the hall, Chun gained 90 evolution points and tightened his body. Tomorrow Chu will set off into the depths of the sea. Turns out that he is not the only one with superpowers. He needs to become stronger, because he knows what awaits him in the ocean. The guys on the boat said that there have been practically no fish lately. Maybe there is a whole school of fish deeper down, or maybe sharks. All sailors know that sharks usually move in groups. Even killer whales avoid them, even though they are much stronger than sharks. There have been cases where a school of large, hungry sharks managed to tear apart a lone killer whale, tearing it to pieces, and then the shark saw Chen's marine iguana swimming in search of food. The predator was waiting in ambush for the animal, deciding to feast on him, but Chu's pet had already reached such a size and power that the shark's toothy mouth no longer frightened him at all. He was going to eat it himself. The shark clamped its jaws shut, trying to tear apart the body of the animal that had crawled into its mouth. But it was not so easy. The iguana turned out to be stronger. Having killed the toothy predator, the iguana received another 10 evolution points. And in addition, the shark turned out to have very tender meat. The system told Chun that his clone was ready to evolve, then asked if he was ready for this. The young man was surprised. Now they were giving him a choice. Chenchu replied that he was ready to evolve. And in the cave, the marine iguana's body began to change dramatically, again causing the beast incredible pain. The same thing happened to the young man, only at that time he was lying on the floor of the gym, his fists clenched tightly. After looking at his stats, Chun was surprised his body had become much stronger, and a new ability appeared, an affinity with water. The guy was delighted he broke through. His physique is superior to that of a human, but it has not doubled perhaps, because his stats were too low at the initial stage. And what kind of ability is this affinity with water? The young man mentally returned to his iguana. Seeing it, Chun cursed. It became even larger. Its strength increased and its claws were like steel. Now Chun can swim at speeds of up to 70 kilometers per hour faster than a ship, and there must be less resistance while swimming, which must be due to that ability. The young man called the ship and asked if they had learned anything about the treasure, but without John, they could do nothing. Chu took the map, mainly exploring the shallow waters of trade routes and the main commercial routes of several countries, but there are still plenty of ships in the depths. After his evolution, Chun can breathe underwater for longer, and his sense of smell has improved. He can sense everything at a distance of up to 20 meters. He stretched, he'll finish his business, and then he can move on. Isn't the point of raising a clone to enjoy life? Chun took the phone and looked at the clock. It was already 11 o'clock. It was time to eat. But the refrigerator was empty. On one of the busy streets of the city, a girl was sitting next to a pole. A glass with the remains of coffee was lying nearby. The beauty was unconscious. Chun had a hearty dinner and left the restaurant. Delicious food always had a very calming effect on him, and lifted his spirits. He remembered the full plates of fragrant food. It was very tasty. 3,000 for dinner was robbery. Soon he would head John's company, and then he would finally understand what it was like to be rich. Suddenly the young man saw some hooligans bending over the unconscious girl. Chun stopped. Maybe he should intervene. The girl was sitting by the pole and showed no signs of life. It seemed like two guys had decided to take advantage of the beauty's condition. Chu loudly asked the guy what he was looking at the girl for, and advised him to move away from her. As Chun grew in power, his passion for martial arts also awakened. But until there was real danger, he should not interfere. The street hooligans took out knives. One of them asked Chu what he whispered there. If he didn't leave, the guys would pretend they didn't see him. A beast stirred inside Chun. He never liked rudeness, and especially not rude people with knives. He quietly moved towards the guys. Chu had the feeling that his huge iguana was now walking next to him, blazing with anger and ready to rush into battle. Two hooligans looked warily at the thin, but very calm and confident boy approaching them. The young man clenched his fists. His eyes blazed and the air around him seemed to become significantly hotter. His body tensed. One of the hooligans said that he felt like some wild animal was looking at him. Maybe it would be better to run away from here before it was too late. Suddenly the girl showed signs of life. She laughed drunkenly and asked if those idiots had really already shit their pants. Hearing this tirade, Chun thought that this girl had clearly gone crazy, sprawled out on the street and picking on two hooligans with knives. The guy is looking at the awakened beauty. You don't meet such a lady every day, and you don't want to miss such an opportunity. Inspired by the beauty, the hooligans rushed at Chun, deciding that there was nothing to be afraid of him. He was an ordinary simpleton too, self-confident and idiotic. Chu silently looked at the approaching guys. He needed to calculate his strength, to simply knock them out and not kill them, like the first time another second, and the small time. Street thugs would be within striking distance. Chun prepared to meet them. He kicked the hooligans just once, and the two of them flew off, having lost their knives and scared half to death. The young man thought he only used 10 of his strength. Otherwise, the blow would have turned these people into mush. This time Chu decided to let them go, but not the next time. One of the guys was carrying the other on his back, muttering that this man was a demon, that Satan himself had possessed him. The girl turned to Chin and giggled, saying that the guy had incredible strength. He scattered those freaks with one blow. It seemed like she was under the influence of drugs. He called the police, saying that there was a woman here, who seemed to be very drunk, and she looked strange. The beauty reached out to Chun. Why was he calling the cops? Didn't he want to have a little fun by walking her home? A few minutes later, police officers arrived at the bar, and took the overly cheerful street beauty to the station. Chinchu explained that he was the one who called. The police left the restaurant after dinner, and there she was still unconscious. At that moment the police left. Chun thought one less thing to do. It was time for him to take control of the iguana, and find the sunken ship. Glasses was right. It's definitely here. Chen's sixth sense only senses what's within a 20-meter radius. He needs to continue developing this skill. Chen looked into a hole in the side of a sunken ship. Oops, jackpot. There are gold bars in the hold of this vessel. What luck! Chu commanded the bespectacled man to direct the ship 3 kilometers to the east. They were very close to the sea treasure. One of the smugglers asked if Boss John was the only one who could breathe underwater, but the captain advised him not to pry into other people's secrets. The nimble iguana quickly filled the container, which was lowered from the ship with gold bars, which filled the ship's holds. The crew felt they had found something heavy, and carefully began to lift the loot aboard their vessel, and Chen, with the help of his clone, went further to explore the sunken ship. Suddenly there was something interesting there, and then the guy saw a piece of strange metal. This material was surprisingly strong, very similar to a special alloy. Chu thought he should study this find. Maybe it would come in handy for some time. Now his intuition had developed. Unusually, Chen's pet was about to head home with the find, when a huge toothy fish appeared from the ship. The monster grabbed the iguana. The beast was indignant. Who did this fish think it was? Even though the fish was longer and larger than it surpassed it in strength and defense. After some time, all that remained of the long, predatory fish of the sunken ship was a bear. White Spine, the sea lizard, continued on its way, with a much heavier belly. This toothy fish turned out to be surprisingly tasty. A couple of hours later, Chun came ashore. The reefs had eroded to an incredible hardness. The deserted night beach, the perfect place to test his strength. The force works in both directions, but Chewbacca's density already exceeds that of a human, and he absorbs most of the impact's force. His body recovers easily and he feels almost no pain. After evolution, Chen's physique exceeded 200. The guy was still testing his strength in action, but here the weight is definitely no less than a ton. With strength and fighting technique, Chu could pierce a person right through. He concentrated his strength in his fist, and struck a huge petrified piece of reef, causing a crack to sound, and pieces of stone to fly in all directions. The guy lay down on the sand. The punching bag at home is not strong enough. He definitely can't train in the gym. If someone records him on video and posts it, there will be a lot of problems. Only here on the shore can he train in peace. Chu looked at his hands. Great. He is recovering so quickly. All the scratches healed in a minute. At this time, a lizard emerged from the water, holding in its mouth the very same piece of amazingly durable material found on the ship. Chun walked up to the iguana, and there was that nothing special at first glance, but it definitely weighed no less than 200 pounds. The material is heavy but very fragile. Even lizard claws try to scratch it. It would be a good material for weapons, but with his current skills, Chun is unlikely to be able to create a weapon now, so this idea should be postponed for a while. The guy decided to focus on the gold he found today. For now he needed to think about how best to sell it. In the morning Chun returned to the shore again. He was met by a delighted captain. The young man asked where everyone was. The bespectacled man exclaimed, "On the ship, this is amazing." They all worked out. Chu entered the capital's cabin. There were gold bars lying on the table. The bespectacled man asked, "I wonder how much money there is here." He had never seen so many gold bars. Chun took one of them. They were unmarked, which meant they would be harder to sell. Having put the gold in a bag, Chun, together with the bespectacled captain, went to the city center, where there were many different buyers. Entering one of the shops, the young man asked the girl if they accepted gold here. She said yes. The visitor had earrings or a necklace. Opening the bag full of gold bars, Chun said with a smile that he wanted to sell it. Were they willing to buy it? Seeing such a quantity of gold, the girl was taken aback. She stuttered, saying that there was quite a lot here, and invited the guy to follow her to the owner. Chu greeted the smiling man, who asked the seller's name and how much gold he wanted to sell. The guy replied that his name was Chun. He showed the contents and said that he wanted to sell everything that was in this bag. Seeing so many bars, the owner's mouth dropped open, and he asked Chun to wait a bit, as it took time for the gold to be checked. For authenticity, the young man sat comfortably in a chair, while the company specialists checked the gold bars he had brought. The owner said the total weight of the bars was more than 11 kilograms, and they were willing to buy them for 400 won per gram. Chun agreed. 4.5 million yuan arrived in Chu's account, and he drove around the city thinking, what happened is incredible. People his age are still studying at university, and he made millions in one fell swoop. He had never even dreamed of such money before. He decided that first he would buy himself a new car, as this one behaved simply terribly on bumpy roads. They stopped at a luxury car dealership. With the ship's captain, Chun had always wanted to have a big, powerful car. The seller showed one of the best new models, which combined comfort, cross-country ability, and a powerful engine. Just at that time a couple entered the car dealership, and the manager at the entrance politely greeted the young man and woman. The young beauty looked with interest at the shiny cars. Chun silently looked at this couple. He knew the girl very well. It was his ex. Chun had spent ages pleasing her in everything, but she was chasing status and money, having fun with the rich. Seeing Chun, she told her companion, that loser guy who used to be her lover. The guy asked Chu what the poor idiot forgot in the car dealership. The ship's captain angrily rushed at the insolent man, but Chu stopped him, calmly telling him that he shouldn't react like that. The girl's companion chuckled. They are forbidden to tell the truth to someone's face. Chu can't even pay for his studies. He has nothing to do here. The beauty suggested to her sweetheart that they not waste time and go to the cars. She had already found a red racing car. The guy shuddered. Money is needed to impress women, but he is still ready to buy such expensive gifts. Listening to the specifications of the chosen car, Chun saw that this car had a high suspension, which was exactly what he needed. The young man said he was ready to buy the car. The seller announced the price, and he asked for 2.38 million. When Chu calmly agreed to the price, saying that he would pay for the purchase by card, the girl was delighted. Chen's ex-girlfriend couldn't believe he was willing to pay for such a car, but it was very expensive. The guy said that Chu was probably bluffing. Where did he get the money? The girl confirmed that he couldn't afford anything, except noodles for weeks. The guy and the girl came closer. The poor student is buying himself a premium car. Is this serious? The beauty's companion said with a grin. Enough of this show already. The payment won't go through anyway. Where does the poor guy get the money from? The bespectacled man asked. What if the payment goes through? Then what? The guy laughed and said, then he will call Chu daddy. The girl frowned. It was strange. Chun was acting as if he was actually capable of buying a car. She snorted. It was just a bluff. The happy saleswoman returned to the sales area and returned Chu's card and keys, saying that the car was now his, and he thanked her. The guy shuddered. He couldn't believe where Chu got so much money from. His ex-girlfriend was taken aback. Could Chun really have become so rich? The bespectacled man grabbed the boy by the lapels and reminded him that now he would have to call their boss daddy, otherwise he would be in trouble. Chun called out to the captain of his ship, saying that there was no point in wasting time on these pathetic people. It was time for them to return. The bespectacled man, showing the guy his fist, said that the boss is kind to them. Let them appreciate it. If he were in his place, he would have beaten their faces. The saleswoman bowed as the wealthy customer left, while the ex-girlfriend looked after her former admirer. In confusion, the salon employees told each other that this girl thought she had found a rich guy, but in reality, she had missed out on a chance for a better life. After buying the car, Chin and his captain went to the best restaurant in the city. Now it was time to have a hearty meal. The waiters greeted the dear guests of the prestigious establishment with bows, and the bespectacled man looked around in confusion. The girl placed a menu in front of Chun and asked him what he would like to order. He asked for Boston lobster and Kamchatka crab. After looking at the menu, he ordered a bunch of expensive dishes, but they were worth it. They had the best chefs and the freshest products. Chu was delighted, it was so delicious, and girls immediately appeared next to him, offering him another piece to try. The young man thought that, after feeding his marine iguana a bunch of different dishes, it was time to enjoy the food himself. And then, he saw that he had received a message on his phone. He immediately decided to take a look. Maybe there was something interesting. It was a university chat. The curator reminded him that classes would start in a week. Chu remembered right. He hadn't been expelled yet. The guy looked at his stats. There's not much time left. He needs to earn evolution points quickly. This time Chen's clone was hunting swordfish, which is very fast, and can reach speeds of up to 90 kilometers per hour. But the lizard is even faster. The lizard caught another fish and began eating with gusto. Chun decided that as soon as the clone was full, he would continue the treasure hunt. Evolution points increased. Now Chu could determine what was around him, at a distance of tens of kilometers. But after studying the seabed, he did not find a single sunken ship, and several days of fruitless searching passed. Chun wondered if there were any secret, supernatural organizations under the government's control, but he should be careful anyway. The young man decided to go to the office of the smuggler's company, which was now his. The office was located in the very center, in an elite building. After the company was transferred to Changjiang, never visited it. The guy noted that the location chosen for the office was not bad. The secretary greeted the captain politely, and he ordered her to invite all the employees to the boss's office. Chu looked around his office, large, bright, tastefully furnished, a real office for a big boss. When all the female employees timidly entered the office, the ship's captain announced that this was their new boss, Mr. Chun, and the girls greeted each other in unison. The girl's eyes sparkled. He was so young, and already a boss and such a handsome man. I wonder what kind of girls he likes. The bespectacled man introduced a pretty girl to Chun, telling the boss that this was Ning Nike Singh, their receptionist.
Ning Plushet embarrassedly.
A tall, long-legged beauty entered the office and bowing, said to the boss, "Here is his coffee if you need it. She will bring something else." The captain said that this was Chen's personal assistant. Su Lan, the young man, was looking through the documents and asked to leave coffee on the table. After reviewing the documents, Chu was surprised the company had a good reputation, and its monthly maintenance costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. Turning to the captain, Chun told John Shu that the meeting was over, everyone should get back to work, and John needed to take care of the ship and find out more information. The young man noted that the mind control effect was stable, but not as reliable as he would like. This ability needed to be developed. Chu took a cup of coffee and walked over to the large window, the system reporting an improvement in his physique. Chun just used the clone to hunt. He himself did almost nothing, but he became stronger and stronger. He smiled. It was a wonderful feeling. Meanwhile, the sea lizard attacked a very large and nimble toothy fish, much larger than the iguana. The fish already had several wounds from the lizard's sharp teeth. Chun was surprised that it was really a barracuda, but why was it so huge? Usually a barracuda is 2 meters long, but this little fish is 4 or 5 meters long, and so fast that if it weren't for the external force field, the clone and along with it Chun could have suffered. The number of ferocious, mutated fish in the ocean is growing. This fish is clearly not like the rest. After a successful hunt, the clone gained 90 evolution points, and Chu's body improved by 9 points. He felt that his muscles and bones had become stronger. The well-fed lizard quietly swam to its cave, to rest and digest its food. Chu thought that it seemed like this barracuda was the only one like it. The girls in the main office were animatedly discussing. Meeting the new boss, the secretary asked, "I wonder if he has a girlfriend." Su Lan laughed. Was Ning really about to hit on him? The pretty secretary blushed deeply. Suddenly Chun came into the girls' office, and asked if they had finished preparing the report he had asked them to do. Su Lan smiled shyly and replied to the boss. There was only a little time left. Chu, with his hearing, caught any chatter around him, but to avoid awkwardness, he pretended that he didn't hear anything. He asked the girls if they had worked so hard today, and would like to go to dinner with him, and the girls enthusiastically agreed. After work, Chen and 3 female employees arrived at the best restaurant in town, and a waitress approached him with a smile. Having placed his order, the young man paid by card, and the girls noticed that the cost of their dinner was almost 50,000. The office workers were shocked. Their boss was throwing money around left and right. They wondered who his parents were. The guy warned them that he would have some more business in the evening, but after dinner, he would first drive them all home. That night Chun went to the deserted rocky shore again. The sea breeze calmed him down very much, and all this time he did not stop his training. Chu's physique had clearly improved, compared to that of an ordinary person, as had his strength, and his punches could easily break rocks. Chun cursed. He stumbled again. The stronger he became, the more difficult it was to control. He needed to continue training. Suddenly he saw a boat approaching the shore. Chu became wary of who could be there. At such a late hour, people on the shore met the boat. The guy grumbled they had already made so many deals, and the partner still didn't trust him. The man on the boat chuckled. Those are the rules: first the money, then the goods. Chu watched them from behind the rock. It seems they have some kind of deal. These guys seem to have weapons. We need to be careful. Some guy reported to the boss that the product was excellent. The partners shook hands, saying that they were pleased to do business with each other. The boss warned one of his subordinates that things had been tough lately, and he needed to be careful. The second one reassured the boss that they were working on private channels, and that if something went wrong, no one would know. Chun realized that he saw drug dealers on the shore, with a new batch of drugs. Anger flared up in him. He pushed away and rushed at them. The guys didn't have time to figure anything out. Chu attacked them like a hurricane. This time he didn't hold back, but hit with full force. The drug gang leader quickly pulled out a gun. As Chun dealt with his henchmen, gritting his teeth in fear, the drug dealer took aim at Chu, but the young man was already very close, moving with astonishing speed. The bandit boss didn't have time to shoot. Chun dealt him a terrible blow. He somersaulted in the air, dropping the pistol. All 3 lay dead on the shore. Pools of blood were slowly spreading around the bodies of the drug dealers, and a briefcase with the goods lay to the side. Chu was sure that these 3 had lost all humanity, and by getting rid of them, he was doing the whole world a favor. The gang was dealt with on the shore, and now the huge lizard went after the boat that had brought the drugs here. Having caught up with the boat, the marine iguana struck the bottom with its hard spines, sawing the criminals' transport in half. The boat's passengers didn't understand what was happening, why their vehicle had suddenly broken apart, or what was under the water. Soon the bandits, along with the wreckage of the boat, found themselves in the water, all of them in a panic, because they didn't know what awaited them there. And then they saw a huge sea lizard, its eyes flashing angrily. The Chu clone was heading towards the people. Floundering in the water, the frightened bandit screamed, "There is a monster there. We need to swim to the shore quickly." Someone desperately called for help. One of the men begged the boss to save him. Just recently the tough guys were shaking with fear and screaming loudly, asking for help. The boat's commander pulled out a pistol. "It looks like they can't escape the monster. Let's see if the monster can dodge the bullet." Taking aim, the bandit shot at the sea lizard. The drug dealer was a desperate guy, and was afraid of little. The bullet grazed the Chu clone but did no damage. The lizard looked questioningly at the insolent man who dared to attack him. The man started shaking. What the hell was this? Why didn't the bullet kill, or even wound this sea animal? This simply couldn't be happening. The lizard hissed angrily, baring its mouth full of sharp teeth, and rushing at the captain of the drug-dealing boat. Soon the ocean waters calmed down. The screams died down, and none of the passengers on the wrecked boat made it to shore alive. Taking the briefcase with money in its teeth, the iguana headed to the shore, where Chinchu was waiting for it. It wouldn't do to leave this money in the sea. The fish didn't need it sometime later. Chun returned home in his room. He opened the briefcase from the boat. It was stuffed with money for drugs. There were 10,000 in one pack. 3,300,000 packs, the young man thought. When you hold cash in your hands, you begin to understand the full scale of what you have earned. The next morning, he arranged a meeting with his assistant in a cafe. Two guys admired Len. What an amazing woman. They would like to get to know her better. After handing the documents to the young man, Su Len asked the boss to sign them. Chu glanced at the papers before signing. One of the guys was stunned. This guy was so young and already her boss. The second one sneered, saying he was a brat boss. Hearing the boys' conversation, Chu winced. He suggested that Len return to the office and asked her to notify him of the time of each meeting. The betters, looking at Chun passing by, thought he was some kind of mountain of muscles, so healthy and strong that it was even scary. Chu gathered his employees in the conference room for a meeting, telling them that they should carefully consider every step of the strategy, and then they would be promoted. As long as the company's productivity grows, active employees will receive pleasant bonuses. The young man saw a message that today was the last day before submitting his application to the university, and he was the only one left from the whole group. After reading the group supervisor's notice, Chun told his subordinates that it seemed like it was time for him to go. He had urgent matters to attend to at the university. There isn't much work today, so the employees can leave early. While he's gone, Su will take care of all the corporate affairs. Ning was stunned. So the boss is still studying. This is surprising, and they were all sure that he was a rich heir. Chu drove up to the university campus in his new, cool car. The guys were asking each other if this was really Chun. Everyone was puzzled as to where the young man got such an expensive car. It cost more than 2 million before he had a simple one. A video of Chun appeared on a university forum. Someone wrote that on the last day of registration, a rich, tall, handsome guy showed up in an expensive car. The number of comments on this video immediately exceeded 2,500. Everyone remarked on how Chun had changed over the summer. One of the students, after watching the video, thoughtfully said that this guy looks very familiar. She definitely met him. This was the same beauty whom the young man saved from kidnappers. In an abandoned house in the countryside, the girl smiled. She remembered his black eyes especially well. It was as if an entire universe was hidden in them. In the comments, she saw that the guy's name was Chun Chu, and he was a second-year student in the economics department. The beauty was surprised. It turns out that they study at the university together, and even in the same faculty. This is just great. Chu's strength grew so quickly. He learned new techniques. The guy decided that he needed to continue training and working on control. He can easily kill a person with one blow, but you will have to work on your strength and control yourself so as not to injure anyone. After some time, Chin approached a large steel company. He wanted to order steel products for training. He told the girl that he wanted to place an order for 100 tons, and she asked him to go to the VIP lounge and wait for the sales manager. Soon after, the young man, a polite man, entered the VIP room and asked Chin what kind of steel he would like to order from them. The guy explained that he needed a steel column with a diameter of 2 meters and a height of 5, and several more steel blocks weighing 5, 10 and 20 tons. The manager calculated the order. The total weight will be 200 tons. The estimated cost is about 700,000. Chu smiled. Great. Everything suits him. They can sign the production contract. He will pay for everything right away. The next morning, Chun met with Chu. The captain told the boss that this entire area was their warehouse. The young man thanked him and said that he could return to his duties. The system reported that Chen's clone had gained evolution points. A new transformation was just around the corner, and he still had a long way to go. Once the steel column was installed in the warehouse, he would begin training because compared to the lizard, Chu had achieved nothing. The maximum number of evolution points per day is 100. A little more, and he and the iguana will move to the next level. Police found the bodies of known bandits on the shore. All three were killed within a minute by one person. It's just crazy. And then, one of the police officers reported to the deputy chief that they had found another body, a little further away. Sue told the boss that they had no new work. Everyone was bored. She asked him to give them some assignment. Chun laughed. It's like fishing in a lake. You have to wait until the fish bites. Len wondered if they would go bankrupt at this rate. Suddenly Neen knocked on the director's office door. The secretary informed the boss that they wanted to see him, apparently wanting to discuss the terms of the deal. Su Lan's mouth dropped open in surprise. Could this really be the same fish that their young boss had been waiting for? So calmly, an elegant guy entered the office and turning his head, asked where Jiang was. Chu replied that he and his people were now under Chen's leadership. The guest laughed and introduced himself. His name was Wang Tianchen, invited boss Wang to sit down and discuss all the issues that interested him. Su Lan quietly told Chun that she would make tea for them. Chu urged his assistant to do it quickly. Lounging in his chair, Wang announced that he had a sunken ship, worth at least 10 million. Chun grinned and said that as soon as they went down, Wang would decide to leave, with all the goods he had received. The guest said that he takes 70, which is what foreign companies do. Chu suggested that he contact them. After thinking for a moment, Wang asked Chun what he was proposing and he replied, 50-50 and nothing else. Wang Tian frowned. The law was strict these days. Maybe Chun was his only chance to get what he wanted. The guest asked doubtfully if Chun was sure he could raise the ship. He smiled. Of course, they have their own methods. Wang can go with them and see for himself. Wang Tian agreed to split the spoils equally, and the partners shook hands, saying that they were pleased to work together. The deputy chief of police looked at the crime scene photos and saw huge claw marks, but who could have those? The policeman was at a loss to guess whether this was some kind of anomaly or a terrible mutation of an unknown animal. And then, John saw a secret message in the internal messenger. It was reported that 4 bandits had been killed at sea. Perhaps it was the beast. Meanwhile, Chen's order was delivered to the base, and Sulan asked the boss in surprise what he needed this huge steel column for. The young man replied that the column stabilizes water, flows and holds back underwater creatures. Su was surprised she didn't know about this. Chu looked at the balance. From several million, there was just over 300,000 left. The money was just flying away. It was time to cut expenses. Chun gave his personal assistant a ride home. Len lived in a prestigious area in a beautiful, comfortable house. The girl thanked the boss and asked if he wanted to come over to her place for a drink of water, but Chun quickly replied that he still had things to do. Len sighed looking at the car leaving. She thought, well, who made her say such a stupid thing? The girl understood perfectly well that this was not the best excuse to call the boss, but she couldn't think of anything else. Chin remembered how he accidentally broke his chopsticks during dinner. He would have to practice controlling his strength more. The young man again went to the deserted ocean shore, to the large rocks to continue his daily training. His powerful blows caused the rocks to crack and crumble into small stones, and Chu was sure he needed to continue honing his skills. Now he feels everything that happens around him. Within a radius of 30 meters, he feels even a light breath of wind, and the flap of a wing of a creature flying past. 3 days later Chun went to sea, and that day, the lizard's prey was a mutated fish with red eyes. Chu raised his head. Wang's ship was already nearby. He needed to prepare to raise the sunken treasure to the surface. The young man informed Van that his people had already arrived, and that they could begin. He replied that he still needed to prepare some things, but that he would be done by evening. After much training, Chun gained another 15 points to his aura, and at the same time, significantly increased his strength. Van called Chu saying that he couldn't see his guys. Chun replied that they were already underwater. The customer was surprised. This wasn't likely. The ship was somewhere at a depth of 700 to 800 meters. Chen's consciousness was with his beast. With his physique, the pressure underwater was no longer. Even felt the depths were no longer scary. Chun, along with the marine iguana, swam to the location of the sunken ship, indicated by Wang, but there was nothing there. The young man told the customer that there was nothing at the specified coordinates, and the customer was very surprised that the guy checked so quickly. After all, this is a fairly large area, and Chun surveyed it in just 20 minutes. How did he manage to do this? Wang's assistant said the location hasn't changed. Maybe we need to move a kilometer to the east. Chun, in the body of a marine iguana, continued his search for the sunken ship, swimming in the direction indicated by Wang Tian's assistant, exploring every section of the ocean floor. Along the way, the sixth sense skill was very helpful in the search. Chu literally scanned the bottom, and finally he discovered the wreckage of the ship. The young man smiled. The marine iguana's eyes sparkled with joy. Yes, the ship with the treasure had finally been found. The loot from the sunken ship was loaded into a container and lifted by crane onto Chen's vessel. And excited treasure hunters joyfully greeted the cargo. The assistant explained to Van that the treasure was estimated to be worth around 30 million and if sold privately, could fetch 50 million. A delighted Wang asked Chen if he had heard the estimate, but he calmly replied that he would simply take his share of the money, and that was it. A couple of days later, the partners met again. Van said that the total was 23 million. Each would receive 11,500. After taking the cash, Chu thought that the money problem was solved, but he was still weak and needed to train, until bullets and grenades no longer affected him. A young deputy general director of the Tianhong company, Li Tian, came to Chen's office and said that he was Wang's friend. Li wanted to offer Chun cooperation and asked if he was against it. Chu replied that he was not against it, but it would be better to discuss all the details tomorrow. Su Lan handed Mr. Li her boss's business card, with contact information for a preliminary call. The guy took the business card and said with a smile that everything was fine with him, and that they would see each other tomorrow to discuss all the details. The girls were actively discussing the young guest. Len knew that the chairman of their company was almost the richest man in the city. This guy has the same last name as Chairman Tianhong, so it's quite possible that they are related. Secretary Chu looked dreamily after the rich visitor, and Len egged her on, telling her what it was like to meet such a person. Chun was very surprised by this visit. Why, even the son of the richest man is interested in sunken ships? What a coincidence. Chu just caught a large expensive fish in the sea. Not just one fish but two. The young man placed the catch in a special container with ice in his warehouse to keep the expensive fish as fresh as possible. The young man knew that such fish was worth more than 10 million on the market, and its meat did not taste all that special. Looking at the chilled fish carcass, Chun asked why so much money. They need to sell this fish to someone. Chu trained tirelessly, tempering his body. Len informed the boss that young Master Li had been waiting for him for a long time. After finishing his training, Chun changed his clothes and quickly drove to the company office, where his potential partner was already waiting for him. Li said that he had the exact location of the shipwreck. Chu asked why Li was interested in sunken ships. He had so much money. The guest answered evasively, "There is no such thing as too much money." Chun proposed to split the spoils in half, and young Master Li immediately replied that he completely agreed. It was quite obvious to Chu that Lin was not chasing the treasures on board, which was very interesting. The young man asked the guest if he knew any restaurant managers who needed to sell a 4-meter bluefin tuna. Li laughed. Chen has that too. Yes, he has a couple of contacts. The guy suggested introducing them to each other. Over dinner in the evening, Chu met manager Lin at the warehouse, who rushed to look at the fish as fast as he could. Chun laughed, telling Lin not to rush so much. The fish wouldn't run away from him. After looking at Chen's catch, Lin told the boss that the fish was of excellent quality. He should definitely take it. You won't find such a product anywhere else. The restaurant owner smiled. So it was true he offered Chun 7 million for the fish. And the young man agreed. Sulin was delighted with her boss. He sold just one fish for such an exorbitant price. It was unbelievable. After finishing the deal on selling bluefin tuna, Chinchu decided to go with Lan to the Marriott shopping center to spend some money after the great catch. The assistant was shocked because Marriott is a place where goods from leading world brands are sold. Everything there is very expensive. Len never ceased to be amazed at her boss, how easily he spent money, and the saleswoman was glad that a big spender appeared on the horizon. Meanwhile, satisfied restaurateurs were collecting rare, expensive fish from Chen's company warehouse. After making a lot of purchases, Chu and his assistant left the store. The girl looked at the boss with admiration. His watch alone was worth 2 million. He had bought so many luxury goods, including for Sue returning to the office. Chun said that he wanted to buy a villa. Comfort was important to him. The place should be large and spacious. He instructed his assistant to find a house with a large plot of land, worth about 30 million yuan. While exploring the depths of the ocean, the young man once saw 2 submarines. For some reason they made him angry. The lizard's eyes flashed with anger, and Shin thought it was a pity that he wasn't yet strong enough to tear the submarines apart. Looking under one of the rocks, Chun saw that some kind of giant creature, almost the size of an iguana, was hiding there. He realized that there seemed to be something strange below, but Chu decided not to take any risks, and instead to quietly swim away. Further, a huge crab appeared in a crevice in the rock. It also saw the lizard and decided not to let him go. The giant climbed out of hiding and rushed in pursuit. The mutant crab attacked the marine iguana, but he messed with the wrong one. Chun gritted his teeth and immediately dealt the crab a crushing blow. The sea monster continued to threateningly pound its powerful claws and tried to grab the lizard by the tail. But in addition to its terrifying size, Chen's clone also had serious defense and devastating striking power. However, the young man noted that this giant crab was much stronger than those little fish. He continued to attack his enemy, striking blow after blow, but he could not hit the lizard. The marine iguana circled around the enemy, who had already made several holes in the bottom. With his furious attacks, Chu even became interested in how much power and aggression there was in this crab, which is completely uncharacteristic for crabs. Finally, the lizard dealt the mutated crab a strong blow to its strong shell. The shell cracked, and the mutant stretched out on the bottom. Having swum up to the prey, Chin realized that he wouldn't be able to eat it all at once. He would have to eat it piece by piece, slowly savoring every bite. To understand what was going on, Chun found a report online about unusual marine phenomena. Over the past few years, he began regularly encountering giant fish in the ocean, and now crabs have appeared. Something is clearly wrong here. A nuclear submarine has gone missing at a depth of 600 meters in the Pacific Ocean. According to the latest report, it was attacked by an unknown giant sea creature. Another nuclear submarine collided with an iceberg in the ocean, and none of the crew survived. The young man noticed that all this happened over the course of a couple of years, and it seemed that there was a connection between all the cases. The lizard finally finished eating the mutant crab, receiving 290 evolution points, and Chu's body characteristics increased by the same amount. After examining the body of his sea clone, Chun noted that the lizard had become even larger. It was now a very impressive beast. Chun hit the steel column. His physical condition had improved again. Both his bones and muscles. Everything felt completely different now. Even hitting the iron with his fist didn't cause pain. Now bullets can only scratch Chu's skin, but not touch him, and his defense and reaction speed have become such that no one can defeat him. The young man understood perfectly well that strength alone was not enough for him. He needed new techniques, and so he went to the Jinhua bookstore. The world turned out to be not as simple as he thought, and reading and learning something new is always very useful. The girls looked at the handsome, muscular guy with admiration, but they didn't dare approach him to ask for his contact information. Chu selected the books he needed that described fist-fighting techniques. He was sure that he could only advance through training. The guy returned to the training room again. The techniques he chose seemed simple, but practicing them was not an easy task. Suddenly Chun heard the phone ring. The young man looked at the phone. It was his new business partner, young Lee, calling him. The guy told boss Chun that they had arrived at the location. Chu asked to reset the coordinates. His people would be underwater in half a day. After some time, Chun told Lee that they had found gold and some broken porcelain, and the boy asked Chu if they had seen a special box. If they can find this box, they can take everything else on the destroyed ship. For themselves, Chun was surprised. Gold alone would cost 20 million. What was in that box that Lee valued it more than gold? Opening it slightly, Chu saw that there was just a pile of black dirt inside. It was unclear what Mr. Lee wanted to do with it. Soon Chu placed a small box, filled with very strange contents, in front of one of the richest people. The sight of this box excited Lee incredibly. He grabbed his head and screamed, "These can't be his elixirs." Police found the bodies drained of blood, and their muscles dried out, just like the people who had died earlier, even though only a few hours had passed since death. The deputy chief of police frowned. All the murder victims were bandits without families, but physically very strong. Who could have killed them? The deputy police chief told his subordinate, Xiao Zhang, to file a report and shut down all the entertainment venues in the city. Later that night, the mysterious vampire drained the blood from several more men, turning their bodies into dried-out mummies. Chu angrily clutched the radio, because absolutely everything was closed. So how did 4 more men manage to die? Meanwhile, Chun continued to train, and after several days of hard work, he made great progress in the new techniques. The system suggested Chu to name his new martial arts technique. After thinking for a bit, the young man named it Explosive Fist. The fishing boat was plowing the sea waters. The captain was pleased. He had finally caught a fish after such a long chase. After a school, he had to be on his guard. The investment this time was huge. The fishing net alone was worth millions. There was no way he could afford to miss the mark. The sailor shouted to the boss that there was a hole in the center of the net, and the fish were escaping. The captain ordered the net to be raised quickly. The confused fisherman said that, although the detector showed nothing, the net was not moving. There was a clone of Chun in the net feasting, catching dozens of fish in one bite. The beast, so similar to water that sonars could not detect it. Having eaten his fill, the lizard went home. The captain, seeing the empty torn net, fell into despair. He asked, what kind of monster or divine creature could have done this? Chun was sitting under an umbrella on the pier. Lee told him that he was heading back to the city, and as a sign of gratitude, he invited Chu to dinner. The young rich man invited Chun to a prestigious and expensive place, called the elegant Mangluo Pavilion. The guests of honor were greeted by a slender, well-groomed beauty. Lee asked if anyone had booked the Yunsha Hall. The beauty bowed slightly to the regular customer, and replied, "This room is always reserved for young Master Lee." The guests were served at table in an elegant hall. Soft music played and young, slender beauties danced around the table. Chin thought, it doesn't matter that the king neglects his duties. There are reasons for it. Places like this are perfect for immersing oneself in the atmosphere after much refined pleasure. Chinchu decided to go to the shore again to train. Suddenly he felt that someone was hanging on his tail. He had the same feeling as that night, when he was chased by a giant lizard. But the young man didn't see anyone who was chasing him. A monster or maybe a ghost. Chu smiled. It had been a long time since he had stretched his legs. Then a couple in a luxury car pulled up alongside Chin, and the guy shouted to Chu if he wanted to compete with them in speed. The young man hissed irritably. These random people were completely out of place here. He immediately stepped on the gas. Chen's SUV shot forward, leaving the speed competitors far behind. The guy in the sedan cursed. This turn was crazy. Was the kid really trying to kill himself? Was he even human? Despite the tremendous speed at which Chun was rushing, he felt that his pursuer was still nearby. He didn't seem to be a weakling. Chu stopped on the seashore. He still felt the pursuer. and now this creature was very close. Chun loudly told the girl to come out of hiding. He is not bad. A girl looked out from behind the thick trunk of a palm tree. She laughed. Big brother speaks so funny. The beauty said shyly that she had been swimming in the sea, and someone had taken her clothes. Could the young man give her something to put on? The young man instantly jumped up to the tree and struck the strange girl. He felt that she had been following him all this time, but a weak blow was not enough. This girl, despite her fragile appearance, turned out to be stronger than an ordinary person. The girl flew to the side, raising clouds of sand into the air. Chu said with a grin, of course he would find clothes for her right now. When the dust cleared, a vile monster appeared in front of Chun. It was licking its lips. How powerful and rich Chu's life energy was. It really wanted to eat him. Chun asked in horror what she was. The girl answered that she was a human, but a more perfect version. Her name was Yin Xiao. She was sure that the young man would taste like hundreds of healthy, energetic people. Chun dodged the monster's tenacious clawed hands. Yin was confident that if she ate the guy, it would be enough for her to complete the first stage of her evolution. But this was not part of Chen's plans. He asked her if she wanted to eat him. He had to see if she could deserve it, and he dealt her a powerful blow, falling into the sand of the sea beach. The dying cannibal whispered that she would really die so quickly, but it was impossible. But that was not all. The monster tried to escape, merging with the sand and tree trunks. Chun hit the palm tree trunks again and again. He had already inflicted several wounds on the monster. It was becoming increasingly difficult for the monster to hide from the young man. Chu felt that his enemy could merge with tree, roots and rocks, but every time Chen attacked its weak points, the monster's aura weakened. The guy had to smash almost all the coastal palm trees to pieces while he was hunting a monster that feeds on people. Soon there was not a single intact palm tree left on the shore, and the young man saw the wounded body of a monstrous enemy. On the sand, Chen chuckled. Merging with roots was a glorious survival skill. He offered the monster to answer a few questions, and it would grant him a quick death. The monster laughed. Does he really look like someone who is afraid of death? What a beautiful moonlight. It's a pity not to see it again. But no matter, Yin has already avenged himself. If he had one more month, he could complete his shadow transformation. Then even the god of war would not frighten him. But instead he encountered Chu in an ordinary old town, and the young man saw that the monster's body had begun to deteriorate. The system informed Chun that he had killed the seducer and received 10 experience points. But the young man did not understand what all this meant. What turned out that these glasses could open up special abilities, lightning, ice, fire and more. Chu thought that he already had extraordinary powers, and that the iguana would soon have them too. Chen's eyes lit up as he imagined how huge and powerful his sea lizard clone could become. Over time he will be able to spew water, fire and lightning. It will be a real Godzilla under his control. It's very cool. The young man arrived at the warehouse, where next to the training room, he set up a small personal space for himself, like a personal office. Chun decided to check the internet to see if there was anything about a seducer and an awakener, but the search turned up nothing. It seemed the authorities had blocked this information. But Chu decided that he was too weak now anyway. He would study this issue when he became stronger. Maybe he will do it after his strength reaches 10,000 points. I wonder what he will become then. The system asked the young man to choose one of the basic elements that he wanted to strengthen. Chun chose to strengthen lightning. Chu looked at his hand and laughed. A finger version of lightning. Even lightning mastery has experience points. It seems they can be increased through training. Not bad. Lightning flashed across the ocean waters as the young man's clone went hunting for another tasty mutant. A marine iguana delivered a powerful lightning strike to a giant, toothy fish, instantly killing its prey. It was another mutated sea beast, no less terrifying than that giant crab, and after eating its prey, the lizard received 980 evolution points. Even the marine iguana now has lightning mastery, and it is much stronger than Chin. The humans, the deputy chief of police, went to the airport on instructions from his superiors to meet the mysterious guests he was supposed to meet 2 agents from the Special Assignments Bureau. The policeman introduced himself by saying that his name was Guang Day. The first agent extended his hand to Guang, thanked him in advance for his cooperation, and said that he was Huang Junfang, second agent Nangong Jian, the lead investigator on case 907, asked without further ado to see the body. In the morgue lay the body of the monster Chun had killed. Now it looked like a human and it was not a girl, but a man. Guan explained that this man died last night. Only one body was found, although 4 days before this, for people mystically died on the same night. Guan directed a stream of his energy into the dead man's head, and immediately a weak, ethereal body of a man-eating monster appeared in front of him. Guandi was stunned. He had never seen such a thing in his life, and didn't even suspect that something like this actually existed. Nangong said thoughtfully. The aura disappeared. It was dead. Huang couldn't believe it. The monster was really killed. But who could do this? Chun continued to train in the warehouse. His strength increased too quickly. He can't control it. He doesn't dare to look in on Ning, afraid that he will break the sofa by sitting on it. He remembered how a girl had recently invited him to come up to her place for tea, but he had declined, saying he had other plans, and Chu can't get close to her. He is so incredibly strong that he can accidentally break the girl's bones. The next day he went to see the villa. The agent explained that the main building was 560 square meters. There was a front and backyard, plus a billiard room. The agent said the full price of the property was 34 million. Chu objected. He was ready to buy the villa for 25 million. Suddenly Chen's phone rang, and the secretary from the office was shouting to the boss that there was a monster here, and begging him to help. The agent stood on the roof. Nangong told the captain, there was no suspicious activity since last night. The seducer is really dead. Wan was at a loss. It was strange. The monster was in a semi-ethereal state. A mere mortal could not cope with such a creature. Wan asked if they should stay and investigate, to observe the bustle of this city, but Nangong advised him to use the time for training. Otherwise, when the apocalypse comes, Huang will just become cannon fodder. The agent was surprised. The apocalypse. This can't happen. Jean explained that the professor predicts that the next oscillation of space will be 10 times stronger than the previous one. 20 years ago, the most important thing now is to improve their capabilities in anticipation of that day. Only in this way can they repay the country for caring for them. Chen's clone found another treasure trove on the seabed, but he stirred up too much sand and broke most of the porcelain. He found gold. One piece from the Song dynasty is worth at least several million, maybe even tens of millions. The young man sighed. It was a pity that he had broken so much. Through carelessness, the find could have been worth hundreds of millions. Suddenly Chun heard the waitress complaining about the man grabbing her. He rudely replied that the girl had dreamed it all, and that she was wrong to blame him. The boar chuckled, but since the girl had said so, maybe he really should grab onto something. One of the cafe's patrons asked how a man could be so shameless. He saw everything with his own eyes. The rude man snapped back. So what? Chun found this interesting, and told the bully that he had never seen such an arrogant guy as he was. He, putting his hands on his hips, laughed. Well, today I saw that if the boy's unhappy, then let him try to hit him. The man grimaced and laughed. That in front of him was just another young guy, whose blood was rushing to his head, and who only knew how to talk. Flexing his fists, Chu asked the waitress, who had been offended by the boar, whether their establishment had CCTV cameras. The girl understood everything, and quickly pulled the plug of the video camera from the power outlet, turning off the power to all recording devices. She quietly told the young man that unfortunately, their security cameras had broken down just today, and the repairman hadn't arrived yet. Chun smiled contentedly. Great. He had the opportunity to stretch his legs and, at the same time, teach the impudent scoundrel a lesson. The boar, realizing that a fight was about to start, covered himself with his hands in fear. He had not expected things to take such a turn. The next second, the insolent man's vision darkened from the weak blow dealt by Chin, but soon consciousness returned to him. The hooligan only needed one light blow to the face, and he fell to the floor of the cafe, his whole body shaking and foam pouring from his mouth. Just a few minutes ago, the incredibly impudent man was now lying quietly on the floor, and groaning, not daring to get up. Chun smiled today. It seemed like someone really wanted to get beaten up. How funny it looked, but the guy got his way. The young man returned to his warehouse again. His mood was excellent after all. Having superpowers is very nice. He collapsed onto the sofa and began to practice controlling lightning. Nowadays human life doesn't even last a century. It was all just a moment in the life of a star. Chunchu dreamed of one day destroying the boundaries between life and death. The next day, Chu told Su Lan to take the time to learn accounting, and she would manage the company's finances. When the time came, Chun promised his assistant that he would pay her double, and the delighted girl immediately agreed with her boss. Len asked the boss where he was going now. The young man replied that he needed to sell something, and Su would go with him. They visited several antique companies, offering to appraise Chen's recent maritime find. In one of the antique shops, the owner himself came out to them. He said that his last name was Gao, and asked how he could be of help. The young man asked Mr. Gao if he could help him determine the price of the plate, and the owner invited Chu and his assistant to go upstairs. Sulan opened the case and showed the antique dealer an antique porcelain plate from the ocean floor. Gao bent over the artifact. He felt that the plate gave off a salty smell of the sea. It looked like it had just been fished. He told Chu it wasn't a fake, but it was part of a set and he only had one piece, which significantly lowered the value. Chun confirmed that it was indeed a set. When he found this plate, there were many more lying around. Unfortunately, only this one survived. Gao said regretfully that since there was only one item, he could only offer 4.5 million. Chu promised to think about it on the street. Len told the boss that after so many establishments, Mr. Gao looked the most honest. Chun noticed that Gao had made the highest offer. Maybe it would be worth just selling him the plate and not bothering with it. Yet Chu couldn't shake the feeling that there was something wrong with Gao's gaze, that he was definitely hiding something, and it was connected to the plate. Gao hurried into the living room of the luxurious villa. The owner asked so. The antique dealer said he found some clue on that sunken ship. Gao showed the plate. It has the authentication seal they were chasing. This porcelain was brought by a young man. He should know more details. The bosses ordered the antique dealer to give Fox information, during which he wanted to know everything about this guy. Mr. Gao obediently sent all of Chunchu's data, and a few minutes later, a reply came from Fox with the information. Chu is an ordinary college student who unexpectedly spent 3 million to buy a luxury car, and even went abroad with Li Tianrui. The antique dealer asked the boss whether he should continue to cooperate with the guy. Dong laughed loudly in response. This was completely unnecessary. Gao asked Chun to fill out a detailed questionnaire, explaining that they needed details about him for future deals and auctions. The deal with the plate went unexpectedly smoothly, but Chu couldn't shake the feeling that Gao was hiding something. He could only hope that nothing strange would happen. In the morning, the young man got ready for college. The night passed without incident. Maybe he just thought about it too much. After absorbing the sea python, Chu's strength, muscle density, and everything else were 50 times that of an ordinary person. I wonder if he can withstand gunfire now. As soon as Chun stepped out of the elevator, an unknown person put a gun to his back and ordered him to remain silent and follow him. The young man didn't know if his body could withstand a shot from close range, and it was interesting that this was happening. The bandit pushed Chun into a minibus. He feigned fear. He asked where they were taking him. He didn't remember ever bothering them. One of the bandits, threatening him with a knife, said that they were taking Chu to meet someone, so he shouldn't try to do anything. After some time, the minibus arrived at the place, and the guys roughly pushed Chu into the room, reporting to the boss that they had brought him. The man with the huge scar cursed. He was interested to see what kind of guy this was, why they made him wait all night. Chun calmly asked why there were only these guys here. The bandit was surprised. Why this guy was so unexpectedly calm. Something was wrong. His calmness was unnerving. The boss growled at his subordinates, asking why they were just standing there. He ordered them to grab their weapons just in case. The guy standing closest to Chun was the one waiting for him. Near the elevator, the young man immediately knocked the gun out of his hands. The bandit coughed up blood from a powerful kick, staggered and fell to the floor. the weapon flying out of his weakened hands. Chu caught the pistol in midair and cocked the hammer, ready to shoot anyone present in the room. The boss shouted at the kid to put the gun down. Another asked if the kid hadn't heard. The boss ordered him to drop the gun. The bandit leader smiled. The kid had one gun and he had two, and Chu's pistol only had one bullet, so they surrounded the kid. Chun asked calmly. It seemed like the guys still didn't understand anything. They were the ones surrounded by him. The young man smiled. And now they must say what is behind them. If they are honest, then everything will happen quickly for them. Seeing that the bandits were not reacting, Chun shot their boss with a pistol, and everyone froze in surprise and unexpectedness. A large man with a scar on his face dropped his shashlik and fell to the floor. One of his subordinates asked the boss what was wrong with him. The thug shouted that the guy was out of bullets, and they needed to grab him, and everyone started firing their pistols at Chun. Chu begged for the useless gun and dodged the bullets. One of them was flying straight at him, and he decided to try to catch it, to the surprise of everyone present. The young man succeeded. His hand burst into flames, and the bullet fired at him ended up in his fingers. The bandits were shocked. What the hell? This kid caught a bullet with his bare hands. The guys screamed in horror. This boy is a monster. Chun laughed. Now he was so strong that he could catch a bullet in flight, and it didn't hurt him at all. How wonderful! The frightened gang members tried to escape, but Chu couldn't let them go, and soon only one bandit remained alive. The young man asked again who had sent them, and it turned out to be the director of the company. Long Hua Chan Du Hong. Chu approached the gang leader, holding a phone in his hands, which most likely contained the contact information for the person who ordered this crime. Chun found the right number on his phone and called, introducing himself and telling Du Hong that they would see each other that evening. Gao was shocked. The boy wants 20 million. He's greedy. Du Hong ordered everything to be prepared. It's worth a couple dozen lives. Let's see if Chu can handle it himself. The boy trained his speed by competing with a car, moving along the track at high speed. Now his speed reached 120 meters per second. He was able to overtake almost any car, and preparations for Chen's visit were in full swing.
Du Hong's ville.
With armed guards stationed everywhere, from the entrance to the office. Gao hoped that the boy would be scared, but Dong reminded him that Chu had killed 7 armed men with his own hands, and was stronger than he looked. Well, there were a dozen people with pistols, and 24 loyal subordinates in the villa. Du Hong was confident they could handle Chun. There was movement at the villa. The guards heard that the locked gates were open, and a dangerous guest appeared on the threshold. The head of security ordered the backup power supply to be activated. The main bolt on the gate was broken. The same with the front door. The boy was fast. Du Hong roared, slamming his fist. He ordered to shoot anyone who entered the territory, no matter who. Meanwhile, the young man moved through the corridors of Du Hong's luxurious house, leaving behind the corpses of armed men. And then, there was a knock on the door of the owner's office. The last remaining guards pointed their guns at the entrance. Despite the reliable locks, the strong door soon opened calmly, and the guy came to the one who ordered his death.
Terrified Du Hong
Screamed at the guards to shoot the young man, and both he and Gao were already unhappy that they had gotten involved with him. Chun struck the guards with lightning speed. Their bullets bounced off the guy like peas. He approached their boss. Seeing that the bullets were not hitting Chu, the man whispered in horror that the person in front of him was awakened, and no one could deal with him.
Du Hong offrait Chen 500 millions.
He smirked. It sounded tempting, but he couldn't leave the two of them after he killed everyone else. Chu invited the owner of the villa to talk about the awakened, how he knew about them and where he had met them before. The bandit's face twisted. He said that in '99, they fought for the territory of the city of Tiger Mountain with more than a dozen brothers. One day a man surrounded by fire descended from the sky, and the city instantly turned into a sea of sparks and ash. The next day a huge lake appeared in this place. The authorities called it the Lake of the Sunken. Chun was surprised. It turns out that awakened people are so strong. How lucky that he didn't make a wave back then. Seeing the guy lost in thought, Dong shot at him screaming for that bastard to die. But the bullets didn't even scratch Chu. In response, he dealt fatal blows to the owner of the villa and Gao, who was standing nearby. Everyone who met the young man with a weapon was destroyed after some time. The police arrived at the villa and discovered 31 bodies, one of which belonged to the company director. Longhua Wanda frowned. He assumed that it was Chen Chu. The young man must be involved in the death of the people in the Red Forest. This turn of events was unexpected for Guan. The policeman was sure that the next attack was simply inevitable. He was going to give Chun a chance. But this young man is too angry. He has strayed from the straight and narrow path. It is unknown where he will go now. Chu returned to the warehouse. On the dock, the bullet he had caught lay on a small pallet. But something was wrong. The chicken that was lying on the tray was gone, but traces of oil remained. It seems that whoever was here yesterday was not quite ordinary. The lizard ate another fish, received evolution points and improved his body. Suddenly he saw that there was something else below. He needed to take a look. Looking into the depths, Chen's clone saw an active volcano. At great depths, it becomes difficult to overcome the pressure. The young man remained in the warehouse and decided to wait for the unusual guest. For some reason he was sure that he would return, and so it happened after some time. Chu felt a very unusual man approaching him, with another chicken chin. Couldn't understand what kind of creature was in front of him, but he was convinced that this time, the unusual guest would definitely not be able to escape. The guy prepared for battle, clenching his fist and heading towards the strange creature. At great speed, Chu hit as hard as he could. He felt some particles flying apart, but he didn't feel his opponent's body. He was surprised to see that there was nothing in front of him. His opponent had disappeared. But what kind of strange power was this? Chu had never seen anything like it before. Chun had a strange feeling. He didn't understand what it was. Maybe a spatial rift or a path to another world. The system reported that the boy's body was being broken by the stretching energy, and, although he was strong enough to withstand the change, the effect would only wear off in 5 hours. The young man looked around. His world seemed to be covered in a haze. He suddenly realized that he had somehow ended up in another world. Suddenly Chun saw a large male figure in the doorway. The stranger clearly looked threatening. As he walked towards the young man, taking a closer look, Chin realized that he was looking at a monster. His eyes were glowing red. He growled and rushed towards Chu with all his might. The guy prepared for an attack. He didn't know who was in front of him. Maybe it was a zombie or some other monster. He looked like a human. Chen hit the monster on the head. The system reported that Chu killed the defective demon corpse and received 2 stat points. A doorway lit up in front of the young man. It seemed to be the exit to the world he had ended up in. Chun decided to go out and look around. Judging by the inscriptions, this is the city of Tiger Mountain, the city that sank into the lake at night. Dong spoke about it before his death. This means that he was not destroyed by the awakened one but ended up in another world. Chu decided to first return to his home. It is definitely dangerous here. A girl watched Chen's return to his world from the top of a tree, holding a fresh piece of meat in her hand. The young man left. The girl frowned and decided to have a snack, and in her hands she found a fresh bleeding human heart. On his way home, Chu decided to use the 2 points he had received to improve his electrical powers. They would come in handy. According to information on the internet, more than 30,000 people disappeared along with the city. If they all became monsters, you can imagine how many stat points there are. Chun called Li and asked him to check where the 30,000 people from Tiger Mountain City were now, and the guy promised to find out everything. Chu ordered a small metal house and a 2-meter knife, thick, strong, and sharp. The manager was skeptical because it looked like a weapon. The young man laughed. Would anyone really care so much about a 60-kilogram knife that he would start running? Besides, Chu was ready to pay double the price. Chun thought demon corpses are strange creatures. Chu can get infected, which means that in addition to a house and a knife, he also needs armor. Lee said. There is conflicting information about the survivors. In Tiger Mountain City, authorities say the case has been resolved, but they are nowhere to be found. Chun thought so, which meant that more than 30,000 people were also buried along with the vanished city. Meanwhile, the lizard caught more than 40 fish in one day, but he still lacks 300 evolution points to evolve. For the third time, having ordered everything he needed, Chu went to the villa he liked the most, and had to complete the purchase transaction. The real estate agent introduced the villa's owner, Miss Lin Chingay, to the buyer, and the girl remarked that Boss Chin had good taste. Opening the safe, Chu took out the money and asked Miss Lin to check it. The girl was stunned. It was 20 million in cash. The system notified that Chun could evolve, and now the lizard moved calmly, at a depth of 1.5 kilometers. The young man agreed to another evolution, and the marine iguana spun in a fiery wheel, in the water, increasing its power and size. Chu looked at his hand with a smile. It was blazing with fire. His aura had increased significantly. He had become even stronger. Now he can even hear ants rolling their food hundreds of meters away from him. His strength and speed have doubled. Concentrating, Chun heard a patrolman 300 meters away complaining about his life to a random interlocutor. Chun has risen to the earth level. His strength is 1,000 and his spirit is 200. In addition, the talent of electric fire breathing has appeared. The boy's clone is now 40 meters long. No longer just an overgrown lizard, but a real Godzilla. But inside, Chu is still too weak. His electric fire is average in strength. He needs to train actively. Suddenly, the sea lizard saw a pair of glowing red eyes ahead. He realized that there was a large creature below, apparently another mutant. The clone grabbed the monster by its toothy mouth. Once the lizard ate this prey, it would be able to split the aircraft carrier in half. With one bite, the lizard is already very strong. He tore off the mutant's toothy jaw with one movement. Excellent, the fish can be eaten. The mutant tigerhead fish gave Chu more than 2,000 evolution points, and a lot of fire energy apparently. This cave was its territory. The lizard hissed threateningly. There was something terrifying ahead. It evoked a fear that Chu couldn't even define. The clone stopped near the skeleton of a giant lizard. It seemed to have something in its head. Chun felt the power boiling in his body. Turned out that the lizard had found an ancient factor. The system asked if he wanted to absorb it. Chu answered yes. After absorbing the ancient factor, Chu underwent an unusual evolution. The young man received the power of the ancient animal. Scarlet Flame, the marine iguana, began to absorb the energy of the Scarlet Flame, and Chen's clone's body was filled with unprecedented strength. Having finished absorbing the energy, Chu decided to test the power he had received and fired, resulting in a deafening, powerful explosion. The young man was amazed at the terrifying power. Just one shot of scarlet ancient energy, and the entire island disappeared. Meanwhile, in the warehouse, Chu armed himself with a sword. He called it Heavenly. The titanium alloy armor is also not bad. Very comfortable after Chun evolved. He could detect other creatures, but he didn't expect there to be a little girl here. It seems she is one of the survivors, with special powers in Tiger Mountain City. In other words, she is also a monster. Chu came out of hiding. A whole army of monsters was moving towards him. It seemed that the dead city was more lively at night. The young man killed another demon corpse, and received 5 stat points. He immediately commanded the system to strengthen the heavenly sword. The system asked what aspect of Chu's weapon he wanted to enhance, and he sent 3 points to durability and 2 to sharpness. And then, the guy saw a huge monster with glowing scarlet eyes, similar to a giant spider, moving towards him. The young man struck and the monster was killed. Chu looked around. This fight was quick, but this was clearly not the last monster. Taking advantage of the respite, Chun spent 5 points on strengthening his armor, and the remaining points on increasing the sharpness of his sword. The power of his weapons grew, but the monsters he encountered also became stronger and more dangerous, so he had to be more careful. And then he heard movement behind him. His sixth sense skill in the dead city was more than useful. More enemies were approaching the young man. They were larger and more terrifying than the previous opponents. Apparently this was already a different level. He didn't wait for the enemies to surround him and take a comfortable position, pushing off from the ground. Chu rushed forward. The guy rushed around the area like a meteor, dealing blow after blow. Soon all 3 enemies were killed, and the system reported the points awarded. Suddenly Chen felt that a very large and formidable enemy was approaching him, the likes of which he had never encountered before. This monster was gigantic in size and clad in armor, its blood-red eyes flashing. It swung at the young man. Chu thought how big it was. Well, it wasn't for nothing that it received all these points. This time the monster attacked Chen first. The giant struck the guy with his huge, heavy fist, trying to crush him. The guy was puzzled. This demon was as strong as him, but much slower than Chen, which meant he had an advantage. The young man circled around the enemy, dealing him blow after blow, until the system finally reported that he had killed the corpse of a 5th level armored demon. It's no wonder he was so strong. So it explains why Chu had to hit the enemy more than 10 times to kill him. Returning to the passage to his world, the young man suddenly heard someone shout at him to run away quickly. Chun saw the girl who shouted at him to run. It didn't seem like she had any malicious intent. The young man approached the child. He told Shirshir that he was Chun Chu. She was now his little sister, and he would take care of her. He called her with him. Chun promised Shirshir some new beautiful clothes, and they went together to an expensive, fashionable children's clothing store. He asked the girl if she knew what that dark river in the flooded region was. She replied it was a black tide. She didn't know what was there, but it was dangerous. The girl looked with wide eyes at her new clothes. She was wearing a beautiful, light dress with a golden bow and fashionable, comfortable shoes in addition. Chun collected some food and offered it to his adopted sister to eat, and she rushed towards the delicious food with all her might. During the battle, Chu was completely covered, which suppressed his scarlet flames. He could have shown an explosion of power that could definitely kill everyone. He had 80 stat points left, and decided to strengthen his armor. Chu passed the intermediate level, and now became at least 3 times stronger. The students of Ning University received an unusual offer. The headman said that the place where they train is, at least, similar to the place of a lieutenant. One of the students asked if the class monitor meant to say that they had attracted the attention of the secret department. The man who entered confirmed that the department's agents were in the city, and that after training, successful participants would become lieutenants. But it was very dangerous. All the students agreed at this time. Chun was training in the warehouse, his body causing the power of the scarlet flame to gather inside and burst out. This will be his Oko move. This strike was at least 150 tons in strength. Chu decided to call this move the destructive flame. 100 strikes should be more than enough for today. If Chun encountered that demon corpse again, he would be able to knock it down with 3 strikes. After finishing his training, the young man changed his clothes and went to the campus of Ning University, where he continued his studies. The student, noticing Chu, exclaimed, "He's a handsome guy." The guy grumbled, "What an expensive car. He must have been born with a silver spoon in his mouth." The village headman asked the girl if this guy really worried her that much. The driver said that this Chu saved Lin Roya from being kidnapped by 4 people a month ago. The guys were skeptical about this story. How could this guy save someone from the kidnappers? Apparently they were just desperate guys. Chen Chu and Shirshir went for a walk in the park. The girl couldn't get used to the peaceful and calm environment and was afraid of everything. The sea lizard saw a submarine, and thanks to his 6th sense, he knew that it was filled with bandits from the land of Kangaroo. Chen thought that this seemed like a suitable object to test his new, enhanced power on. Panic broke out on the boat as the radar detected a large, rapidly approaching living object 100 meters below. As Chen's sea clone approached, it clawed at the side of the submarine, creating several noticeable holes in the vessel. The sailors were screaming. 2 cabins at the stern of the ship were damaged, and leaking water. The sonar was also damaged. The captain ordered the valves to be closed, and the water flow to be stopped, multi-level bathymetry to be turned on, and the surrounding area to be inspected. The instruments showed a huge creature, about 40 meters long. It was attacking the captain ordered to close the rear hatches, and immediately surface the captain of the bandit boat. Ordered the turbines to be turned on to maximum power, and to fire torpedoes at the unknown creature. But now the lizard was moving at a speed of 200 kilometers per hour. The torpedoes could not hit it. The show was just beginning. Seeing that the submarine was trying to escape the sea, Lizard rushed in pursuit. He was not going to let them go. Just like that, the lizard grabbed the submarine and used it as cover from the torpedoes that were following him and were launched. On the captain's orders, there was an explosion. The torpedoes hit the ship from which they were launched, and the bandit ship was destroyed by their own weapons. Chu thought, and yet these explosions are not good. If he gets hit, he will definitely be injured. It seems he needs to become even stronger. Chun and Shir went to a student performance evening, where a stunningly beautiful student performed. The guys were amazed. This girl is one of 4 new students. She dances so easily like a bird fluttering. The young man was surprised that it was really she, the girl he had recently saved from random hooligans. On one of the city streets, Cece whispered, looking at the student fluttering around the stage, that she was very, very beautiful. The girl had never seen anyone like her before. Having finished her performance, the golden-haired beauty bowed to the grateful audience, who responded with a thunderous ovation. At this moment, an elegantly dressed guy came out from behind the scenes onto the stage and headed straight towards the new university student. He approached the student with a large bouquet of roses and told Chien that he fell in love with her at first sight, offering to be his girlfriend. The beauty got angry and told him to get off the stage. Such actions are too old-fashioned. There is no point in disgracing yourself. Besides, Chun doesn't like him. She looked meaningfully at the hall after the concert. The stunning beauty approached Chin, who was leading Shir by the hand, and asked the young man if he remembered her. The girl recalled that last month he called the police and saved a girl who was high on drugs. Chu confirmed that he remembered that incident. He asked Chien what happened. She lowered her long eyelashes in embarrassment and blushed, not knowing what to say. Without waiting for a clear answer, the young man said that it was time for him to go, and he and Cece, having said goodbye, walked away. The girl, looking at Chen's expensive car and branded clothes, decided that he was from a rich family, not like this Wei Jian based on what little Shir said. When the dark tide comes, Chun needs to find a cave. At this time, everything on Earth disappears. The cave the young man found was 30 meters deep and 4 or 5 meters high, quite suitable for shelter. This time, Chun killed the corpse of a 2nd-level demon with mutated bone steaks and the burning corpse of a 3rd-level demon. Chu was surprised. The monster developed energy to create flames. Having dealt with the enemies, the young man and asked the system if he could increase the armor's resistance to demon attacks. The system enhanced Chu's armor with demonic materials, making Chen's defenses invulnerable to normal flames. There are few deep-sea fish in the Pacific Ocean, and it's hard to find mutated ones, so the lizard decided to hunt on fish farms. Diving deeper into the water, the sea lizard found a large school of fish. 21 fish should be enough for half a day. Chen's next enemy turned out to be very fast. His attacks were faster than the speed of sound. The young man barely had time to reflect the blows. The nimble demon rushed at the young man, shouting that fresh meat had appeared. He was clearly confident that he would kill Chun. Now the guy was surprised. This demon corpse was unexpectedly nimble with a sword. It seemed like he was a master in life. As the demon held the blade, his hand trembled slightly, changing the trajectory of the sword. Chu realized it was time to end this. At great speed, the young man rushed towards the enemy, who watched the brave man in armor with a smile. The demon sitting inside the body grinned smugly and flashed his eyes. The boy himself was flying towards his death. But at this moment, Chun managed to unleash his new ancient beast talent, a scarlet flame of incredible power. He dealt the enemy the blow he had been practicing for so long in the warehouse, and the demon received his signature destructive fire. The demon's face lengthened. He was no longer grinning. Where did this boy get such terrifying power? He looked like an ordinary person. The devastating fire finished off the enemy. The system reported that Chu had killed the burning corpse of a 5th-level demon. The system notified Chin that the key element of thermonuclear fusion had been studied, and that the young man could obtain it for 10 points. Chu agreed. Now his weapon, the heavenly sword, was enhanced with demonic materials. It was elevated to an extraordinary level. Chun swung his sword and saw a stunning result. Everything in front was engulfed in furious flames. The young man was delighted. He could combine the power of fire and lightning to create blasts of energy from his sword. He went to another part of the city and noticed a terrifying monster, which Chun decided not to deal with for now. The strange, as a demon corpse mutated to look like a spider. The forest is so quiet it looks ominous. It's better to go back first. Seeing Chunchu return, the girl said that she would close this door. The young man was surprised. She can close the teleportation door. This means that she has power over space, and she is more mysterious than Chu assumed. Well, at least the corpses of demons won't fit in here. The system offered the young man to improve the warehouse space. 10 attribute points would create 1 square meter. Chu agreed this is what he needed. He was about to complain that carrying the sword everywhere was inconvenient, and then the program gave him a place in the warehouse. In just 3 hours, the lizard's body grew by 5 or 6 meters, and it received more than 500 evolution points. The fish raised by humans tasted delicious. A fish farm employee asked his colleague, in bewilderment, what had happened to the tuna. It was strange, as there seemed to be enough oxygen. And then, the guy noticed that there was blood in the sea. Something happened to the tuna. It looks like their fish farm was attacked. Suddenly, the farm workers themselves flew into the water, and the huge lizard struck the ship with its powerful tail, smashing it into pieces. Chu walked around his villa. He had more than 100 attribute points left. He had increased his chi sense, increased his striking power, and overcome the moon step. Now Chun could hear and sense everything within a radius of 500 meters, and the lunar step allowed him to remain in the air. For a while the news reported that a strange black fog had appeared in the city, covering hundreds of kilometers of the city, and it already caused the disappearance of more than 50 people. Chun listened to the black fog. It was like a black tide in Tiger Mountain City. Seemed like there would be no more peace in the world. A submarine equipped with the most modern technology was cruising in the sea, near the small island of Ading. The strange creature asked Sean Benjin how Professor Khan's research was progressing, and whether he had managed to do anything new. The bespectacled man replied that Kant had obtained a special substance from the bodies of giant animals, and had even discovered a method by which the animal could regenerate. The lion man smiled, meaning he could now create extraordinary people. Sean added that they would be able to control even the largest animals. 2 big guys reported to the professor that a miniature nuclear power plant had arrived. The scientist grinned. It had almost reached its destination. In the huge tank was the body of a gigantic, terrifying sea beast, the likes of which the modern world had never seen. The professor and his permanent young assistant stood next to the tank and watched the work of the divers, scurrying around the animal. The staff placed a collar and handcuffs with wires on the animal. They reported that the installation was complete. They connected to transmit the energy of the core. Kant smiled. The energy of the core passed into the body of the beast. The animal recovered. It is smart enough and knows that the metal collar will kill it. Now it must follow the instructions. Sean, the professor's assistant, rudely flattered Kant by saying that he was smarter than Einstein himself, something he had never even dreamed of. And indeed, the monster in the tank began to show signs of life. Its limbs twitched. It came to life. The professor was overjoyed. It worked. The beast would wake up soon, which meant all his calculations were correct. Chen's clone was watching all this, and realized that the scientists were trying to revive the giant animal, and they were supposed to die. The lizard pushed off from the ground, and rushed towards the scientific laboratory of an uninhabited island lost in a vast ocean. Kant, seeing the iguana, shouted, "One more, he needs to be stopped, otherwise they will all die." He ordered the guards to shoot at him, Professor Kant shouted to Sugimoto, suggesting that they go to the submarine just in case. If they failed to defeat the giant, the military opened fire on the sea lizard with large-caliber weapons, adding explosive grenades. But Chu was already strong enough that this had no effect on him. The projectiles flew off the lizard's thick skin, like Pizhang Benjing watched in horror, as bullets and grenades bounced off the giant lizard's body, and the professor's assistant was shocked. Chen's clone frowned. These soldiers with machine guns were starting to get on his nerves. It was time to finish them off, and not let the scientists escape. The lizard growled threateningly. The soldiers didn't know what to do. They had already used a 24mm armor-piercing shell. Explosive bullets didn't help against this beast either. It seemed that their enemy's skin was stronger than the thickest armor. The beast grinned, meaning that was all people were capable of. He waved his tail and threw the armed men onto the rocks. Standing up to his full height, the clone of the young man belched a stream of fire at the scientists and their guards, trying to burn away everything they had done. Everyone who was hit by the lizard's fiery electric strike died instantly, without even having time to understand what had happened. Professor Kant and his assistant, meanwhile, quickly made their way to a submarine moored near the shore. The beast narrowed his eyes angrily. It looked like these two were trying to escape. Fools. They think that the underwater vessel can save them. Chen's clone fired a scarlet flame at the submarine,
causant en explosion,
and burning the would-be experimenters alive. The lizard turned to the tank with the ancient animal, on which Professor Kant was conducting his experiments. It really is reanimated. What a terrifying aura. Why did people need to revive such an evil creature? Chun was absolutely certain that this animal had to be killed, so he fired a powerful blast of scarlet flame at the tank. The revived monster screamed in horror that he had only recently woken up and was not strong enough to withstand such a blow. The system reported that Chun had found a damaged ancient mind, and after a little hesitation, the young man agreed to absorb it. Chu and Cece were sitting in a cafe. The girl was eating cake. After absorbing the mind, the young man could become stronger even from rest. Suddenly Chen's phone rang. He realized that he had received some kind of message. This was strange. The young man was not expecting messages from anyone. It turned out to be Situ Chien, the university beauty, who was inviting the young man to have a bite to eat together tomorrow at some nice place. Chu agreed, writing that he would pick her up from the university campus at 11 if that time was convenient for her. He was busy before and after. Chun once again went to another world, through the teleportation door, his strength and sword, now capable of cutting even a tank into pieces. In 3 strikes Chun slashed at the flying monster. The system reported that he had killed the corpse of a 4th-level demon, and received 50 attribute points. The young man was upset. Such a low level. He thought that the monster was at least level 5, but this one will do too. And then Chu felt that someone very big and strong was approaching him. The guy rushed forward, eager to fight indeed. A giant worm was approaching Chun, and it immediately attacked the young man, damaging his extraordinary new defense. Chu immediately got his bearings, and sent 50 attribute points to strengthen his armor. This enemy was no joke. The giant worm continuously attacked the man, but Chun, having strengthened his defense, rushed to attack the vile monster. Suddenly Chu jumped back, colliding with the protective energy dome that his opponent had managed to create. The guy stepped back for a minute. The worm created a wall of energy. Well, this problem can also be solved with a weapon. Finally Chinshu cut off the vile head of the huge worm. He killed the corpse of the 5th-level demon, and received attribute points. He spent 100 points on improving sensitivity, and the same amount on improving the scarlet flame. The temperature of his flame increased greatly. His attack range also increased to 30 meters. Chin laughed. Now he could even knock out a dragonfly with a blow. The aura increases his power. He received explosive flame for close attacks, scarlet flame for long-range ones, and sensitivity also helps a lot. Now I need to practice my destructive strike, sky jump, and control of electricity and lightning. Then my attacks will be even more successful. The next day Chu, as promised, stopped by the university to pick up Situ Chien. The students looking at him were dying of envy. Chun and the university beauty went to a seafood restaurant. The young man ordered the most expensive gourmet dishes. Hien was horrified. The guy had already ordered more than 70,000, and she was only counting on 10. What should she do? The girl looked confused and said that she had only taken 10,000. But Chun replied that he had paid the bill, so that she could enjoy her meal. Sichu heard that Chu doesn't often attend classes. It's probably because he's busy with work. Businessmen have a very special aura. Chun countered not quite right. He didn't study, because he was killing monsters and leveling up. He didn't have time to manage the company. Kian was confused killing monsters and leveling up. It was probably in the game at that time. The waitress brought a dish with a huge crab. Looking at the table, Chun thought that if the apocalypse came, he would hardly ever be able to enjoy such a luxurious meal. After the restaurant, Chu said he wanted to go shopping, but Situ never expected that they would end up at such an expensive boutique. The girl was at a loss. He spent 80,000 on food, then about 30,000 in the store. She couldn't even dream of such a thing. Taking Chen's hand, Chun offered to go buy her new clothes. Situ was confused. This guy probably thinks she's easy prey. Having chosen a ton of new, beautiful outfits for the student, Chun paid for everything with a card. The girl blinked her eyes in bewilderment, wondering what would happen next. The saleswoman remembered Chun. The girl he came with was pretty, but he found someone even prettier. Jean couldn't believe it. Chu bought her clothes worth 30,000, and this was only their first meeting. Could this really be money down the drain? Situ glanced timidly at the guy, wondering if he was going to take her to the hotel, if she had made a mistake, and what should she do next. At this time a monster appeared nearby in the gym. The frightened athletes, seeing the monster, ran in all directions. Chu sensed that an enemy had appeared nearby, and he concentrated to determine where it was, and what kind of monster it was. Turning to Situ, Chun said that he had urgent business to attend to, and would now send the girl back to the university campus. Tian chuckled. So he has no intentions, or he wants them to slowly get closer. She seems to be imagining things. Chinchu frowned. He felt that there was a rupture in space nearby. Something was wrong here. He needed to check. A little later the young man found the very gym where the monster appeared. It had long been empty, leaving only bloody traces. This was already the real world, not the missing one, but the poisonous aura still appeared here. But who could have launched a monster here? Feeling Chen's gaze, the monster growled, and that's how the boy saw him. Even though he tried to hide from prying eyes, the monster grew in size and growling, and with bloodshot eyes flashing, rushed at Chu, screaming for the boy to die. The guy destroyed the enemy with one blow. The system reported that Chun killed a low-level, poisoned monster. Chun was perplexed. So he was simply poisoned, not demonic, but where did he come from here? This was clearly someone's trick. In the morning, the police found the remains of the monster. Guande wanted to use this poison monster to test the intern, but someone killed the monster before, and it seemed to be a very powerful creature that controlled fire. The students were puzzled as to who it was. The policeman frowned, wondering when someone capable of controlling fire had appeared in the city and how he could be found. The news reported that today, a large number of space ruptures appeared. In our world it looks like the apocalypse is coming. So the apocalypse of 99 is coming. Over the last 20 years, more than 500 cities have perished on the battlefield. They paid with blood for years of peace. We have entered an era that belongs to ordinary people. Anyone can become special. Chun decided that he should report the apocalypse to the city's special department if he wanted to get more information. Meanwhile, Chen's sea lizard clone encountered a bloodthirsty, sharp-toothed mutated whale in the depths. This massive red-eyed mutant is capable of turning ordinary seawater into heavy water, killing marine life, but with Chen's lizard, all these tricks are useless. With a menacing hiss, the clone rushed at the enemy, especially since he looked very appetizing. Swimming up to the mutant whale, the lizard struck it with a powerful electric discharge, piercing its skull. The clone licked his lips as soon as he ate this giant whale. he would get at least 10,000 evolution points. Just wonderful. The students sat in the special department's recreation area and discussed how whoever killed the poison monster was a good person. Linro wondered if it was that same guy. Even now, she probably wouldn't be able to do what he did. That day Guandi told the boys that an evolved human had registered, and if they wanted to take a look at him. Chunchu stood in the hall, wearing a special suit, equipped with a huge number of sensors, scanning the state of his body. One of the university students recognized him as the same guy who drove up to campus in a luxury car. Lin Ro's face flushed and she said softly, "It's him, the guy who once saved her from certain death." Guandi didn't say anything, but he also recognized Chin. This was the same guy who killed several of the city's most dangerous criminals. D explained that Chun had to undergo a test to determine his strength and speed, and he asked the young man to hit a punching bag with all his might. The students tried to guess how strong this guy was, how many stars he would knock out, 2 or maybe even 3. The girls bet on Chun to get 4 stars, which means he has 5 tons of power in one blow. Everyone was surprised by Chu's confidence, and then finally he hit the measuring device, and the spectators stared at the glass partition, trying to see the numbers on the scoreboard. The test showed more than 12 tons. The guys were whispering he really did have 5 stars. Even more, Chun swore he hit too hard. Guan invited Chu to join their department and earn a good salary, but Chun thanked him and declined. He was used to playing alone. The policeman asked the guy if he was the one who killed the poison monster. Yesterday Chun confirmed. D said that means Chu has the ability of fire. Chun has great strength, like the awakened ones that De saw recently. With such talent, he can be taken as a disciple by the god of struggle. Jiang Chun chuckled to himself. God of struggle Jiang. Is this really how people see the ceiling of possibilities? It's funny, how are they going to survive? Zhu was sure that his huge lizard should remain a secret, and he himself would become stronger, so he thanked him again and refused. After reading the notice of Chen's evolution, Li Tian called him, congratulated him on his first place, and asked him to take care of him. The guy laughed and told Boss Li that he would definitely do so. Chen's phone kept ringing, and he thought there were too many calls. Even classmates he hadn't seen in years called to congratulate him. So this is what it's like to be a god among men. After eating the mutated whale, the giant lizard became 90 meters long, and its strength increased to 1,800 points. Now Chen's physical strength is 70 tons, and with his coating, he can withstand even an armor-piercing shell. The power has become enormous compared to other evolved people. Chun is at least level 7 or 8, and his strength is constantly growing. 7 stars must be the highest level an awakened can ever reach, while there was still a noticeable gap between Chu and these 10th level battle gods. They had to push harder to catch up. In a peaceful world, even if your strength grew every day, if you didn't have a worthy opponent, you would feel empty. But now everything is different. The apocalypse has come. Terrifying monsters have stepped through space and time, finding themselves in our world. Now a huge number of the strongest awakened, evolved, and gods of war will find themselves on the same field. The fate of humanity, whether people will continue to live here calmly and peacefully, will ultimately depend on their power and unity. The guy understood perfectly well that the old times were ending, that very soon everything would be different, that people's values and priorities would change. The stakes are rising daily. Chinchu will finally be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with these strongest heroes, with these gods of war. The guy suddenly smiled. I know he will suppress them. He will become an even more powerful being, the likes of which planet Earth has never seen. Now Chen's phone came to life again. Judging by the signal, messages were pouring in. Someone else found out that he had evolved. Turned out that this was written by employees of his company congratulating the boss on his success. He replied that it was nothing. They would achieve the same. After reading the stream of responses, Chun laughed at how naive and sweet they were, in many ways still just like children. He sent a message to all his employees not to slack off at work. Sulan immediately replied, "Yes, boss." Secretary Ning Nike Singh looked lovingly at the boss's message and whispered with a smile, "Of course, boss. We will work even harder from now on." The manager, seeing the boss's message, made a cute face. She was in the process, so this remark was unnecessary. After giving instructions to his subordinates, Chun went to the warehouse at the docks. He wanted to warm up and further increase his strength in the fight. Against monsters, he took out his huge, improved sword from the virtual storage, and the weapon appeared in Chen's hand. At the same time, as the sword appeared on the guy's body, his armor also appeared, and with the clanking of his armor, he headed towards the spatial door. Turning to little Shershur, Chun said that he now had to go and fight the monsters, but he would return to her. The girl went to the door, and soon told the guy that she had opened the teleportation door for him, and he could go freely. She looked at Shu with her big, clear eyes and wished him luck. Chun still couldn't figure out who this girl was. The young man told Cece to wait for him here, and not follow him. He would see what was behind the door. The girl obediently agreed. Shu took a few steps, and found himself in another world again. But something this time made him very wary, and he was in no hurry to go further. He sniffed the air. The smell was very strange. Something was wrong here, and the landscape had changed. He was definitely not in the lost city anymore. And then he realized the door leads him to a new place. Every time he opens it again, it seems that it works exactly like that. Turns out that, if he wants to return to the same world, on the other side where he was before, the door must remain open all the time. But even if this is true, the existence of this door may be discovered by some even more terrible monster than those he fought. The red-eyed man who was chasing Chun could have known the location of the door from the place where Chu disappeared from. However, as soon as the door closes, a new location is formed behind it, and Chun needs to study it again as well as the monsters that inhabit it. The young man smiled. Turns out that this is a world that is created completely randomly, and it is unknown what will happen tomorrow. This is also not bad, at least it's not boring. And for strength training, you simply can't think of anything better. He stepped into the location. The system warned very high temperature, kills most living creatures in seconds. Chen's scarlet flame is capable of creating combustion at extremely high temperatures, much higher than here. A hot wind blew on the young man. It was a pity that he was wearing armor. A warm breeze would have even relaxed him a little, like by the sea. The poisonous substance began to affect Chun, but his body blocked the effect. With high temperature, the system warned that Chen's invulnerability would last for 15 hours. No matter how strong he was, he could not withstand this poison. One can imagine how those awakened and war gods would remain untouched. They are simply insanely strong. But now it is not so important. Since time is limited, we cannot waste it. We need to see what is in this fiery, poisonous world. The guy closed his eyes and concentrated, trying to feel that there was anything living near him, and also to understand the terrain. His ki waves spread out to the maximum possible distance, but strangely enough he felt no one at all. Chun chuckled in surprise. Not a single sign of life or even a monster. It was completely empty nearby. Well, that's not surprising. Life could not have arisen in such hell. So we must return to the warehouse and ask CC to open another door. Suddenly the guy saw something moving towards him. Some strange, unusual monster. He had never seen anything like it before. Chu slashed his sword at the strange monster. It was completely unclear whether Chun killed it, or at least wounded it. The enemy looked like a fiery vapor. It flew away, regrouped, and headed towards Chen again. The system informed Chu that the monster in front of him was a third level poisonous smoke monster. It really did look like smoke. Chen was surprised he didn't even notice it. He couldn't feel it. There is still something in this world. The door here opened for a reason. The monster's eyes flashed as it rushed to attack Chun, and the boy tried to figure out how to kill an enemy who essentially had no body. The young man put up a shield, and the poison smoke monster hit him with all its might. Not understanding what it was, Chun realized that it wasn't a matter of his feelings at all. It was just that this creature was completely inanimate. So Chu didn't feel it since it is a vile monster. Chun must use thunder, which repels evil spirits. To destroy the evil, electricity crackled around Chun as he prepared to meet the monster attacking him. With a powerful shock, the boy formed a powerful electric arrow from blue energy, hoping that such a discharge would destroy the smoke monster. Finally, A charge of the required power was collected, and Chu threw a giant arrow at his unusual, poisonous enemy. The arrow pierced the fiery, unsteady body of the poisonous monster. Sparks ran across it and the fiery mass began to spread. Under the influence of electricity, the lava covering the monster began to slide, and a human skull appeared. The monster screamed. The system reported that Chen had killed a third-level monster, and the monster's skull, sparking, flew across the bare rocks. The guy was surprised. This creature is only level 3, but it seems powerful. It is impossible to take it with physical attacks. Chun can't do anything against him now, and he's made of lava, so fire attacks are useless against him. Chu was just lucky that he had the talent of electricity. If not for him, this battle would have been much more difficult. Suddenly, he saw Cece standing on the rocks not far from him. The guy was surprised what the girl was doing there. Why she came? Chun asked the girl why she came here. It was very hot here and the air was poisonous. She could die on the hot rocks. He reminded her that he had asked her to wait for him outside the door. It was dangerous here, but the girl looked at Chu with concern, blinking her large innocent eyes. She quietly said that she was very worried about him, that he was in danger here. The guy chuckled. Well, okay, after all, can be dangerous behind the spatial door too. He stroked the girl's head and told her to stay away from him, and under no circumstances come closer. She smiled and suddenly disappeared, as if she had never been there. Chu's hand hung in the air. He shook his head. What was it? A hallucination? The poison starting to take effect, or the spatial displacement of his adopted little sister. Chun scanned the space carefully once again. It seemed that Shershur wanted to warn him about some powerful monster. The guy found some huge, powerful living creature in the lava wasteland, and Chun rushed to search for it. The time spent in this lava raging, poisonous world was limited, so Chu hurried to find the main enemy. He quickly flew from stone to stone, following the route he had formed in his head, towards the monster based on the scan results. And the cliffs should soon end and a valley. Chu's destination will open up ahead. The guy jumped onto the last cliff of the stone ridge, and cautiously looked into the valley, where the monster was. In front of him was a strange stone structure, similar to an ancient altar, entwined with numerous red-hot chains. Chun noticed that on the stone pillars with chains, there were unusual fire inscriptions, burning in a language he did not understand. Chu thought that this structure looked more like a confined space, or a prison, and there might be a monster's aura hidden inside. Looking closer, Chun saw between the chains the face of a giant monster, very similar to a fire-breathing dragon. He told the monster that it turned out that he was the real treasure hidden in this world. The system told the guy that in front of him was Vandenfeld, with wings of fire, a real fire dragon. Chun didn't even want to think about what stats this monster had. At least the dragon looked very impressive. Vandenfeld raised his head and said, contemptuously, "Stupid. People call him without thinking about their lives. It's just ridiculous." The dragon spread his wings and showed part of his body from the lava lake. He declared that this was his world. He was the undivided master here. But since the intruder was right in front of him, the dragon decided to be merciful and give the little man 2 options to choose from. The first option is that Vandenfeld will bury the man. Right here the dragon grinned. Of course, there won't even be ashes left for the funeral. Second, the dragon will gladly accept the new servant, and the man will live, as long as he acknowledges Vandenfeld's power. Chu smiled. None of the options the dragon offered suited him. Dying or serving was not in his plans. The guy threw up his hands. Nothing could be done, but he needed the dragon bones. That's why he came here, and he wouldn't leave without a trophy. Vandenfeld roared angrily. How dare this little cockroach speak to him like that, to make the little man think so highly of himself. At the master's roar, lava monsters, similar to the one Chin had recently fought, began to emerge from everywhere. Chun chuckled. He thought the poisoned lava monsters were impressive. How stupid of him, he clearly overestimated them. And then the guy realized that those who agreed to become the dragon servants turned into these pathetic monsters because they were people. Vandenfeld ordered his servants to kill the impudent little man and throw his body into the lava river. Chun stood on a rock and watched with interest as an entire army of monsters, servants of a great and terrible dragon, emerged from the lava. He was surprised at how many of them there were, and whether they had all voluntarily agreed to turn into monsters and become the beast's puppets. Chu already knew how to fight them. A long electric rope sparked in Chen's hands. The guy very quickly wrapped the dragon's minions in glowing electric fetters, trying to secure them as tightly as possible. Grabbing the ends of the rope, Chun quickly jumped onto the cliff. The monsters, one after another, were torn apart by electric shocks. Vandenfeld angrily asked what this was, where his servants had disappeared to, what this worthless little man had done with them. Chun smiled now. It seemed to him that the black fire dragon was quite an interesting pet. It could be trained, turning to the enraged monster. Chu asked him if it would be better if the dragon became a servant of man. Vandenfeld roared the boy was just an idiot if he thought he could turn him, a fire dragon, into his toy. The boy felt the stones beneath his feet shifting, and streams of lava rushing out from the cracks that had formed. Chun took up his deadly sword, summoning the increase in strength and the fusion of several talents. Now he is ready to fight. The enraged dragon stood on its hind legs and prepared to attack the overly confident human warrior, but strangely enough, Chun was not afraid. On the contrary, a smile played on his face. The battle fascinated him like an exciting game. Pushing off from the swinging rocks, the boy rushed at the raging giant enemy. The evil dragon Wandenfeld, his chains clanking, silently looked at the enemy and bared his huge, sharp teeth. He did not understand why the man was not afraid of him. Suddenly the dragon felt that he was wounded. Chen's sword slashed across his neck and made a large cut from which lava oozed. The giant reared up and yelled at Chun that he would send him to hell. Tongues of flame burst from the dragon's mouth, and its eyes were burning. Leaning slightly towards the man, the dragon laughed now. He would incinerate this impudent fellow, so that not a speck of dust would remain of him. Vandenfeld summoned his hellfire, and streams of raging fire poured from the dragon's gaping mouth. Chun used the talent Scarlet Fire Body to protect himself from the giant. Vandenfeld's fire breath, the protective sphere of the Scarlet Flame Body, reliably protected the young man from the angry flames of the wounded dragon. Chu asked Vandenfeld with a grin, and that was all he could do. Something a bit weak for the great and terrible lizard. The offended dragon drew in a strong breath, preparing to belch out a new batch of flame. Even more furious, with his toothy mouth wide open, Vandenfeld growled at the boy, who was burning to the ground. This insolent little brat was infuriating the dragon beyond belief. He belched out a wide stream of fire, trying to tear down the defenses of the fearless man, who dared to challenge him. In this world, no one has ever been able to withstand even a second against the hellish flames of the giant dragon, Vandenfeld. But then Chen's mocking voice came from under the smoke. For a second, he really thought that Vandenfeld was somehow strong, but he, it seems, is just an overgrown hairdryer, incapable of killing even an ordinary student. But only drying his hair, the enraged dragon roared, blazing with fire. But the magical chains held him tightly, not allowing him to take off and move further. And Chun decided it was time for Vandenfeld to feel his power. The boy pushed off from the stone and flew straight towards the dragon's stunned face. Chu, blazing with electric discharges, kicked Vandenfeld in the face. The stunned dragon clicked his sharp teeth in confusion. The fire-breathing lizard belched a cloud of flame at the insolent man who kicked it, but Chun managed to dodge, and the flame did not touch him. He said that he has control over flames, and the power of the Emperor Monster's arm, which is the best defense against flames. Chu can simply ignore Vandenfeld's heat. It doesn't scare him, so the lizard doesn't have to strain himself. It's useless, the fire dragon chuckled. So the boy was immune to his heat, surprisingly. The monster inhaled and moved a little closer to Chun. The giant, entangled in chains, tried to climb out of his lava bath. He was interested in taking a closer look at the guy. The dragon quickly lowered its fanged muzzle, roaring, "Let's see if a human can withstand a blow." From its teeth, Vandenfeld's powerful jaws snapped shut. But the boy was long gone. The the dragon snorting angrily. Chun soared above his powerful enemy. It was time to end the fight. His time of invulnerability was running out. The boy landed on the dragon's muscular neck and thrust his deadly sword into it. Chu thrust his sword deeper into the beast's back and activated his electricity talent to destroy the lava inside the fire dragon. He ran along the monster's back, cutting Vandenfeld's skin along his spine. With his sword, blood and lava gushed from the wound. Suddenly, the sword caught on something inside the dragon's body. The obstacle was quite hard, even harder than dragon bone. Chun stopped and looked in surprise. After he hit the thing with his sword, the winged lizard began to change color. Soon the entire dragon turned blood red. The young man inflicted several more painful wounds on the monster and jumped onto the wing, jumping down onto the rocks. Chun said, "It's no wonder the dragon is called Fire Wings, can change color to red." And then Chun saw what the dragon wanted to do. He told him that resistance was useless. Chu knew all his moves in addition. The guy learned one small move from Vandenfeld. A bloody explosion. The dragon was incredibly indignant. How dare this little man steal his techniques? The impudent fellow must die immediately. Vandenfeld snapped his powerful jaws, but Chun dodged again. The boy jumped on the dragon's neck and swung his sword. Chu chopped at the dragon's neck and cut off the head of Vandenfeld, who called himself the master of this fiery, poisonous world. The monster's bloody head fell onto the hot stones and rolled, its jaws still trying to clench, but its eyes were dim. The system informed Chun that he had killed a 5th-level demon dragon and received 1,000 attribute points. Looking at the demon's dead head rolling away, Chun said contemptuously that the game was over. The beast would not kill anyone else. And then, the young man saw that next to Vandenfeld's dead head, his little sister Cece had appeared again. She sat down next to the slain monster and timidly said, "Chu is strong, the fire dragon is dead. The elder brother killed him." Chen understood. So this is the effect of attribute points. In physical strength, the dragon was frighteningly strong, but Chu only spent 1/10 of his chi. Natural recovery can cover costs. Chun decided to call this form Blood Explosion Type 1. The dragon's enormous body, teeth, flesh, even that lava like blood. All of this is an unusual and very valuable material. This severed head alone would be worth at least 100 million, if put up for sale. But how to explain where he got the dragon's head from? If he says he killed it, it might reveal that Chun is quite strong. Chu told the girl to get off the dead dragon. He decided to keep the carcass for now. Maybe it was tasty. Chun exchanged 200 points to purchase a storage facility and moved his loot there, deciding to think about what to do with the dragon. Later, the guy spent 400 points on strengthening his intuition. He should be able to see the hidden aura of monsters and inanimate objects. Another 400 attribute points were spent on increasing the intimidation of Chen's armor. The girl blinked, watching Chu's changes. The guy smiled. He was very pleased with his quick changes. Thanks to the successful fight, he became even stronger. The system reported that he had been successfully enhanced, and Chun wondered in bewilderment if he had actually awakened the royal intimidation. He read in the system's description that royal intimidation could make a person shake with fear, even if they did nothing. This means that even the slightest glance at the armor can make a person helpless, paralyzing his will with horror. Chun sighed. Okay, he was done here. He hid the loot, sent his little sister home. It was time to move on. By the way, the royal intimidation can be very useful for a marine iguana when catching fish. The prey will not resist. Somewhere in the vastness of the ocean, a small fishing vessel plied the seas in search of a rich catch, and then the fishermen saw that the net was shaking. The guys started shouting. They were biting. It seemed the net was full of fish. They needed to pull it out, but there was surprisingly little fish in the net. It was strange how such a small number of fish and crabs could tug at the net so strongly. One of the fishermen said sullenly, "What difference does it make how much is in the net? The fish is alive, and thank goodness for that. It's time to cast the net again." Suddenly, the young fisherman whispered in shock what it was, and drew the others' attention to the strange behavior of the sea. And indeed the sea seemed to come alive. Not far from the fishing boat, a moving mound of water quickly rose out of the water. Everyone stared at the unusual phenomenon. No one knew what to expect, and suddenly electric discharges ran through the water. Suddenly there was an explosion, as if a powerful lightning bolt had struck the water, and all sorts of fish flew out of the hill. There were a lot of them. The fishermen were delighted. Fish were splashing onto the deck, and the young fisherman exclaimed that he had never seen so many fish in his life. This rain of fish was, of course, the result of Chen's giant clone hunting in the ocean, using the royal intimidation. Deep in the ocean, a huge sea lizard found a cozy cave for itself, but it needed to constantly hunt to grow. The royal intimidation made the iguana suppression even stronger. Now nothing can move in its surroundings. Having tested the new power on the clone, Chun now decided to test it himself. Powerful electrical discharges crackled around him. Again, and then he discovered a new effect. Turns out that he can fly when he uses fire and electricity at the same time. A satisfied Chun pushed off from the rocks and soared into the sky. While people have always strived for the sky, and for Chu this dream came true, the boy realized that, as long as he combined the powers of fire and electricity, he could be free from the usual gravity. Chun flew higher to examine the surroundings. There clearly had to be something else here, since someone had chained the dragon. Suddenly he saw a group of buildings in the distance. Perhaps it was once a city or something like that, but now it was dead. Chen's enhanced intuition insistently told him that there were unexplored places in this poisonous dead world. It seems that this is where a creature is hiding, that even the dragon that Chun recently killed, who ruled this world, did not know about. By the way, Vandenfeld was just a dragon trapped here. There must be something more powerful, trying to hold him back. Chun was sure that he had to go there and see what it was, and soon he landed in the ruins of the giant's kingdom. The guy stopped near a cracked wall, which was all decorated with golden drawings of huge dragons. Apparently some kind of disaster had happened here, because the buildings were half destroyed. The walls were cracked, the plaster had fallen off. That there used to be a civilization of giant dragons. Here I wonder what they worshipped. I need to get to the temple. It's funny that even dragons have a god. Whether their god was real and whether it was he who punished them, Chun had yet to find out. In the ruins, as Chen approached the doors of the temple, like building, he had a feeling that a gigantic danger was lurking here. But if you're afraid of wolves, don't go into the forest. Chen opened the doors and ran very quickly along the path between the giant statues. There were statues of huge dragons everywhere. Here the guy realized that Vanden felt a fire. Wings was their younger brother. The system warned Chu that the poisoning had intensified here, and that in 3 hours his strength would weaken, and he would be exposed to the poisoning. Chun was right. There is something strange in this temple. It has not revealed its essence, but it can already cause such severe poisoning. The guy shouted loudly at the unknown creature to stop hiding. Chu knows perfectly well that it is definitely here. Chun felt that the mysterious creature heard him. The atmosphere in the temple began to change. The guy prepared for an attack. He suddenly felt a barely audible movement and a concentration of power. At any second the creature could attack Chin. And indeed, from somewhere above, a stream of energy, of enormous power, rushed towards the guy. Chun managed to jump back from the attacking force. Chu saw a huge figure of a humanoid creature, but where people usually have a face, an electronic sensor was glowing. The creature carefully studied the man who had come into his world without an invitation, and who even dared to summon him. Chun silently looked at the 4-armed figure, trying to understand who it was in front of him, whether it was something formerly human. Having approached, the creature attacked Chun. Without further ado or threats, without using any weapons, the attacker extended his hands and called for an attack of eternity. Immediately red and black flashes began to swirl around. The air thickened. Chun gritted his teeth. The attack was very powerful. The guy felt that some force was pushing him back towards the dragon statues. To keep himself in place, Chu thrust his sword deeper into the floor to use it as a powerful support. Holding the sword, the boy put up a protective dome to withstand the strongest attack of the unknown creature of this world. Continuing to defend himself, Chen wondered if this strange creature could be a 6th level demon, or something higher. No, it must be a 7th level demon. He is too strong. The young man can hardly keep from flying away. Meanwhile, the demon continued to attack the guy, sending more and more red, black poisonous waves at him. Finally, the creature shouted to Chun in a thunderous voice, for the pathetic worm to bow down before him and surrender to his master. Chun felt the attack become weaker. Now he could stand up to his full height and pull the sword out of the ground. So he did so. The guy grinned, clenching his teeth. This bastard wants him to fall on his knees before him. That will never happen. He needs to kill this bastard. Chun used a move he had recently learned from the dragon Vandenfeld, called Bloodburst. Tongues of flame and hot lava danced around the guy, and stones of different sizes began to swirl around him. He clenched his fists, pushing off from the temple floor. Chun moved towards his opponent. The explosion of energy in the ruins of the giant civilization was simply incredible. The guy's body was ablaze with dragon lava energy. A smile played on his face,
En excellente technique.
causing an unprecedented surge of power. Chun shouted at the demon that, for trying to humiliate and enslave him, the vile freak would die at the hands of a strong and free man. In response, the demon sent a hail of stone spears of various sizes. At Chun, he hovered in the air, slightly conducting the stones. Looking at the enemy, the demon said with a smile, "That means he has mastered the first form of blood explosion. That's not bad." The demon watched the small, daring man with a sword in his hands, towards whom stone spears were flying from all sides. But Chu fought off the stone weapons that were continuously flying towards him, with astonishing speed, smashing them into small pieces. It seemed like the guy had 100 swords that were constantly chopping and slicing the solid stones, turning them into pitiful fragments. Chen's sword turned into a deadly screw, rotating at high speed, grinding everything into flour. Seizing the moment, the guy rushed towards his enemy with lightning speed. Without stopping, swinging his broadsword with one powerful blow, Chun cut off 2 arms and 2 legs from the demon. All that was left was to cut this ugly body in half. Now that the hated body was finally cut down, Chun jumped away from the demon, in case it suddenly exploded. But suddenly the boy felt 2 fingers of the monster, which he had already thought dead, on the back of his head. Chu realized that he had miscalculated. The demon said with disdain that Chun was a disgusting ant. It seemed that this character was not as easy to kill as Chu thought. A powerful burst of energy erupted in the dragon God Temple, and Chun unleashed an even more powerful explosion of dragon blood. The entire battlefield was covered in thick clouds of smoke. The demon silently looked around, not understanding where his small opponent had gone. The man's behavior was unexpected for the demon. He did not understand why this vile worm did not obey him. Chun, clenching his teeth and burning with anger, stubbornly said that he would definitely finish off this 4-armed stone demon. He attacked the enemy again, cutting his stone body in half, and immediately jumped back to a safe distance. But it didn't help. The demon put his body back together with his own hands, and it was instantly restored again. The boy attacked the creature again, shattering the giant into small stones with explosive energy and scattering them all over the area. But while Chun circled under the cover of the smoke, his enemy collected his body and recovered, taking on his previous appearance. Chun once again cut through the monster's stone body, along with its weapon, hoping to finish it off. This time again it didn't help. Instead of the destroyed body, a new one appeared. The guy needed to understand what exactly in this body was reviving him. And then, the demon felt Chen's broadsword pierce his chest. The little man was already starting to annoy the monster. After piercing the monster with his sword, Chu said with flashing eyes that this was the second form of dragon blood explosion. But the demon's 2 hands grabbed the boy by the hand that held the sword, and this time Chen was unable to destroy his enemy. Squeezing Chen's hand, the demon said contemptuously that the man was too arrogant and self-confident, and that this would be his undoing. There was a deafening explosion, and once again, the battlefield was covered in a thick veil of smoke, with fragments of stones flying in all directions. Chen's sword flew out of the battlefield in a whirlwind, thrown out of his body by the enraged stone demon. Standing in a cloud of smoke, Chun told his opponent that his weapon was only slowing his attacks, and that he would deal with the demon with his own hands clenching his fists. The guy shouted at the monster to come to him this time. He would definitely kill him. He was absolutely sure of it. The demon took up a circular defense, with all four of his arms outstretched, in different directions, as if he were afraid of the persistent enemy. As Chun approached, he dealt a crushing blow to his opponent, sending the monster crashing into a pile of sharp rocks. The guy dealt the creature blow after blow, throwing it against the walls of the ruins, and onto the sharp stones, and it flew helplessly in different directions. And then, the demon crashed his head into the stone floor, breaking it into pieces. It seemed that the monster was already close to death. Chun dealt another blow to his opponent, sending him and the floor debris flying onto the sharp stones of the rocky ridge. Small cracks appeared on the demon's black face, which resembled a device screen, and he fell onto the rocks, and rolled over several times. Chu followed him closely, striking him more and more on the head. He finally realized that he had to hit there, flying up to his opponent. The guy swung his arm with a malicious smile, to hit the monster on the head harder. He grabbed the demon by the head, intending to melt it with scarlet flames and electrical discharges. Suddenly, Chun saw that the stones beneath him began to collapse, and tongues of flame began to dance around him, forming circles. The guy frowned. The figure of the demon next to him began to disintegrate in his hands and melt like fog. He realized he had been tricked. A real demon was circling right above Chun, playfully pointing a lens at the guy with his fingers, and rejoicing that the plan had worked. The pleased, exalted one exclaimed that the annoying, impudent ant had fallen right into the trap set for him. The Chu turned his head from side to side, trying to figure out what this strange, but very powerful creature was planning. And then, the stones under the guy's feet seemed to come to life. They circled above him, stood on end, and did not allow him to push off and fly. Chains, exactly like the ones on the fire dragon Vandenfeld, appeared from the stones, and began to wrap around Chen's legs. The chains came straight out of the stone blocks, and wrapped around the guy's strong body. Soon not only his legs, but also his arms were wrapped in chains. Chun clenched his fists this time. His opponent was truly very difficult, both strong and cunning, and there was little time left. Chu was caught in a formation that sealed the dragon. It collects the energy of the sealed item, and uses it to strengthen itself. That is, the more you try, the harder it is to get out of the nets, which means that this is how the demon caught those ancient, giant dragons. The boy tensed his body, and told the monster that he was not good enough to seal him. Chinchu here. Chun pulled at the chains that bound him, and began to tear them apart, one by one, freeing himself from the sublime creature's cunning trap. He chuckled, and said that he was not like those stupid dragons. He could break the chains with his fire talent. Shu made a dash, and the demonic chains of the sealing formation shattered into pieces. Now Chun was free again, having thrown off the shackles. The guy turned to his opponent. He said that his name was Chun Shu. The monster should know his name. No. Chun raised his head and smiled, adding that he had come here to kill the creature that had destroyed this ancient world. The demon looked at the man in confusion. Until now no creature, even the strongest, had been able to free itself from his chains. The enemies looked at each other in silence, burning with hatred and anger. They were about to fight another battle, this time a decisive one. Chun took a few steps out of the sealing formation. The chains that came out of the stone blocks disappeared without a trace. The stones began to spin again, and fire began to blaze in the crevices. The exalted one tried to seal the man again, but now for some reason, the chains did not appear, and did not entangle Chen's legs and arms. He walked freely on the stones without any hindrance. To the sublime surprise, Chu pushed off and soared upwards, the magic stones not hindering or holding him back. In the blink of an eye, Chun found himself in front of his somewhat confused enemy, who was wondering who it was in front of him. Chu clenched his fists, frowned, and with renewed vigor rushed into the attack on his wily and resourceful opponent. Seeing the cracks on the demon's head, Chun smiled. The head had not recovered, which meant he had to hit it there until it broke. The guy hit his opponent on the head, and small black fragments flew in different directions. The demon was wounded. Chun instantly flew up to the exalted one, and dealt him blow after blow, not giving him the opportunity to hide behind the curtain of smoke. Oddly enough, the demon no longer attacked Chin. His stone body flew further and further, under the pressure of the guy's blows, and Chu did not lag behind him, and did not weaken the pressure for a second. He pursued one goal: to kill this monster. Before leaving here, the boy flew through the air, surrounded by flashes of fire and electrical discharges. Looking like a vengeful demon, frequent dull blows could be heard in the air, as Chun mercilessly pounded his fists into the sublimeness of this red hot world. Finally, the demon's face became covered in a network of cracks. He threw his head back, and began to quietly fall onto the rocky ground. An enraged Chen followed the enemy, never taking his eyes off him, ready to launch another furious attack at any second. Suddenly an idea struck the guy. He pushed the demon in the chest, hitting him hard on the ground, and he fell helplessly onto the stones. Now, all Chun had to do was finish off the weakened enemy, and victory would once again be his. As a representative of humanity, Chu pierced the demon's hard stone chest on the left side and pulled out a living, fluttering human heart. The entire body of the Exalted One was covered with cracks. In that very second, without a heart, even a stone man could not continue to live. The system notified Chin that his scarlet flame had risen to a glassy scarlet flame, and his lightning to a fast thunderstorm. Chu also received a dragon sealing talisman, which can capture creatures below level 6. But during the long battle, Chun over-exerted himself, so the poisoning from the strange poison increased to 99. Little Cece ran towards the staggering guy. She said worriedly, "There is poisoning here. It is very dangerous." Chun realized that he had fought for too long, so the poisoning had gotten worse. He couldn't stay here any longer, otherwise he would die. He quickly flew to the door, but without the protection of the sublime, this amazing world of dragons and giants would fall apart. Just short of the coveted teleportation door, Chun fell exhausted onto the stony ground of a hot, poisonous world. Cece ran to the door, hoping to find someone who could help her older brother get out of this world into his own. Chun lay on a pile of stones and sighed heavily. He was very exhausted, and felt incredibly tired after the fight. Turning to Chu, the girl said, in confusion, that the teleportation door was closed, and they couldn't return home. Blood gushed from the boy's mouth. The poisoning of this world began to affect him. He no longer had the strength to resist the poison. He knew that as soon as the door closed, the connection with the other world was lost, and it was unknown where it would open next. Seeing the blood, the girl worriedly asked Chu how he was. Chun patted Shirshir on the head, and said that he was fine. This was the price for strength. Although the blood explosion appears to be an explosion of pure energy, only a very strong being can withstand it. The blood of an ordinary person will evaporate in an instant. If Chun wants to reach the third type of blood explosion, he will need to increase his physical strength even more. Taking the girl's hand, Chun said that since the teleportation door had closed, they needed to rest. But Shirshir looked towards the temple with concern. In the ruins of the ancient palace of the winged giants, the body of the Exalted One of this world, defeated by Chun, still lay. The guy took the heart out of his chest. The demon's body cracked, but he was still alive. His hand first twitched, then moved. The demon's wounded body was covered in purple blood that flowed from Chen's broken chest, and his face was furrowed with numerous cracks. But then the sensor on his face lit up again. The stone demon was returning to life after being defeated in a protracted battle. Leaning on the stones, the Exalted One sat up. Blood gushed from the hole in his chest. He looked at his hand full of purple blood. The demon stared at his bloody hand in surprise. It had never happened to him before that a small man could defeat him. The Exalted One stood among the ruins and roared. Huge stones rose into the air. The ground began to sink, forming a depression. The soldier requested artillery support, and a group of level 5 monsters appeared. 1,200 kilometers away from them, a whole crowd of poisoned, sharp-toothed monsters was emerging from a huge crack in the mountains, crawling out from the depths of the earth. The artillery men immediately launched dozens of rockets at the monsters, trying to prevent them from crawling out and moving further out of the mountainous area. Some of the monsters were killed, but some survived. dodging the incendiary missiles sent at them. The artillerymen warned that there were 6 minutes until the second wave of shots. All that remained was to hope that the surviving monsters would not escape, but strangely enough, the poisoned monsters that appeared had no intention of running away, eating the corpses of their slain relatives. The commander asked Mark what percentage of the monsters that appeared were poisoned, and the officer replied 15/2. Mark explained to the commander that they needed to hold out for another 8 hours before reinforcements arrived. The commander smiled. This time would be quite enough to drag everything back and pretend that everything was as it was. The bodies of 7 level 5 monsters will cost a pretty penny. Even if they are wounded, they are still very expensive. Mark said they would need the money to increase the group's shooting power and to upgrade their weapons and defenses. He added that if at least 3 of the monsters remained alive, he would be simply happy with such a successful monster hunt. The commander chuckled, as they say in the Z country. Mark can consider himself very lucky today. If they didn't need the base's help, any one of these monsters, if healthy, would cover all their needs. The shelling ended. The commander said it was time to get down to business. We need to catch the monster, he ordered Tyler and Mark to remove the bodies from the path. They should have enough to get 5 bottles of cleansing energy. They will take 3 for themselves and sell the rest on the black market. One such bottle costs 200 million, and for a while, they will be able to live like real kings. Suddenly, amidst the clouds of dust, a huge monster appeared in front of the surprised soldiers, similar to the one Chu had recently fought. The stunned soldiers looked at the unprecedented giant and were so surprised that they couldn't utter a single word. Finally, the commander stuttered and asked what it was. The equipment hadn't shown this monster. They had never encountered such a monster. The monster hunters understood that they would not be able to cope with such monsters, and thought it best to carefully retreat without making any noise. Mark, confused, told his colleagues that the giant's level of poisoning was simply off the charts. The device showed more than 500. The monster cut off Mark's head with one of its shoulder tentacles, cutting him off mid-sentence, and the others turned around in horror. The commander shouted at Tyler that they needed to run, to get out of here, before this creature crushed them like cockroaches. But Tyler didn't have time to carry out the commander's order. He had barely taken a few steps when he was crushed by the monster's tentacle. The only one left alive was the commander of the monster hunter squad, who tried to escape as quickly as possible. The demon watched with interest as this man ran away at full speed. He clearly did not look like his recent opponent. The monster stabbed the squad leader with its sharp tentacle. Blood gushed from the man's eyes and ears. He realized that the end had come for him. The giant struck the last soldier. A bloody explosion rang out, and parts of the commander's body and pieces of clothing flew in all directions. At one of the apocalypse bases, they reported that the apocalypse had occurred. The highest level of protection had been activated, and the elimination of all threats to the good of humanity had begun. In the morning, Chen, as always, woke up in his bed in the recently purchased luxury villa, stretched and looked around. Sitting up on the bed, the guy stretched, stretching his strong muscles. Everything that had happened to him recently seemed like a bad dream. He knocked on little Cece's bedroom door and said it was time for breakfast, asking the girl to get up and get dressed. The bedroom door swung open, and a sleepy Shersher stood on the threshold, tears glistening in her eyes, asking Chun to hug her. The guy sighed. This little unusual girl warmed his heart. It seemed that Cece sincerely loved her new older brother. He hugged the frightened, crying girl, and tenderly asked what he should do with her, how to calm her fears. As soon as she touched Chen's shoulder, Cece felt safe and fell asleep instantly, and she spent the night without sleep. Chu carefully got up, with the sleeping child in his arms. He didn't want to wake the baby. Suddenly he heard someone knocking on the door. A girl dressed in patent leather stood on the porch with a bag in her hands. She rode up to the house on a brand new bike. The young beauty's jacket had written in large letters, "Quick meals to go to satisfy your hunger." She brought Chu breakfast. In front of Chu stood a beauty, Wang Fujian, who was well known in the city's wealthy circles. She told Mr. Chun that a delivery had arrived for him. The guy opened the door and looked at Jian in bewilderment. She was dressed too expensively groomed, and had her hair done for a delivery girl. After greeting Chun, the beauty winked cheerfully, and handed him a bag of food for him and little Shusher. The guy silently looked at the delivery girl's shiny, expensive bike. It all looked suspicious. To say the least, he said that it was the first time he saw a delivery girl so early and on a motorcycle worth 100,000. It was amazing. Jean replied that she, too, had never seen people living in an expensive residence and ordering food delivery every day, especially with a child. Chen's suspicions grew stronger, and he noticed that this lady knew him too well, but he was seeing her for the first time. What did she want from him? Seeing Chu's angry blazing aura, Huang Fujian took a few steps back in fear. This guy is really strong. The girl dropped the bag, with the ordered food from her hands. So it's true. The most mysterious person in the city lives here, she whispered. He is the first evolved person of the new generation. From the city of N. He is the same Chun Chujian. Despite the trembling that was going on inside her, smiled through her tears, and said that she finally saw Chun with her own eyes. Chun decided that this girl was very strange and suspicious. He asked the stranger what she was getting at, and why she had come at all. Jean's face flushed. She replied with a smile, "Of course she is here to chase Chu." She began to slowly unzip her jumpsuit. Chun looked questioningly at the unusual delivery girl. He asked in surprise what she was doing, and most importantly, why leaving the package on the porch. The girl grinned. Yes, she wants to pursue him, but now she needs to leave on business. She introduced herself. Her name is Huang Fujian and she lives next door. Well, they will see each other after the next food order. After driving a short distance, Jian shouted to her neighbor to remember to leave a good review for delivering his breakfast. The sounds of the motorcycle faded into the distance. Chun watched his morning guest leave, and wondered if he had somehow opened the door incorrectly today. Chu sat down to carefully take the delivered breakfast, and then Li Tian, who appeared out of nowhere, greeted him. This visit was no less surprising. Chun asked Li what he was doing there, and how he ended up there at such an early hour. Li smiled. Well, he just decided to drop by to visit. He wanted to tell Chen that he moved to house 87, right next door. He bought a villa yesterday and moved in today, choosing this area specifically because, if there was danger, it was not far from Chen's house. Chun naturally expected that, when he displayed his abilities and talent in public, it would attract the attention of many people. But who would have thought that the first to come to him would not be someone from N City, but a small fry like Li Tianrui. Chun assured Li that he was overexerting himself. There was a special department in City N that dealt with monsters and anomalies, but Tian asked how they could compare to Chun. They were all weaklings compared to him. Li knew that for sure Chun is not from the management, so he does not need to be responsible for anyone. He can use the power as he wishes. Young Li stated mysteriously that since Chun was not a government official, it was very important to know whose side he was on. Chu asked his friend, confused what he was even talking about, what other sides there could be during the apocalypse. Li smiled after yesterday's news. Most of the houses in this wilderness near Chen's villa had urgently changed owners. Chu has become so famous that the value of the entire area has more than tripled, with all the rich people fighting to move here. They say they want Chen's help, but all they need is Chu's capabilities, connections, money. They are ready to give whatever the guy wants. The rich people would refuse Chen nothing, while they waited for the monsters to appear, and Li advised Chu to also help his wealthy neighbors. The guy thought about it, so they need his capabilities. Well, that's not so bad. We need to think about how to use this. Li threw up his hands. They are all businessmen who gives them orders. They want to invite Chun to dinner. That's why Tianrui is here. Chun smiled affably and replied that, of course he would come, and at the same time, meet his new neighbors in the village. A satisfied Li patted Chu on the hand, remarking that he had better keep his word. They would see each other a little later, at the best hotel in Linshu. Tian remembered that he had just seen Huang Fujian. Chun said that she suddenly appeared, and said that she wanted to pursue him. Li thought this girl might be a bit bossy. From a young age, she got absolutely everything she wanted, at the first request, since she liked Chun. He had better be very careful. This girl is willful and not as simple as she might seem. Moreover, behind her stands Huang Futai, the richest man in N City and a very mysterious figure. No one knows exactly what he is doing. Breaking news broke that country Z had used powerful equipment and reduced the level of poisoning, and order had been restored. Everyone heard the terrible news. The village was attacked by poisoned monsters. Hundreds of residents were killed. The temple was poisoned by the corpse of a woman who was burned alive by monks. She was reborn as an avenging monster, and 20 people were killed. One country has created an excellent system of resource protection and storage over the past 20 years, making it the safest in the world. Amidst the disturbing and tragic news, Ning University was almost deserted, with many students returning home to be with their families. Situ Qian was one of the few who stayed and continued her studies, despite the disasters happening in the world. A friend asked Qian why, since the apocalypse had arrived, she continued to spend so much effort and energy on studying. Situ's friend sighed. She had thought about becoming a translator after graduation and going to work for an international company. But the situation is so dire that no one knows whether people will live at all. It would be good to at least find an influential husband. Chun Chu, who awakened with 5 stars, has extraordinary fire control powers and is very popular on the internet.
Situ Chien
Was a little embarrassed by her boyfriend's wide fame, but at the same time, she was very flattered that he was dating her. Chun has become more famous than celebrities, with discussions about him reaching 2,000 blocks. But there are still doubters. Chen's friend remembered that she had met that unusual guy, and the girl asked what was going on between them. Smiling slyly, the student asked Sita whether they were already sleeping together, or were just having a good time in restaurants. Chun flared up what her friend says. There is nothing like that between them. They have only met once so far. He is powerful, talented, and handsome. He is so perfect that no one can compare to him. Qinshu is her boyfriend at Ning University, but Qian still couldn't understand whether she felt anything for him, other than gratitude for saving her and giving her nice gifts. Suddenly Situ's phone rang, and looking at the screen, she saw that it was Chun Chu, the one she had just been thinking about calling her. Cyan blushed and told her friend that she would step away for a minute, who smiled slyly and said, of course she could go wherever she wanted. Stepping out into the hallway, Situ answered Chen's call. She greeted him sweetly and asked how her famous boyfriend was doing. Chen asked if Chun had time tonight. He had made dinner reservations and wanted to invite her to go with him. The girl replied that of course, she would be happy to join him for dinner, since he was such a pleasant conversationalist. Huang Fujian returned to her father's luxurious villa after an unusual encounter with the strongest man in Ning City. Father asked John if she had seen him. The girl confirmed. They even chatted a little like neighbors. She threw the helmet on the sofa. Huang Futai was eager to know the details. He asked his daughter how he was, what impression he made on her, whether he was really so strong. Jean replied he knows she's watching him, and becomes scary when he focuses on something specific. It looks like this guy is capable of being a king. At least, his strength will definitely allow him to do so, if he wants to. Huang Futai laughed with satisfaction. Apparently her old father's guess was true. This boy was incredibly strong. Jean cooled her father's ardor. If he wants to buy Chun for tens of millions, he won't succeed. He's not that kind of person. Futai retorted no matter what. Jean seemed like Chu was just a brat in his 20s. He wouldn't be able to fool an old man with business experience. Leaning towards her father, Huang Fu said the world has changed. A lot of money may not always be the solution to a problem, but power always is. Old Wang was puzzled. She had only been there once. But don't say that she likes this guy John. That's too much. The girl answered her surprised father that she was chasing Chu, not for her father's sake, and not because she wanted to get something from him. She really just likes this strong guy. Despite his enormous strength, he is simple and sweet, even naive. Huang Futai stuttered and asked his daughter if she was really serious about what she just said. It was simply unbelievable because this boy was poor, Jean, blushing a little, answered, "Of course, seriously. He is the first man who made her feel something. In years one, slam the table. All the high-ranking families had their eyes on him. Futai knows exactly how they control others' money. Women power. As long as Chu has human desires and emotions, they can be used. They just want to suppress him. So they will try to force him to bow before them and join their ranks. John is too naive to fight them." In response, the girl smiled sweetly. Her aunt had once told her that the way to any man's heart is through his stomach. Futai confirmed that this was true. He suddenly frowned. Did his spoiled and capricious daughter really want to learn how to cook? He decided that his daughter, as is well known, was a little out of her mind, and now she had fallen in love with a man, and even decided to change for him. But she is very persistent and also very pretty, so she really can get him with her stubborn character. Jean reminded her father that she had given up cooking after nearly burning down the old house several times, and that would never happen again. Futai was surprised at what she was going to do, and in response, the girl showed the inscription on her jacket about fast food delivery. Jean smiled. She would deliver food to him and only him. She used her father's last name to open a delivery company. My father choked in surprise. She spent the money on a small food delivery business. This is just crazy. Turned out that the girl had studied Chu's routes very well. He had previously rented a small apartment. He had a warehouse in the docks and this villa. But wherever he is, he always orders food for himself, even breakfast, and he does this every day. It seems he has no time to cook. Jean found someone to take his phone and install the app. As long as he orders, she will be able to deliver food to him. The richest businessman clutched his heart. His daughter is engaged in food delivery. What is this? And if anyone finds out, what a shame. But this didn't bother the girl at all. She was absolutely sure that Chu would soon be touched by her sincerity. That evening at the appointed time, Chun drove to the Ning University campus to pick up Si-Tu Chun for dinner. The guys were talking among themselves. This is Chinchu's car, the same one who evolved and became famous. Si-Chu walked out of campus in a smart dress and jewelry. The girls looked after her with envy. They wished he would give them a ride too. Chu told the pleased Chien to get in the car. He didn't want to be late for the meeting with the richest people in the city. One of the students sighed and said, looking at Chien, that they were all trash compared to this guy and his beautiful girlfriend. Another one cut him off, asking why he let someone else's ambitions ruin his own, since they had all evolved. It's just that Chu was the first to achieve 5 stars. But if they train, they too will definitely catch up with him in strength. The department head said that the 3 of them were the best in Ning City, and that an outsider like Chen Chu was just lucky. That's all. The boy asked the 3rd member of the group if he was right, but the student looked at the beautiful girl with loving eyes. He automatically confirmed that they were as talented as Chun Chu. There was no doubt about it. They were just not as strong. Lindsay couldn't resist and said dreamily with a sigh, that girl in Chen's car is so pretty. I can't take my eyes off her. A friend gave the amorous Lindsay a hefty slap, telling him not to be distracted from the conversation by pretty girls. As long as Chen Chu remains arrogant, the girls will only look at him. The most important thing for them now is to become as strong as possible. Longxiai asked, so they shouldn't tell Linru what they just saw. Chinshu is now with some other girl. The friend put his hand on Longxiai's shoulder. He knew that he liked Linru, but unfortunately she really liked this. Chinshu Luinja can fight fairly. Even if he doesn't win, at least he will be a real man, and not a shameful gossip. But talking about people behind their backs is not heroic. They should not forget that they have become heroes, and behave accordingly. Chen's car was racing through the city, to the restaurant where the meeting was scheduled. He did not want to appear there alone, so he called Sita. The girl timidly asked Chen. Everyone says that the second wave of apocalyptic disasters is expected in 2 weeks. If there are a lot of strong monsters, and the Special Assignments Bureau can't handle them, Chun will do something. The guy was surprised. Why Chun was suddenly asking about this? Since when did she start caring about monsters? And what Chu was doing? The girl lowered her head in embarrassment and said that many people criticize Chun on the internet. Some even call him a coward. Chu was surprised, and why they call him that? Apparently, because he did not join the Special Assignments Bureau. Situ confirmed. It is said that Chun Chu did not join the Bureau because he was afraid of facing the monsters that would appear here in 2 weeks. Chun chuckled. He is the first evolved student in the country. Of course there are those who don't like him. That's the price of success. But if powerful monsters, capable of turning the world upside down appear, and the Bureau can't cope, he will undoubtedly be on the front lines. Chun did not join the Bureau, because he did not want to be constrained by bureaucracy. Reporting before every action did not suit him. Situ lowered her eyes and blushed a little. She thought, so the one she liked definitely couldn't be a coward. Chun and his beautiful companion walked into a magnificent hotel. The guy said hello and said that he was Chin Chu. Situ Qian was amazed. Billionaires from the richest companies had gathered here. These were the most influential people in Ning City. Senior Li said he was glad to finally meet Chun, since his son had filled him in on the situation. And Chu confirmed that he knew what was going on. Li Chunghong reported that, in order to ensure security, they decided to create a security council and invite Chu to become its chairman. Chun was surprised. Li explained that the council would protect them and ensure the safety of the villas around the hill from poison monsters, and since they will be protected, naturally, they will pay Chin a reward of 100 million per month. Situ was stunned. A whole 100 million a month. That's simply unheard of money. You can buy anything with that. Chun chuckled and asked sarcastically, is it really true? That 100 million a month sounds pretty good. Of course, he asked Senior Li, but that would be the price for protecting all the billionaires living in those villas, wouldn't it? In exchange for joining the Security Council, they will be able to collect this sum from the more than 30 billionaires living here. Chun couldn't even guess how much the initiators would demand from them for entry. 10 million, maybe even 100, but it doesn't matter in any case. It all looks like an incredibly profitable business. On the threshold of a global apocalypse, the hotel owner asked Chin if he thought the money was not enough to agree to protect them from the monster invasion. Chu replied that in times of peace, the rich stick together even if something goes wrong. They solve it with money and therefore act arrogantly. And now, the apocalypse has knocked them off their high throne in an instant, and now everyone is equal before the poison monsters. There is no difference between a prince and a pauper, and this makes them, who have earned millions all their lives, very unhappy. Chin understands them perfectly well. A few days ago there was a rift in space. The Bureau drove away the monsters with nuclear weapons. Li Chunghong said that, if Mr. Chun agreed to protect them from the monsters, they would give him 200 million a month for safety. The old men want to sleep peacefully. Li turned to Old Man Tai, asking if he agreed with him about everyone's safety. Tai reminded Li that he knew better than anyone how effective these slackers were. If they could be relied upon, they wouldn't be here. Old Man Tai offered Chin 300 million a month to chair their security council and protect them from monsters, and if Chun nods, then Tai will add another 100 million from his own pocket to these 300 million. That's a good price. Chin took out a large bill and declared that money would soon become useless. Pieces of paper, no one would need it anymore. The banknote caught fire in the guy's hands. He was sure that after several monster attacks, the money would simply become a means of ignition. Situ's mouth dropped open in surprise. Chun had just easily burned a 50,000 ruble note. That was a huge amount of money. The rich people jumped up from their seats. What is Chun talking about? Will all their capital really become useless? In 2 weeks, Li Chunghong muttered. This can't be according to official data. The coming apocalypse was of a normal level. Chun asked if they hadn't seen the truth yet, that in the news, only normally evolved people were repelling attacks. Senior Li lowered his head. The old financier did not know how they could save themselves and still maintain their usual comfort. Chu asked why even the Bureau couldn't find the awakened level 4. They are trying to close the 5 doors of the apocalypse. This is not a real battlefield. The officials can't even take care of themselves. So why do the rich people think they will help them? Elder Tai asked what Chun wanted them to offer him. Then they were willing to do everything in their power to survive. Chun replied that he didn't need money, but everyone sitting here had something valuable that would be useful soon. They will need a special, strong mud with a unique composition, produced exclusively in Kowloon. Chu became serious, even menacing, and real useful. resources, and essential supplies were needed to survive. Beta's special, incredibly valuable medicines will also come in handy when it comes time to heal wounds from monster attacks. Also needed is a special supply of lantern gold, which has unique properties, and was already used by their ancestors. Chen stated that he wanted to see the plans for the mountain fortress in 3 days, and the completed defensive structures in a month. Li Changhong was taken aback by the plans for the mountain fortress. Chen said that the villas around the mountain would become the center, and the natural terrain would make defense easier. Even if the entire world faces an apocalypse, people there will be able to live for years with air, electricity, clean water, food and medicine. If the gentlemen fulfill Chen's request, he will lead their security committee and vow to protect them from the monsters of the apocalypse. Senior Li extended his hands to Chen, saying that it was no wonder. He was the strongest man in the country. He was frightening in his strength and thoughtfulness. Senior Tai added, and by providence. The billionaire stood and applauded Chu's plan. They were ready to submit to it. Si Chu looked at her hero with admiration. And how could she doubt him? Even these rich people pay tribute to him. Young Li told Chen that it was great. He dealt with them all, and most importantly, according to Chu's plan, everyone wins. Tian smiled cheerfully and handed Chen a VIP card. Senior Li has shares in this hotel. They can use it. He suggested that Chu go have fun. Tianrui would go first, and would not interfere with Chen's communication with his beautiful companion. Chen smiled and told his sweetheart that he wanted to discuss something with her, since they couldn't refuse Li's brother's kindness. Qian blushed with embarrassment, but still agreed Mr. Chen was certainly right. They would take advantage of Li's hospitality. Chen and his companion were given the most expensive room, reserved for special clients or hotel owners. Finding himself in a luxurious executive room, the guy quickly threw off the expensive suit jacket. He was tired of the room. Turned out to be a soundproof space. It reflects all signals, nothing can get in or out. Situ told Chen in confusion that everything was happening too fast. She was confused by his pressure, and even a little scared. Chu hugged the frightened Qian, and quietly asked her to be his girlfriend. He promised that he would never hurt her, or do anything bad. Qian is a normal person, so when Chen controls the energy in her body, he must be extremely careful. After all, Chu is an extraordinary person. With 4 or 5 tons of power, he quietly placed his energy into the girl's body. He knew that if he was careless, he would shatter the girl's body into cells. As soon as the energy entered Sita, she howled in pain. Everything went surprisingly well, as Chen's body merged with this energy and began to slowly change. Luckily, there was no poisoning or mutation, so Chen just needs to wait until tomorrow and see the first results. Chen decided to use the dragon stamp to obtain some of the energy from monsters and transplant it into normal people so that they would evolve. The guy knew it was a little dangerous, but he had to make Chen evolve too. An hour later, he explained that each wave of the apocalypse would be stronger than the previous one, and in such an atmosphere, she would not be able to graduate from college. The girl was terrified and asked Chen what she should do. Would she really have to flee from the monsters? Chen suggested that she look within herself for answers, and he asked Chen with a smile if she wanted to become awakened. Situ's mouth dropped open in surprise. Did Chu really mean that she could evolve too? It was her dream. Chen explained that he could use one item to crystallize some of the monster's power. Once Situ's body absorbs the energy of this crystal, she will become as strong as the awakened ones. But there is one danger if she can't control this power. Not only will she be unable to evolve, but she will also become a monster herself. Was Chen ready to take such a risk? The girl fell silent. She needed to think a little. She didn't want to become a monster. She sighed and replied, Chen did it, and that's why she's not afraid at all. She wants to become independent and strong too. Then she will be able to protect her elderly and no longer very healthy mother, whom Situ tenderly loves with all her heart. Qian said firmly, Chen can rest assured that she will always fight by his side and will never be a burden to him. This was what he wanted to hear. Chu asked Situ not to move. This was his first time doing this, so he might make a mistake. Chun watched a video that, accompanied by upbeat music, told the story of a new superhero, a fearless protector of the city. The author called for applause for Tianlong. Each of the votes gives him strength to move forward, turning into a true legend. The woman explained to Chun that they filmed this at the Shanshui City Bureau. They have several 100,000 subscribers on their app, and this is the 5-star manager of the Zhonghai City Bureau. The application agent happily asked. He looks cool. These viral videos can reach millions in a split second. They are very easy to watch. People enjoy watching them. After carefully watching several videos, Chun said in surprise that these evolved superheroes used special effects. Wong explained that her app can turn on filters with one tap, making his movements look even more powerful. The app helps the evolved ones represent themselves, so they have signed contracts with many bureaus. And Heroes Chun is a celebrity I would especially like to sign a contract with, as he is the first to evolve from the new generation. Chu just needs to show his strength, and they will advertise it themselves. His popularity will skyrocket, and many sponsors will appear. Long suggested watching sponsored videos, one of which featured an evolved version, advertising noodles with additives. On another, the defender of people from monsters was racing in sneakers and advertising a hot sale on shoes and calling for savings. In the third video, the evolved one advertised contraceptives, which Chu thought looked ridiculous. Wong was willing to comply with any of Chen's demands if he agreed to broadcast live and become a popular streamer. Chun replied that he was not a star. What fans were you talking about? The woman was surprised that Chu didn't know how popular he was. Now, even just because of his stunningly handsome face, he will have millions of female fans, dreaming of becoming his subscribers. Wong was sure it would happen. As soon as Chun Chu showed his face, in the evolved fan group chat, the woman chattered after Chun as he left, saying that he could get any girl he wanted. Using the app, the guy apologized and said that he was not interested in all this. He was already fed up with the persistent representative of the application. Chun asked his assistant to take Miss Wong away, but she stubbornly exclaimed that he could get hundreds of millions for advertising. Chu barked at the staff to get this annoying customer out of here as quickly as possible. People were so used to valuing money. While fighting off Su Lan, Wong shouted the people need a real hero. Only Mr. Chun can handle this M-City's Superman. The Hulk can grow to a 5-meter giant ape in an instant, making him extremely powerful. The Hulk can run hundreds of meters per second and easily destroy tanks. He is a god for the people of his hometown M. There is a hero in the army. Yali Shanda, his left hand can become a royal sword. He is called the Blade Man. In the city of F, there is a man who can become flame. And in the city of D, there is a man who can freeze the air. There is also a transformer and an invisible man. Normal people tend to be afraid and doubtful. In the face of the coming apocalypse, they need a real hero. A hero who can make people feel safe and give them hope that they can survive. Van insisted Hulk of the city M, Yali Shanda of the city Y. They became symbols of the strength of their countries. We also need such a symbol. Chun glanced sideways at the persistent woman and thought that it would be a good idea to increase his area of control, especially now that he was being criticized. Turning to Wong, he replied that streaming was definitely out of the question, but he might agree to filming one video. The woman burst into tears of joy. Could it really be true that she had finally managed to persuade the country's most mysterious young hero? Chun was in no hurry to show off his armor. He went to the shoot in ordinary clothes, taking only a combat sword with him. The guy jumped off the roof and flew. Drones filmed his every move. The announcer said that Chinchu was a light in the darkness, the embodiment of hope. His sword strikes with precision and grace, and he moves through the air in a deadly dance, destroying the monsters that appear. The footage captured Chu's battle with one of the poison monsters that appeared in the vicinity of his hometown of Ning. The author proclaimed that Chun was a true hero. He fought monsters not for glory, but for the sake of every human life on Earth. Chinchu is the first to evolve from the new generation. He is a fearless, legendary and noble protector of the people. looking at the video with Chu. One of the guys cursed. This is some kind of apocalypse game. Should the evolved ones really play it? The group leader said. There were so many special effects, but Luanzi objected there were no special effects. It just looked so exaggerated. Guandi realized that Chun was stronger than the 5 stars. He had gone beyond evolution and had become awakened. It seemed like he was moving further and further, away from them in a distant mountain temple. The monks prayed fervently, calling for help from their great immortal patrons, and so the sacred portal began to move. Their prayers were answered. The abbot of the monastery welcomed the great Tengu. From the sacred portal emerged a winged Tengu, an all-powerful mountain demon with horns and a long, red nose, but following behind the winged, horned old Tengu came another immortal, beautiful and no less powerful woman. It was Izanami, the mother of many gods and ruler of the underworld, the inexorable and all-powerful goddess of death. Seeing the all-powerful goddess, the monks froze and with trembling voices, they greeted the great Izanami. Izanami asked the monks if they were sure they had found the baby of that ancient animal, and they unanimously confirmed it. The law states that the powers of such an animal must belong to all of humanity, but priority goes to the one who discovered it. Izanami asked what other law. If they killed him and took control of his powers, they would distribute them themselves. An unusual, compact underwater vessel plied the ocean depths, and monster fighters searched for a giant beast. The submarine was approaching a cave where Chen's clone, a huge, strong, and terrifying sea lizard, had chosen to rest. The submarine froze in one place. The hatch opened, and several divers carefully emerged from there. This was the Poseidon Assault Group. The fighters were equipped with the most modern equipment and improved protection. One of the soldiers signaled that he had found huge paw prints on the bottom. It was hard to even imagine the size of the beast itself. The fighter showed the captain the gnawed skull of a monster whale in life. This monster was as much as 20 meters long. The boys swam closer to the slain monster to understand who and how could have killed such a dangerous and powerful sea giant. And then the captain glanced at the device. The radiation near the slain monster had sharply increased. There was a source somewhere very close. The stormtrooper looked at the counter readings. In surprise, the radiation continued to grow steadily, approaching the critical point. The captain raised his head and saw a lizard cave very close by. He realized that the cave was obviously the source of high radiation. He carefully swam up to the underwater cave and carefully looked inside, where a well-fed giant sea lizard was resting. The commander asked the others if they had heard any strange sounds, but no one except the captain had heard anything suspicious. Taking another look at the lizard, the captain ordered everyone to stop. Something was definitely wrong with that thing. Inside the cave, the radiation level continued to rise at an incredible rate, and being near the cave became mortally dangerous. The radiation is 1,000 sieverts. Even if they were next to radioactive waste, the radiation would not be that high. The lizard frowned and looked out of the cave, examining the uninvited guests, where they came from at such a depth. The device stopped at the 1,500 sievert mark. The squad leader looked at the cave in confusion, wondering what was going on there. Guandi questioned the director of the entertainment center, asking why a person had gone missing there yesterday, and why he hadn't immediately reported it to the police. The businessman looked down, thinking that the tourist was simply lost, so he sent people to look for him in the area. The captain slammed his notebook shut, noisily and angrily, and the director of the Haunted Sea Entertainment House shuddered. Gwen was sure that the reason was different. The director was afraid that reporting the disappearance would harm his business and cause losses. The man muttered something unintelligible. It was clear that Captain Guan was right. He did not report the disappearance out of self-interest. 3 people disappeared today and 1 more yesterday. And the day before yesterday, this haunted house has swallowed up 5 people. This could be a sign of the approaching apocalypse. The Bureau of Special Assignments will deal with this. The guys are ready for battle. As soon as they entered the haunted house, the sensor detected poison. It looks like they are dealing with a strange monster. Of course, it will collect poisoned energy in its area. Seems this room was on the map. The director gave them with a quiet rustle. Sheets of thin paper began to fall on the boys, and the squad members carefully moved forward. Suddenly something terrible landed with a loud noise, right in front of one of the students, and the guy jumped away from the object. He saw with horror a man with glowing red eyes and an unhealthy blush on his cheeks. The ghost let out a terrible scream. The boy, with a desperate cry, rushed at the ghost and dealt him several very powerful blows with his combat spear. Soon a broken wooden doll, which had been used to represent a ghost and frighten tourists, was lying on the floor of the room. The guy cursed. He thought it was a real ghost. The girl laughed. It was just a prop. There was no need to break it. The leader of the student group informed the others that, judging by the device, the source of the poisoning was approaching them. Behind the boys in the center of the room, a deafening explosion was heard, and a poisoned monster appeared, kidnapping people. Here Luan Z, covering the others with his shield, warned the group members to be careful. This was a rather strong opponent. The monster, armed with a giant chainsaw, slammed the saw into Lunzi's shield, attempting to smash the human's defenses to pieces. But Lunzi was able to push the enemy away with his shield, and the poison monster flew up to the ceiling, preparing for a new attack. The squad leader said, "A strange 3-star monster with enhanced attacks, defense, and enormous regeneration abilities." One of the students rushed at the enemy, shouting that he didn't care, that the monster had eaten 5 people and become even stronger. He was powerless against the spear. The student commander added that the weak point of this monster was its head, and the boy thrust his spear into the monster's chest. The guy turned to the commander in confusion. What did he say? It seemed he had done something wrong again, and jumped into the clutches of the monster. The group leader grabbed his head. What an idiot! This monster's weak spot is his head. And where did he hit him? Suddenly, a shot rang out. One of the girls fired a pistol straight at the poisoned monster. Everyone fell silent when the smoke cleared. It turned out that the monster's head had been pierced by an incendiary cartridge, and cracks ran across the entire skull. The beauty demonstratively blew on the smoking barrel of her pistol. She really did shoot without missing. The girl chuckled disappointingly. For a 3-star poison monster, he was killed with just 1 shot. The guy with the spear snorted in displeasure. He pulled his weapon out of the dead monster's chest. He had disgraced himself here greatly, but he still said that it was because his spear restricted the monster's movement otherwise. How could the girl have fired? The group leader reminded the guys that they were a team. He said in a conciliatory tone, "Everyone worked together. The monster was defeated." The commander ordered to check the perimeter. If there were no more sources of poisoning, we needed to return and report to the captain. Guandi entered the room and listened to the group's report on the battle. He was categorically dissatisfied with the student team's performance. The captain said sternly that this was a fatal flaw in their team's work, which would one day cost them their lives. Guang asked Pan Hao why he was acting without the leader's instructions, and whether he really thought he was smarter than Li. Zhongwen. Pan Hao replied sheepishly that it wasn't so. He just wanted to kill this poison monster and show off his strength. Li Zhongwen can handle planning and reconnaissance, but he just stands and watches when danger approaches. Li must remember that he is first and foremost part of the team, not the leader, and will continue to watch from the sidelines, needlessly sacrificing the lives of the guys. The group leader lowered his head and said, in a barely audible voice, that he was very sorry. He really should have been the first to help. The captain asked Lunzi who his shield was supposed to protect, and the boy answered with confusion, his teammates of course. Wanda frowned. And wasn't Lin Ru the only member of his team? The guy rushed to cover her with a shield first. The captain raged in battle. No one cares about personal sympathies. He must protect all members of his team. Now it was the girl's turn. Guan noticed that the two of them were so carefree that they didn't even have a sense of danger. They act completely thoughtlessly. when their team members fight the monster. Such behavior will one day turn into tragedy. The girls lowered their heads and silently listened to Gwanda. It was the first time the captain had scolded them so harshly it was unusual. But the captain couldn't understand where the students got such carefree courage, as if they had gone on a picnic and decided to play football. Frowning, Guan said seriously, "This is not a game, one small mistake, and they will all die a horrible death. They all have to be responsible for their team members, so that everyone survives. This is a war, and in war there is no other way." Guandi said that he was done, arguing their second mission could have gone even worse. But they dealt with a 3-star enemy. With such strength, they can cope with a stronger monster. The captain lit a cigarette. Now he will reveal a military secret. He cannot give it to anyone. The captain let out a puff of smoke and said, "Doomsday. Base M was destroyed by a monarch-level demon, with a strength greater than 5 stars. In response, authorities urgently raised the difficulty rating to 11, defining it as Armageddon." The boys asked in confusion what Armageddon meant. They had never heard of it, and could the captain tell them the details? D continued, "The City M lost more than 17,000 evolved in one night, and had to use nuclear weapons, and even it had difficulty coping with the monsters. As far as is known, the corpses of the monsters were not found. In the rubble they retreated." The guys were in shock. Gwanda said that according to his data, 17 doors of the apocalypse were affected, to varying degrees given the changes in space. Time waves. The apocalypse in 10 days will be much worse than they expected. It would be difficult for the boys to face stronger monsters. Lin Ro asked Day how they could become stronger, and whether there would be training. A bluish crystal sparkled in the capital's hand. Everyone stared at the unusual object. The students froze, wondering if this was really for them. Guan explained that time was running out. The Bureau of Special Assignments had distributed spiritual crystals. They should know what this meant. Pan Hao exclaimed, "The crystals will help awaken his hidden potential and allow his abilities to develop even more." The captain reported that the boys were selected to consume these crystals in order to become stronger as quickly as possible. All team members must obtain the final 4 stars within the next 10 days, for the sake of the future of humanity. The group's leader assured the captain that they would not let him down, and would become as strong as possible, for the sake of the survival of all people. On this planet, Chun looked at his stats. His level had already become a minor deity. He and the iguana were at the 3rd level of evolution. Considering that the iguana hunts in North Sea farms, it will be able to evolve a 4th time in a few days. After that, he will only care about the progress of Chen's evolution. At this time, the girl was having a nightmare. She did not understand where she was. Looking around, Situ discovered that she was somewhere among the rocks, and was surrounded by strange smoke on all sides. But then the blue-red smoke turned into a giant creature with glowing red eyes. It looked like an ancient dragon. The dragon opened its mouth and roared at the frightened girl. Sitachin did not know what to do, how to escape from the terrible monster. Shedding tears, the girl shouted for the monster not to come near her. Sita had never been so scared in her life before. She woke up in the room and sat up in bed in tears. The girl still continued to scream for the monster to not come closer. She finally realized that it was just a terrible nightmare, and sighed heavily. Chun still continued to sob in fear. Chun sat in a chair and watched her. He asked Sita how she felt, whether she felt any changes. She sighed heavily, looking at the cheerfully smiling guy. Chun asked in bewilderment what he was talking about, what other changes were supposed to be made. Instead of answering, Chun threw a teacup at her. The dish flew straight into the girl's face, and she instinctively covered herself with her hand. But as soon as the cup touched Chen's hand, it instantly shattered into pieces, and the girl opened her mouth in surprise. She looked in confusion at the flying shards of dishes, which had not even injured her, and tried to understand what was happening to her. Chun approached the girl and asked with a smile, how it felt to be evolved, what it felt like, whether she felt anything. She looked in surprise first at Chun, then at the broken dishes in her hand, and finally asked what had happened, what was wrong with her. Chu explained that those who evolved with 1 star can punch with a force of 500 kilograms and run at a speed of 15 kilometers per second. He congratulated Chien evolution worked. The girl said that she felt stronger. Could it really be true? She did it. Becoming an evolved human has become the dream of millions of people around the world. Everyone strives to be as strong as possible. On low-level evolution, inductors have become in demand on the black market, with their price skyrocketing to 50 million. But using this inductor is associated with enormous risks. The slightest mistake can turn a person into a mutant. Many dreamed of evolving and were chained. Sometimes family members stood with pistols until the evolution was completed. Once the body became destabilized, an unspeakably terrible death ensued. But despite this, the number of those willing to die did not decrease. Many people accepted the risks of mutation and stepped onto this path without hesitation. And with the end of the world approaching, the era of evolution began. Above the uninhabited island of Aocho, the great ruler Izanami hovered, surrounded by a group of her powerful companions. Izanami ordered Ibis to open a path in the depths of the sea waters and lead them to the cub of an ancient, powerful animal. Ibis bowed obediently to the great mistress and confirmed that he understood the task, having already tracked down the giant beast in the sea. Ibis created an impenetrable sphere of air and rushed forward, hurrying to show the great Izanami their target. The ocean waters parted before the sphere of Ibis, forming a wide tunnel in the water, leading directly to the cave of the marine iguana. Following Ibis, the rest of the most powerful rulers and demons of this world flew into the tunnel, in exactly the same sphere. Soon they found themselves right next to the cave of Chen's clone, a giant sea lizard that terrified everyone. Izanami walked towards the entrance to the cave. Along the bottom, among the members of the Poseidon assault squad, who had died from the radiation outbreak, and so the entire company found itself on the threshold of a huge cave, inhabited by a beast of unprecedented strength and power. The iguana unleashed waves of royal intimidation on the uninvited guests, causing the great ones to instinctively retreat. Izanami frowned and, stepping back, covered herself with her hand. The wise and beautiful maiden, Benton, flew up to the great lady. The girl shouted to everyone, "This beast is about to release the king's aura. Under no circumstances should you look into his eyes. He can paralyze you." Inari was surprised. Even in his young form, he had reached the 9th level of a magical beast. Terrifyingly, this was a king-class creature. The stubborn and rebellious Susanoo asked Inari if she was mistaken. It was impossible for the beast to have already acquired such enormous power. Inari replied that this beast was much stronger than the king-level creature that attacked their base last month. Izanami smiled contentedly. They were very lucky to have found such a powerful, primordial animal. This ancient, almighty magical beast cub will definitely give them a lot of strength. Enhancing magical essence, she ordered Benton to use her illusion magic to gain control over the great sea lizard. The rest must give up every last drop of the magical beast's essence and destroy the corpse, leaving no traces. The sea lizard concentrated, sending waves of terror towards his opponents. With the royal intimidation talent, Benton also sent waves of illusion at the giant, trying to take control of the magical beast's mind. Their waves met, but neither of them could win. Inari was right. This beast was stronger than anyone they had seen. Izanami cried out in admiration for everyone to look at the beast's power. How beautiful it was! They must absorb it. They must become it. Darkness will consume everything. Chaos will rule everything. Pray to the darkness, pray to chaos, pray to eternal existence. The interweaving of darkness and light, the cycle of life and death. Everything will become nothing. They must become immortal, must finally become gods. People's desire for transcendental power has never diminished, and scientists around the world are conducting secret experiments on this topic. As the flames of destruction tore through the skies, a mushroom cloud blossomed over the cities, a symbol of the end shrouded in death. The shockwave shook the earth like divine punishment. Civilization and order were reduced to splinters. The world became primordial chaos. 30 days and nights passed, and only then did the ashes settle. The mountains turn into deserts, and the fast rivers become dead lakes. In the cracks of the blasted earth, the surviving people looked on in horror. Many were wounded and died in terrible agony. The remains of colossal beasts, the size of mountains, glowed with a strange metallic sheen, the nature of which no one knew. In the crystallized bone marrow of these giants, people found a substance that sparkled, like the brightest stars when light fell on it. The substance pulsated, refracting the colors of the visible spectrum. After several years, people discovered its secret. She can reconstruct the molecular structure of living things, allowing carbon to break through the shackles. The forbidden fruit of wisdom, the head of the country declared, raising the flask, is that today they must crown themselves gods. He called the substance of divine origin. But the first volunteers turned into crystal and statues, their final expressions, frozen forever in a mixture of agony and ecstasy. Their mortal flesh was like tissue paper, trying to survive the flames. Scientists realized it was not the power of creation. Human bodies turned into ordinary clay, but fate still smiled, and after the apocalypse, monsters began to roam the earth. Unexpectedly, it was noticed that people who came into contact with a substance of divine origin were able to evolve. Izanami exclaimed, "In this era they are the successors of the myth. They evolve, become stronger until they reach the world of the gods." She screamed in ecstasy that they should become gods, and the others joined in, shouting for everyone to pray to the gods. Suddenly Izanami heard a strange voice. Someone mockingly said, "Pray to the gods." She asked who was here. On the head of the giant sea lizard stood a fragile, black-haired guy. The magical ancient beast obeyed him. Looking at the assembled greats, the boy declared that they should pray to him, saying that his name was Chinchu, and that he was their new god. Surprised, Izanami ordered Inari to immediately analyze the information about this unusual youth. Obeying the Great One's command, Inari looked closely at Chun. At first, without magical power, the boy seemed so weak. She then put a magical mask on her face, and used the gift of clairvoyance, called Kojo's divine sight. Inari directed a piercing, scanning gaze to understand who was in front of her, and how strong this impudent man was. Chun felt that this girl was using sensory abilities, such as observation haki, an interesting gift, but her abilities were much weaker than his. Similar talent, so the guy easily repelled the onslaught. Inari's magical mask cracked. She failed to fulfill the great Izanami's order. The boy turned out to be stronger than her. Chen's counterwave knocked the famous seer off her feet, and she swam back, raising stones and muddy water from the bottom. Izanami and the demigods behind her were stunned with amazement. Never before had a mere mortal given them such a rebuff. Turning to Inari, the Great One asked what level of intelligence this man had, and whether she could see it. Inari replied, the enemy had the same mystical ability of foresight. Her divine gaze was reflected. The great Izanami could not believe that such a thing was even possible, that anyone living on earth could reflect the divine gaze. One of the demons addressed the Great One, saying that it did not matter what kind of magic a person used, he would destroy it with one blow. Susanoo immediately rushed to attack the rebellious man, growling for the insolent freak to die. Right then and there, Chun dodged and the surprised demon missed. The guy asked so the enemy dared to attack first. Then there will be no mercy. The demon suddenly felt that this boy dared to attack him. The great and fearless legendary warrior, Chu, actually struck the demon that attacked him, sending it crashing into the sharp coral peaks growing nearby. But one of the demigods protected his brother. Reflecting Chen's blow, he stopped Susanoo from falling onto the peaks. By changing the force of gravity, the demon stopped right in front of the razor sharp peaks. He was saved, and having come to his senses, he could continue the fight. Chun watched Daikokuten's actions with interest. He had never seen anything like this before. He wondered what kind of talent this was. The guy was genuinely amazed. This was gravity control. very beautiful and undoubtedly useful in any situation. But instead of gratitude, Susanoo growled at Daikokuten to stay away from him, if he didn't want to die a terrible death. Daikokuten chuckled. Susanoo had always been an extremely arrogant, hot-tempered and ungrateful demon. He weakened the power of reflection he had used, and the demon fell hard to the bottom, among the sharp peaks but received no damage. Now Daikokuten went on the attack against Chun. The guy grinned well. Now it was his turn to feel pierced. Daikokuten placed his hands on the bottom, and increased the gravity many times over. Stones fell on Chun from above and he himself seemed to be glued to the bottom. Gravity increased so much that the bottom, under the guy's feet, began to crack, preparing to swallow him into its abyss. In response to this attack, Chun used fire and electricity at the same time, and everyone saw a bright flash and scattered stones. Raising his head, Daikokuten frowned. He was shocked even gravity, the strongest of forces, did not affect this man. The stunned demons and demigods saw Chun hovering over a huge pit, surrounded by powerful electrical discharges. Inari said in surprise, "This unusual person neutralizes absolutely all of their divine powers. He is unusually strong." Daikokuten was shaking with rage. What the hell? This little human can suppress divine power. It's unheard of. Susanoo clenched his fists angrily. This boy dared to insult him, a great warrior, so he would pay for it with blood. The demon rushed at the guy again. This time he decided to use the divine technique. Iron Cannon of Nurchan was surprised that this horned one really wanted to defeat him with physical technique, but that was just stupid.
Chou bloqued Susano's divine technique.
By simply stopping his fist with his palm, the onlookers' mouths dropped open. The incredible force of the divine strike caused boulders to emerge from the ground behind Chun, and a warlike energy raged around him. Susanoo clenched his teeth. How was this possible? This wasn't a man, this was a real monster, the likes of which the world had never seen. But the demon was looked at by a handsome guy, a student at an ordinary university. He was a strong man, not a deity. After pushing away the demon that attacked him, Chun twisted its arm, breaking the bones, a technique he learned as a child, training with his father, having neutralized the enemy. The guy threw him away from himself. Susanoo fell to the seabed with a crash. The attack was repelled. Now it was Chen's turn to attack the enemy. He rushed towards the demon. Susanoo was terrified. He would not be able to repel this attack, and would die. But then Daikokuten intervened in the battle. He could not allow a man to kill one of them, and again used the force of gravity. The wounded Susanoo was saved. The power of Daikokuten threw him aside, and Chun was supposed to fall into a gravity trap. Enraged, Susanoo landed at a safe distance from the enemy. The battlefield was covered with muddy water and streams of stones. When the rocks fell and the mud settled, everyone saw Chun increasing his powers, scarlet lightning dancing around him. The guy realized that he couldn't handle them all at once, so he called for help. From an explosion of scarlet blood flame, the great Izanami ordered the gods of Takamagara to unite their forces to defeat the enemy, and everyone immediately prepared for battle. The first to enter the battle was Ibis, who commanded water in the earth's crust at his command. Huge hands began to rise from the bottom. Chun, gray-haired from the explosion of blood, silently watched as a huge number of giant earthen hands reached out to him. Ibis laughed. He was one of the strongest in the retinue of the great Izanami, and he was confident that he could defeat the man. The demon clenched his hands, calling on the hard stones for help. He used the invincible shackles of the god, the stone iron shackles. Stone rods were compressed around Chin. They rose from the ground and surrounded the boy with a dense wall. Chu watched calmly. The stones had already surrounded Chun in a dense cocoon. Another second and the last crack would close. Ibis had bound the boy with the shackles of a god. The Ibis was pleased. The captive could not escape from his trap. The stones, strengthened by divine power, were even stronger than iron. Even if the prisoner has exceptional abilities, he will suffocate in the stone prison of Ibis as soon as the air runs out. Suddenly Inari said in a trembling voice, "This terrifyingly strong man melts stones from the inside with incredible heat," and indeed the stones became hot, and soon Chun broke through the unbreakable shackles of the god Ibis with his hand, and the prison was destroyed. A calm Chinchu appeared in the window, fused with the highest temperatures, and looked at the divine opponents. Susanoo said to Ibis with a grin, "It seems his stone shell is as soft as stretchy NATO. It seems Ibis is useless, but..." Ibis did not agree with the quarrelsome and scandalous. Susanoo, one layer was simply not enough. A new one had to be added. Silver pillars began to appear from the ground. Around the stone cocoon, Ibis used the silver rods of the god's shackles. Fearing that the prisoner would be able to melt the silver, Ibis decided that 2 layers were not enough, and that a third had to be added immediately. From the seabed emerged gold nuggets of enormous size. These were the shackles of the god of heaven. The golden palace Ibis fell to his knees exhausted, having strained himself too much. In his attempt to finish off the arrogant mortal man, he said with a sigh, this triple bind had used up all his divine powers. He was no longer able to fight. Susanoo chuckled. He didn't mean that Ibis should use his strongest ability. He was just joking. One of the demigods said that no one survived in the heavenly golden palace of Ibis. The battle is already over. The man is probably dead, Susanoo snorted. And he had already thought that. The kid was some kind of big shot. But hadn't the Takamagara pantheon defeated him? The great Izanami was pleased. Finally the obstacle was removed. Now nothing would stop them from absorbing the beast's magic. She ordered to kill this giant lizard as quickly as possible and suck out its magical essence. It's time to become even stronger. Suddenly Inari recoiled in fear. From the golden palace of Ibis is Anami asked what it was that her divine vision of the spirit saw. Inari heard the voice of that man. He is still alive, and although with difficulty, he is breaking through the triple divine shackles. The seer was shocked. This guy can overcome metal structures. The triple seal of Ibis does not work on him. And then everyone saw that the divine palace began to sway, surrounded by electrical discharges, and the seals were destroyed. Chun shouted menacingly, whoever wants to hunt the young ancient monster must first step over its corpse. Having scattered the gold and silver stones, Chun found himself free again, jokingly asking not to blame him for trampling their corpses. Ibis, looking at Chun, who had reappeared in shock, exclaimed that he had definitely sealed that person. How could he come out? Instead of answering, Chu launched one of the golden stones, from which he built his divine, unbreakable shackles at Ibis. Golden stones also flew at the nearby wise seer Inari, who was the first to understand the boy's true strength. Chen was angry. These creatures wanted to kill his iguana. He shouted to the deities that he would finish them off one by one, and then he will take their sacred corpses and grind them into powder, so that no one will ever remember them or call upon them again. Kagetsuchi exclaimed. The man dared to kill their comrades. Enough chatter. Anyone who blocks the path of the deity will meet death. The flame of God is different from witchcraft. The power of Kagetsuki can create a karmic flame that burns continuously for 7 days. The god of the lower world chuckled. The flame of Chu is more suitable for tea. He created an arrow of karmic annihilation of the lower world, launching a fiery karmic arrow at Chun. Kagetsuchi angrily shouted, for the man to die the most terrible of deaths. A stream of concentrated hellish flame flew into Chu. No mortal has ever been able to withstand this underground heat. Chun calmly watched the divine arrow. It must be said that, after the explosion of blood and scarlet flame, he himself already looked like a god. Seeing Kagetsuchi's fiery arrow approaching, Chun smiled and blew lightly on the underworld god's formidable weapon. A huge cloud of smoke appeared. The arrow of karmic flame collapsed and swirled in separate flashes around Chin. Kagetsuchi laughed loudly, anticipating how their enemy would instantly roast in his hellish fire and would no longer interfere. But it was all in vain. Susanoo growled. Enough chatter. He will attack from below. Let Kagetsuki press from above, and Daikakuten will support from the air. The Takamagara deities gritted their teeth and rushed into battle. There was no way they could allow a human to gain the upper hand over them. The great Izanami could not believe that a mortal could fight 3 deities at once and win. Benton also decided to join the battle. She asked who else would go into battle, who would help her defeat this demon. Susanoo used his most powerful fist-fighting technique, the rage of the Rokushka cannon. No one could stand against it, but Chun lightly hit the attacking, quarrelsome, and pugnacious god of the Takamagara pantheon, and he flew off hitting the rocks. Kagutsuki released a whole stream of hellfire, but Chen's defense worked this time too. The flames swirled around him, but did no harm. Seeing that Daikokuten was about to sink to the bottom, Inari warned him that there was a mark there that sealed the dragon, but it was too late. Daikokuten had sunk low enough for Chen's trap to work, and he could no longer rise.
Daikoku 10 screamed.
Golden chains instantly wrapped around his entire body, sucking divine energy out of him. Despite the deafening scream, Daikokuten was brutally stretched by the chains. In the dragon seal's Chun captured him. Inari said in fear that this was magic of a higher order than the ibis seal. No wonder the man was able to escape. Benton said it was time for them to mentally unite and act. Izanami asked her what she was going to do. In an instant the pretty Benton changed. The girl began to turn into a terrifying monster. With glowing eyes she told Chin that, even if the devil's physical body was strong, it would not be able to repel her psychological attack. Benton said this voice comes from Yomi here in Fall. This is Yomi Kodadama surprised. Chun released Kagutsuchi from his hands. The guy froze, and silently listened to the transformed Benton. The magical attack this time captured and paralyzed him. Chun released the half-strangled fire god from his hands. Benton continued, having defiled Yomi in this body, he will bind his soul. Benton twisted her long predatory tongue and said, listen, I am the sacred law of death. Like a mother's embrace, like a child's grip, she did not let up her pressure. Hypnotizing the guy, she ordered fall. Fall, immerse yourself in the path of Yomi, on which even gods fall. Kagutsuchi whispered. The Kodadama Benton was still active. The devil could no longer move. He had to plunge into the world of nightmare. Chun felt very strange, as if he was in a dream. His mind was shrouded in a dark fog, and through it he heard Benton's voice. She said that the power of the real world doesn't matter here. This is her mental world. Breaking Chun is as easy as moving your hand. Benton told Chun that his physical magic was useless, and he couldn't use witchcraft. It was as if Chu was frozen in a block of ice. Having pierced the guy with an arrow, Benton said that this was a solitary arena for spiritual struggle, and he would not be able to win in this arena. Chun felt that he was seriously injured. A stream of blood gushed from his mouth. For some reason he could not resist feeling helpless. Benton laughed loudly. The man was in pain. In her world, the feeling of pain was amplified hundreds of times. This was his punishment for disrespect and insolence. The goddess said that the best thing is that Chun won't lose consciousness here despite his serious wound. And what's more, he will begin to think even more clearly. She inflicted more and more bleeding wounds on Chun, conjuring that every nerve would transmit this terrible agony. And then the guy seemed to wake up. He realized that since this was a mental world, these imaginary wounds were unreal. It was just hypnosis, so all these wounds can't be fatal. Benton laughed. But these wounds are enough to make him beg for death. She was sure that her Kodama would bring him to his knees and make him beg for death, because he felt that suicide was the only way out. In response, Chun smiled. Actually, he didn't feel anything like that. He somehow immediately felt better. As soon as he realized what was what, his bleeding wounds began to disappear. He said that if he didn't even feel pain, then this Kodama was just an annoying noise. Benton was taken aback. This guy was out of her control. But it was impossible, absolutely impossible. She was invincible. The goddess dealt Chen another very painful blow, and he again felt severe bleeding and terrible pain. Looking closely at the guy, Benton smiled, wondering if he really didn't feel any pain. He replied that, if this feeling of pain were taken as 100 points, then the pain from the boiling of blood during a bloody explosion could be equated to 1,000,000. Benton was horrified. This boy had outwitted her. He had endured the pain of mortal wounds, and had freed himself from her mental influence. Now it was Chen's turn to influence Benton's mind. He said that her imagination was definitely interesting and strong, but from this moment on, Benton's soul will constantly remember one thing. She lost to a mortal man. She is no longer omnipotent. Kodadama Benton shattered into tiny pieces, and from the blow she received, she began to slowly sink to the bottom as if in a dream. The goddess kept repeating that she had lost, and the other gods of the Takamagahara pantheon looked at Benton in surprise. She fell next to Izanami, blood flowing from Benton's mouth, nose and eyes. The Great One silently looked in surprise at the invincible goddess. Suddenly Chun commanded Benton to stand up. He decided to show the deities that his mental power was not weaker than theirs. Obeying the boy's order, the wounded Benton rose heavily from the bottom and headed towards him. Izanami was shocked by what she saw. She asked Chun if he had made Benton his puppet. It seemed like her kodama had affected her. Taking up her sword, Benton told the great Izanami that they needed to get out of here. This place was ominous. They would lose this battle. Izanami clenched her teeth in anger. This was betrayal. Now Benton was trained to kill her own master. It was unbelievable. Chun said that today's battle is over. They can remove Benton from here. His control over the winner's aura will wear off on its own in 3 days. Izanami asked if the man really thought that everything would end like this, that the one who dared to challenge the deity would pay with his blood. The Great One turned to Benton and said that she could now die. The goddess obediently swung her sword and cut off her own head. Chin cursed. It was the first time he had seen someone so cruel that he would force a living, intelligent being to kill itself. Inari asked the great ruler why she did this. Since Benton was one of them, from the Takamagahara pantheon. Izanami replied that the useless have no right to become gods. The shell of a loser is not worthy of the gift sent by the gods. The Great One cried out. The interweaving of light and darkness, the cycle of life and death, everything will return to oblivion. We must become gods. Everyone unanimously repeated after the ruler. The interweaving of light and darkness, the cycle of life and death. This is the dance of Takamagara's death. Chun realized that Izanami intended to attack him again, but he lowered his head and activated a bloody explosion of crimson flames. At that very second, the guy changed almost beyond recognition, and flames swirled around him, and powerful discharges of electricity crackled. The Great One realized that something was wrong. Chen's original power and the lizard behind him were so similar that it actually connected the guy to her. Without answering, Chen rushed into battle against the great ruler of the underworld. Izanami and her servants, the goddess, retreated in fear. There was so much aggression and hatred in the guy's gaze that the Great One instinctively covered herself with her hand. Chen's blow missed its target. Izanami was covered in time by the long-nosed mountain demon Tengu. With his large wings, Chen launched blow after blow at the mountain demon's incredibly strong wings, but was unable to penetrate its defense. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the warlike Tengu struck back at the boy, throwing him away from the great ruler. Izanami quickly created a sacred mirror to use divine light to stun the man who attacked them. Chun felt a very strong pressure. It almost knocked him off his feet, but he still tried to break through to the Great One and kill her, but the sacred mirror burned him unbearably, not letting him get close to Izanami. It seems the gods have a lot of different skills. In reserve, Chu felt like his whole body was cracking, causing him unbearable pain, and he knew he had to do something about it. The Great One smiled. This is Shinso Yukarin, capable of piercing the shields of demonic animals. It is impossible to defend against it. It was like microwaves, destroying the enemy from the inside. Indeed, Chen's whole body seemed to be cut up. Blood came out of his mouth. Chun summoned his blood sword and created a powerful energy shield against the streams of rays from the sacred mirror that were destroying him. The boy drew a line on the sandy seabed with his sword, and along that line, a bloody shield began to rise in front of him. Now the rays of the sacred mirror could not touch Chin, no matter how hard his enemies tried. But it was dangerous to go beyond the shield. Behind Chu, in his shadow, lurked an enemy with the unique skill of Shadow Eater, another deity of Takamagara. Using Kagaki Shungo Kusatsu, the shadow god rushed towards Chun with his sword, ready to commit a mad hellish murder on the enemy. The shadow warrior struck Chun in the back with his sword, confident that it would instantly kill the enemy. but other than the blow the sword did no damage. The god of shadows, of the underworld, opened his mouth in surprise. Maybe this is not a man at all. What is his body made of? The guy's body was immediately covered in the armor of the demon emperor. Piercing it with a sword, even a divine one, was not so easy. Chen didn't want to deal with this small-time shadow assassin right now, so he simply hit him and told him to get lost. The fire strike he received caused the shadow warrior's body to disintegrate, and Chen thought he had dealt with his enemy so quickly. But Izanami chuckled. It was useless. Where there is light there is also shadow, and as long as shadows exist, Tsukuyomi is immortal. And indeed, Yomi's body began to revive in a matter of seconds, in the shadow of his enemy Chinchu. Another minute and he will come to life. The shadow assassin frowned, the scarlet sword gleaming in his hand again, looking for his enemy's weak spot to attack. Again Tsukuyomi struck Chin, but Chu used the shadow destruction moon-slash skill, striking the shadow warrior with moonlight. Yomi's sword didn't even scratch Chen's armor, but now his entire body emitted a moonlit glow, dispersing the shadows around him. Tsukuyomi was surprised by the amazing defensive power of this demon. It would not be easy to kill him, but there must be a way. Seeing that the shadow god was unable to do anything, an old powerful warrior, the mountain demon Tengu, decided to join the battle. The warrior demon gritted his teeth and charged at Chun, using his favorite skill Night Sparrow. The winged long-nosed old warrior, Tengu, struck Chen's armor with his powerful wing, trying to destroy the defense. Chun was surprised. Cracks appeared on his super strong armor, and this winged old man turned out to be stronger than many young ones. Izanami said that Tengu's attacks could destroy an enemy's defense. Even the strongest shield would be destroyed by a single breath of the demon. Chu stood between two enemies, with Tsukuyomi sneaking up on one side, and the old winged Tengu preparing to attack on the other. Turning to the great ruler of Izanami, the boy said with a smile, "It was a good try, but it also failed." Chun suddenly threw his bloody sword at Tengu, and chopped off his long nose, while a shadow assassin rushed towards Chu from behind. At this time, Tsukuyomi rushed at Chun using the snake fang technique, but Chu dodged the shadow lover's attack. Chun immediately dealt the enemy several devastating blows, using the cicada shell chaotic bloom technique. But Tsukuyomi did not retreat, using ever new techniques, and striving to disarm and kill his powerful enemy. Finally Chun got fed up with it all, called the god of shadows of the underworld. Trash cut his sword in half, and inflicted a huge wound on him. And then, Chun remembered that Tsukuyomi could not be killed. While the shadow existed, he would immediately be reborn as soon as he fell into the shadow. In that case the guy would simply evaporate, the shadows along with him. Chin caused a bright flash that illuminated everything around. Tsukuyomi fell to the seabed. The bright light hid all the shadows. The deity had nowhere to hide, and he lay powerless in the light. Chin, with a bloody sword in his hands, rushed towards the annoying shadow god Tsukuyomi. He knew that if he was killed now, he would not be revived. The boy plunged his bloody sword into the chest of the shadow killer, weakened by the battle and the bright light. He could no longer resist. A trickle of blood flowed from the mouth of the slain deity of the Takamagara pantheon. Tsukuyomi was finally defeated. Chun looked angrily at the other gods of Takamagara. He asked who was next. Who else would dare to speak out against him? Tsukuyomi, Amaterasu's sister, called out to her brother with tears in her eyes. But the wise Tengu kept her from leaving the circle of the sacred mirror. The mountain demon looked sympathetically at the crying goddess. He also felt sorry for the young and energetic Tsukuyomi. Enraged, Izanami exclaimed that they were all standing like idols, and that they all needed to attack the man together, since they were gods. But the deities of the Takamagara pantheon remained silent and did not dare to attack the one who had already managed to finish off some of them. Amaterasu clenched her fists. How dare they all order her around like she was a slave? They were probably looking for death. Falling to her knees, the girl burst into tears and asked the Great One, why sacrifice so much? Perhaps it would be better to actually retreat. Izanami responded that she allowed all of her younger brothers to be killed in order to obtain the origin essence and become stronger. The great ruler reminded her companions that they were future gods, but to achieve this they needed to kill this demon. Amaterasu said with a sob. Then they will get enough essence to become stronger. But she doesn't want to become stronger. Izanami grabbed the girl by the throat and lifted her up, and she opened her mouth in surprise. Something the Great One had never allowed herself to do before. After shaking Amaterasu, Izanami said that she just wanted to be a normal person, to be a good older sister, but she chickened out. Amaterasu betrayed the Yaki clan's oath. This is a grave crime. They are the heirs of the myth. They are constantly evolving. Every day they become stronger and stronger, until one day they can touch the divine world. The girl unexpectedly sent her. Izanami ordered Tengu to kill this traitor. Her heart wavers. She is unworthy of the divine ship. But Tengu silently shook his head. He had no intention of killing any of his own. Despite the order of the great ruler, Izanami cursed. It seemed that all her companions were out of her control. They were scared and did not intend to kill that man. Chun stuck his sword into the ground and watched what was happening with interest. He still couldn't figure out who was in front of him. He said that he had no intention of fighting them to the death. If they were ready to give up hostility, then they could get out of here. Izanami's face darkened, her eyes flashed angrily. She asked with a smirk, did the man really want her to give up? It was impossible. Suddenly, Izanami's body grew larger and became covered in snake skin, and her hair turned into a swarm of snakes, like that of the Gorgon Medusa. One of the snakes opened its mouth wide and approached the half-strangled Amaterasu, intending to swallow the girl. Now, half of the unfortunate woman's body has disappeared into the monster's mouth. Izanami said that every drop of the essence of origin will be her food. A huge snake swallowed the girl whole, and everyone else looked at this terrible picture, mesmerized. The snake that had swallowed Amaterasu coughed, choking on the solar energy. The Great One exclaimed, all their powers will become hers. In confirmation of this, Izanami's giant snakes began to attack the rest of her companions, and instantly swallow them. Several people nearby have already found themselves in the toothy jaws of the great ruler's poisonous snakes. She also did not disdain to swallow the body of Tsukiyomi, who was killed by Chun, absorbing the power and magical energy contained within. Inari said in fear. She was absorbing the abilities of their Yaki clan, which meant she saw them all only as food for herself. Izanami confirmed, that's right. The Yaki clan, how funny. They're nothing more than reservoirs for cultivating the essence of origin. The snake, like Izanami, declared that only she was worthy of becoming a god. Here the others were too weak and too cowardly. Chun said in surprise, well, this is an unexpected turn of events. It seems his opponents have problems within their own ranks. Susanoo told him that even though he couldn't stand him, it was a personal matter for the Yaki clan. If the guy didn't want to die, he should get out. The strong man lifted a huge piece of rock and threw it at their former great ruler, who began to devour them all. He shouted to Chun that this was a battle for survival. If they didn't defeat Izanami now, she would kill them all and take away their powers. But the stones were no longer scary to her. With the help of Kagetsuchi's fire, she quickly melted the rock, fragments flying at her. Looking at Susanna, Izanami told him that he was just another dog, trying to kill his own master and provider. Several Izanami snakes have already received the powers of the people. They absorbed, and with each companion they absorbed, they became stronger. Daikakuten said they were all orphans, experimental children, who had experienced many disasters, without resources or prospects. One day Izanami came to them and offered the children to absorb spiritual crystals. They did not understand what this would lead to. Izanami tempted the boys with the idea that by becoming gods, they would be able to escape the suffering of mortals and become strong and invincible. Enticed by promises of a better life, power and wealth, the children unhesitatingly absorbed the spiritual crystals, undergoing mutation as a result of the experiment. Most of the children died in terrible agony, but a few survived and evolved. A pleased Izanami told them that from that day on, they were the Yaki clan future gods, and to do that they had to become the strongest. Daikokuten said that from the very beginning, the children gathered and became the Yaki clan for one reason: to live on. The Great One looked at one of her students, who had used gravity to suspend stones above her, but did not dare to lower them. Suddenly a bright light flashed around Izanami, and all the stones circling above her, scattered in different directions. Flying up to Dekokuten, she said that she had already received the powers of light and darkness, so the boy was wrong to think that he was able to defeat her. Izanami smiled and sent her powerful, poisonous minions at the impudent boy, to suck all his strength out of him. Daikokuten's body was entwined with numerous snakes, and he clenched his teeth, trying to resist the cruel ruler's skill. Even as he was dying, the boy screamed that he would never submit to the insidious deceiver, Izanami, who had killed so many children for her own gain. But Izanami waved her hand, and the snakes crushed the stubborn Dekokuten, squeezing out the precious essence of origin from him. One of the snakes, having absorbed the boy's essence, became dark. She received the talent to control the force of gravity. The Great One grinned at the command of the mistress. The dark snake bared its teeth and hissed, and at the same moment, all the stones of different sizes rose up and froze in the water. Izanami laughed loudly. Chun looked at the enemy. Having killed all of his companions, she will really become incredibly strong. She shouted to her remaining former comrades, ordering them to rise. She needed all their strength to become invincible. Using gravity manipulation, Izanami raised Susanna, who was wounded, and stripped of her armor after the battle with her, from the ground. The great ruler also raised the frightened Inari, and the slightly confused god of fire, of the underworld Kagutsuchi higher. Izanami ordered all survivors to give up their powers, and transfer them to her, sacrificing themselves for her divine power. Suddenly Chun grabbed the floating Inari's leg, and pulled her towards him. An idea came to him on how to stop the great Izanami. Inari was very surprised that the guy had really decided to help her. But why, since they had tried to kill him several times with their powers? Kagutsuchi exclaimed that he would never give up, or give up his strength. He would fight Izanami until his death. Susanoo echoed his sworn brother. He assured the Great One that, even if they both had to die, he would not let Izanami win. In response to these loud statements, Izanami only laughed. These fools seriously decided to fight her and even win. Two huge snakes with gaping mouths immediately rushed towards the rebels, who dared to contradict their mistress. The snake Izanami bit off the lower part of Susan's body. A huge stream of blood gushed out. The strong man was still alive, but was experiencing terrible pain. Kagutsuchi, who witnessed this terrible scene, shouted that even if he could not give a worthy rebuff, he would drag Izanami along with him. He used the Yomi burn technique, a flash of rage in the sun, turning into a stream of furious fire. He flew into the gaping mouth of the snake. The snake slammed its toothy mouth shut, but soon, a huge ball of fire formed inside the snake's body. The snake's body could not withstand the heat. There was a deafening explosion. This solar flame tore apart from the inside the snake that had swallowed the fiery Kagutsuchi. Looking at the torn body of the snake, Izanami smirked. Kagutsuchi was ready to destroy himself, rather than let it swallow him. The snake of the great ruler took the crystal that fell from the dead body of the god of fire in its teeth, and obediently brought the prey to its mistress. Izanami laughed. Kagutsuchi was too naive a youth. His body was just a vessel for the essence of origin. Even if he kills himself, the miraculous crystal of origin, essence inside the body, will not dissipate, can be taken away. She ordered the snake to absorb the Kagutsuchi origin essence crystal, which contained the power of the murdered youth. Soon the head of the snake, that had absorbed Kagutsuchi's essence, burst into flames. Izanami had absorbed the crystal's energy, and now had the gift of fire. She reveled in the new and powerful powers that had appeared within her, almost as if all the powers of the Takamagara pantheon were flowing through her blood. The torn body of the strong man, Susanoo, lay on the seabed. The snake that had swallowed his crystal had become surprisingly muscular and strong. Smiling blood-thirstily, Izanami said that she had already absorbed 7 bearers of divine powers, leaving only 2 left. She aimed at the seer Inari, who stood timidly next to Chun. not knowing what to do. All of her friends were already dead. Inari was clutching a long knife in her hand, but she already understood that killing herself was useless. Was there really no way out? Old Tengu quietly crawled away from the battlefield. He already understood that he would not be able to cope with Izanami, who had been imbued with power. The ruler said that from the entire pantheon, only the two of them remained, the clairvoyant Inari and the warlike mountain demon Tengu, while Izanami spoke with authority. Tengu, covering himself with his wide wings, quickly called upon one of his talents for help. A second later he was no longer in the ocean. Only his black feathers floated in the water. Before the great ruler looking up, Izanami asked with a smile if that old rogue had really run away. Well, that was to be expected from him. The old wise demon Tengu made a smart, cowardly but realistic choice that will prolong his life for a while. Inari turned to Chun with a plea that, with his power, he would definitely be able to destroy the crystal with the essence inside her. She really asked to kill her, then destroy the crystal. Inari did not want to become part of Izanami's power. Only Chun can do this, but Chun remained silent. Izanami asked Inari if she really wanted to use the demon's power to destroy the origin essence. An angry Izanami shouted that Inari had betrayed the will of the Takamagara gods, that she was also a traitor and must die immediately. The frightened seer screamed for Chun to kill her quickly and destroy the crystal with the essence inside her as quickly as possible. She was sure that if he didn't do it now, it would be too late. Izanami was already too strong. She couldn't be dealt with. The snake woman laughed. So Inari can't wait to die at the hands of this demon, just to spite her Izanami. There's no need to try so hard. She'll squeeze the origin essence out of that demon and his huge lizard at the same time. Izanami smiled blissfully. Once she absorbed this essence, she would be so powerful that she would ascend to the level of the gods. Chun took the blade from Inari's hands, but not at all to kill the trembling clairvoyant. The guy had other plans. He told the shaking Inari that she did not need to die, but rather, let the one who had swallowed all her divine friends, the Izanami screamed, that the two had sacrificed themselves together to the new god, and the snake heads rushed to attack Shin. The boy charged Inari's blade with electricity and prepared to throw it at his enemy to get rid of all the snakes at once. He took aim and threw the knife, pierced Izanami's head. The snakes immediately stopped attacking, hanging powerlessly near their owner. Chin initially decided not to get involved in their dispute, but Izanami tried to drag his lizard sword into it, so he changed his mind soon. Izanami woke up and pulled the blade of Inari from her forehead, blood streaming down the face of the great ruler. Turning to Chun, she said with a smile that this power was not enough to kill her. The snakes came to life again and hissed angrily. Chun flew up to the recovered Izanami, ready to attack the bloodthirsty and insidious woman, who imagined herself a goddess. Having dealt her a crushing blow, Chu promised that today would be her end. His enemy hit the rocky ocean floor with a crash. The shockwave from the transformed Anami's fall knocked Inari off her feet, and the girl tried to hide from the stones. Flying at her, poor Inari's whole body shook. Tears ran from her eyes. Not only her life, but something more depended on this battle. Looking down at the body of the evil snake woman, sprawled on the rocks, Chen asked how she felt about the blow. Izanami silently began to rise from the seabed, her snakes hanging limply on her head. It was clear she had taken damage. Around the crash site, there was a swirling cloud of mud mixed with rocks, raised by the powerful impact on the ocean floor. Izanami rose to her feet despite the powerful blow, and she haughtily replied to Chun that it didn't even tickle her. Chu realized that to defeat this monster, he needed to become stronger, so he called upon lightning to temper his body, and fire to forge his bones. Another bloody explosion of scarlet flame made Chun look even more like his giant sea lizard clone. Izanami looked in horror at the changes in her enemy. She had never seen such power before. Would she be able to defeat him? Chen's powerful electrical discharges easily broke up the stream of stones that the frightened Izanami sent at him. Having gained new strength, Chun rushed towards the snake-like woman, With lightning speed it was time to end the battle. Despite his speed, Chin missed. Izanami dodged using gravity control. She was scared. The guy grinned. The invincible ruler of Takamagara dodged the fight. How could this be? Where is her terrifying power? Chun only had Izanami's clothes in his hands. He told her that if she still had any tricks left, let her show them. He was ready. The Great One summoned Tsukiyomi's darkness ability. Shadow absorption. Yamada's dungeon. Hoping to sneakily attack the enemy. In the shadows of the underwater rocks, shadow killer snakes crawled along the seabed, stealthily approaching the terrifying Chun. But the guy remembered that shadows are afraid of bright light. He snapped his fingers, and a bright light born of fire lit up around him. The electrical discharges quickly destroyed the shadow snakes, and in the bright light, they were unable to revive and attack him again. Izanami gritted her teeth. Could it be that Tsukiyomi's strongest skill, Yamada dungeon, didn't work? How could that be? Chun slowly walked towards the confused Izanami, leaving sparkling trails of lava. As he walked along the bottom, the boy looked so terrifying that the great and invincible ruler of the Takamagara pantheon became scared looking at Chun. She thought this mighty monster, even when he was just walking, his pressure was much more terrible than that of the gods themselves. Having gathered herself, Izanami decided to attack her enemy again. She cried out, "Let copper corrode his flesh, and let silver seal his soul," directing a triple attack towards the guy. Izanami added that the gold would destroy his existence. These were Ibis's talents. Behind Chin, a giant copper snake emerged from the rocks, its toothy metal mouth gaping, and rushed at the boy. The Chu cursed, "This creature is quite strong. Well, he will still have to deal with this evil snake. Like woman, she will not give up." Raising his hand, Chin struck the copper snake with a powerful charge of electricity, causing the green snake to disintegrate into pieces. Immediately, the guy was attacked by an even stronger toothy giant, a silver snake capable of paralyzing the warrior's will. Chun concentrated the enormous power of fire and electricity in his hand to melt the magical creature at once. Using his ability to create illusions, the boy squeezed the snake with his red-hot hand, pierced with electric discharges. 2 of Izanami's 3 curses were broken, and then Chun noticed the rocky ground beneath his feet shifting where the boy was. A 3rd golden snake appeared from the ground and swallowed Chun, along with the pile of stones on which he stood. Once inside the golden monster, Chun remained silent for a while and watched what would happen next. Because the snake did not kill him, the snake slammed its golden mouth shut. Izanami watched her clone with bated breath. She didn't know if Chun was alive. Finally, Izanami calmed down. The hated man fell silent. She defeated him, which meant she could absorb his essence of origin. But then the golden snake trembled and began to melt. Something incredible was happening inside. The strongest giant suddenly. Izanami heard Chen's mocking voice. The guy said that he simply had no words for how self-confident she was. The shining body of the golden serpent was cut in half. In an instant by Chu's powerful, bloody sword, the boy was unharmed. Izanami was shocked. Everyone who had previously fallen into the snake's mouths died almost immediately, but this one was able to kill the snake from the inside. The half-melted, severed head of the golden snake fell to the seabed. With a crash, another Izanami clone was dead. Chun told her that, even after absorbing her loyal comrades, she was still weak, her anger and self-conceit consuming her strength. Passing by Izanami, Chun swung his bloody sword and cut her throat. The great ruler was no longer dangerous. As she died, Izanami screamed, "No, this is impossible. She is a goddess, which means she shouldn't die. She should live forever." Bleeding, the ruler of Takamagara screamed that she must rise above all, must ascend to the divine palace. Izanami's legs gave way. Everything around was covered in her blood, and she continued to scream that she should look down on all living things from the heights of a deity. Chun looked at the failed goddess and concluded that she had had enough of crimes. People did not need such evil deities. Izanami was already choking on her own blood. Her eyes, which had been burning with a scarlet fire, were fading, but she still thought that she could not die. Whispering one last time that it was impossible, she fell to the seabed and became silent, a pool of blood spreading around her. Hiding behind a piece of rock, the unfortunate Inari shook the girl, repeating that she could not become part of Izanami's power. Suddenly Inari saw Chun approaching her. She looked at the guy in surprise. Could he really defeat Izanami? Extending his hand to the girl, Chun told her to calm down. Izanami was gone, so Inari was not in any danger. Taking the weakened girl in his arms, Chun flew to the surface of the ocean, hurrying to get her to a safe place on land. The sailors of the transport ship were surprised to see the water next to their ship swell, as if it had been lifted from below. A guy with a girl in his arms jumped out of the water onto the deck of the ship, and the stunned sailors asked where these two had come from. Looking at the sailors, Chun thought that they seemed to be foreigners, but there was nothing to be done. Inari lost consciousness from the shock she had experienced. The guy explained to the sailors as best he could, with signs that the girl was in very bad shape and needed urgent medical attention. Pointing to the shore, he asked them to take Inari there and send her to the nearest hospital for diagnosis and treatment. Having explained everything as clearly as possible, Chun asked if they would agree to do all this and help save the sick girl. The guys silently threw up their hands. Chu didn't understand what this meant. All that remained was to hope that they would help the lifeless Inari. The guy didn't know whether they understood anything of what he had been explaining to them for so long or not. After all, it's difficult with foreigners. Chin was convinced that humanity is extremely prone to internal strife and selfishness, as evidenced by the entire history of people. The number of people killed by their own kind is tens of thousands of times greater than the number of victims of disasters and all kinds of monsters. Most people, having gained power, do not remember to protect the weak or restore justice, but turn the sword against those even weaker. Of course, there is no denying that there will always be good people in this world who are willing to step up or lend a shoulder. After saying goodbye to the sailors, who had taken in the weak and the Nari, Chun pushed off from the deck and flew towards his home. The fishermen silently watched their unusual guest. It became clear to them that an evolved human had come to visit them. Chun believed that human nature was evil, so he did not hesitate to assume the worst about anyone who might threaten him. He was not absolutely good. He did not exhaust his soul with tears, but he was not evil either, for he did not feed on bitter hatred towards other people. He was not chaos, because he did not stir up the dust of all living things, nor was he order. He did not connect the roots of the universe. It is not light, because it does not illuminate the path of the lost, but it is not darkness, because it does not hide the fire that is peeping everywhere. It is not truth, because it does not forge an eternal ideal form, but it is not an illusion either. It does not leave behind a disappearing trace. Chun saw himself as a blade, hanging between good and evil, and he alone could cut through the twilight of chaos. Gwanda gathered a group of Li Zhongwen students in the control room and asked them to watch a section of Chinshu's video. The captain informed the boys that, according to the latest data, it was confirmed that Chu's strength had exceeded the 5-star level. The students were shocked when Guan showed how Chun had broken 100-centimeter diameter heavy concrete pillar with one blow. According to preliminary estimates by experts from their bureau, the force of Chen's impact today exceeds 1,500 tons. Pan Hao almost choked when he heard such a huge number. It seemed unreal. How could this guy be so strong? Having come to his senses a little, how cursed if this wasn't a mistake. Then doubts were creeping in that this Chen Chu was even human. Frustrated, Lindsay clenched his fist and exclaimed that his limit was 1.5 tons, which meant Chen's strength was 1,000 times greater than his. Li asked, according to the world ranking, the striking power benchmark for 5 stars is 100 tons, and Chu's is 1,500. What level is that? Zhongwen thought. Such strength even exceeds the 7-star level. But who is this mysterious guy? Then D said that once an evolutionist surpasses the 5-star level, physical strength ceases to be the criterion of strength, because at this level, physical power is replaced by supernatural strength inherent in such advanced beings. Pleased Pan Hao asked what this supernatural power was, how it manifested itself, and that he Hao would have one. Guandi replied that each country had its own system of evolution, and everyone had the ultimate goal of awakening. supernatural abilities for example, gravity control, fire raging throughout the body, telepathy and so on. People are ready to do anything to reach this level as quickly as possible. As far as is known, the neighboring state is developing technologies for the accelerated evolution of their evolved ones. The captain side, his guys were weaklings. Even with crystals they hadn't reached 4 stars yet, and they were already dreaming about God knows what. The students, in an effort to amuse their captain a little, put on their chicken caps and answered in unison, "Yes, sir." Mr. Guanchun held a crystal in his hand. They say it is supposedly a source, but in fact, it is just a more advanced crystal of spiritual energy. Chu was finally at home on his favorite sofa. Izanami couldn't even imagine that this thing would end up going to Chun. The boy crushed the crystal, obtained from the body of Izanami, whom he defeated, and the system reported that Chu's body characteristics had been increased. Chin noticed that his constitution points had reached their limit. It seemed like it was time to begin the 4th stage of evolution. Little Cece looked at her older brother in surprise, with her big naive, childish eyes sitting on the back of the sofa. The girl asked if everything was okay with Chu. He was acting a little strange, constantly muttering something under his breath. Sitting up on the sofa, Chun answered the child that he was fine, and why was she worried since he was at home now? The girl said that she wanted to eat. Chun replied that he just happened to have some energy crystals if she wanted some. The little girl smiled and replied that she wanted to try the crystals that give people a lot of power. Chun took the Izanami crystal shard he had just crushed and placed it into his little sister's small mouth. He told her to eat more. When she became stronger, she would be able to restore the door, and they would go fight the monsters together. Cece blushed with satisfaction and replied to Chu that everything would be just like that. She would be happy to help him in everything. Global pollution levels have suddenly increased sharply, and all bases have been ordered to activate Level 1 defense protocol. The contaminated energy has exceeded the critical limit by 20 times, and energy fluctuations continue to intensify. Those who have evolved below the 4th rank are forbidden from leaving the cleansing field. Contact with the contaminated zone will result in irreversible mutation. Dressed in protective suits and gas masks, the heroes went forward to repel the attack of new poison monsters. According to preliminary data, the first wave of contamination should reach the defense line in 72 hours. Meanwhile, Chun slept peacefully in his brand new villa, near the mountains, unaware of what was happening nearby. Suddenly he was awakened by some strange feeling, as if he had to find out about something. He felt some kind of vague uneasiness. The guy grabbed his head, wondering what this was. Maybe one of the talents from the recently absorbed crystal was manifesting. Chun had a feeling that some kind of major catastrophe was approaching, and it was already very close. At that moment, the guy heard the roar of Huang Fu Jian's bike engine. Early in the morning, the girl again rolled up to Chu's villa. He didn't understand what this rich, spoiled girl wanted from him. She probably had a dime a dozen suitors, and yet she kept coming here. Looking out the window, Chun saw Jean calmly waiting for him to leave the house, with a box on the back of his motorcycle. Coming out onto the porch, the guy asked her not to wake people up. Early in the morning, Chun tried to remember the name of the extravagant delivery girl. Wang Fu Jin reminded the forgetful customer of her first and last name, telling Chun that his food had actually arrived. The guy smiled. He hadn't ordered anything for the last 2 days, so where could food delivery have come from? The girl replied that he really hadn't ordered food for 2 days in a row, and she was worried that he might die of hunger. In his room here on the left is his favorite stewed chicken and sauce, and on the right is the malaro that Chun likes to order at night, spicy and with extra flavor. Chu was taken aback. He asked Huang Fujian if she was sick. Was she really seriously pursuing him? The girl smiled a little sadly. She just liked him, and she had already told him that she was going to court him. She gave him bags of his favorite food, and added that this is why she watches every moment of his life. Chun silently took the bags of food. He didn't know what to answer the rich neighbor, who decided to court him in such an unusual way. After handing the guy the bags, Jean headed to her bike, turning around as she went, and telling Chu to eat while it was still warm, winking cheerfully at the stunned guy. The delivery girl said that she had left and would meet again at the next food delivery. The girl had already driven quite far away, but Chun was still standing near the porch, and silently looked after her in confusion. He couldn't understand what business it was of Huang Fujian's, whether he ordered food or not, whether she was really worried about him, and what was this all about. Suddenly Chun felt one of the bags in his hand moving. It was strange food shouldn't be alive. Lifting the bag of chicken, he saw strange entities nearby. Chu decided that everything was clearly set up by this woman. Then Cici, awakened by the noise of the motorcycle, looked out of the house, carefully walked out onto the porch, and called out to her older brother. Chin asked the girl what happened, why she got up so early and even changed her clothes, since most people were still asleep. Cici replied that a new teleportation door had appeared. She felt it. They were ready to go monster hunting. The guy was delighted. This was great. It meant that as soon as they had breakfast, they would immediately head to the new door. A teleportation door appeared in the building of an abandoned, unfinished skyscraper. When Chu descended, he saw a hole in the wall, pointing to the gap. The girl told Chun that they were there, and that now there was a passage to other worlds, inhabited by monsters. Cici warned Chu that she was opening the door. He should be extremely careful, could be very dangerous there. The guy's body is almost completely covered in armor. All that's left is to get the sword from the storage, and he can set off on a journey. The system prompted that the demon Emperor's armor would enhance resistance to contaminated energy. Chu said it was time to begin. At the command of her elder brother, she opened the passage to other worlds. Now Chun could go there and she would guard the door. Stepping towards the door, the guy felt an extremely strong pressure. It seemed that this time, the world in front of him was very aggressive. Chun noticed that the infection level was too high, couldn't be contained, even with the enhanced protection of his armor. And yet he entered the portal. He was immediately surrounded by impenetrable darkness. He turned his head. Nothing was visible. It seemed there was no light here. The boy mentally commanded that the color of perception bloom. Now his eyes could see, even in this impenetrable darkness. It was very opportune just at that moment. A huge stone was flying at Chun. Another second and Chu would have been crushed, but he managed to cut a piece of rock, flying at him with his sword. It felt like they were waiting for him here, or maybe he was just that lucky. A second boulder immediately flew after the first one, but it was also instantly cut into pieces by Chen's powerful sword. Jumping onto the rock, Chu said, "This enemy seems to attack immediately after meeting. Well, that's just what we need." In the clouds of dust, Chun saw a four-armed giant approaching him. It seemed to be the one who was throwing stones at Chu. The system told the guy that in front of him was a four-armed demon primate, possessing enormous physical strength. Pushing off from the ground, the demon primate rushed at Chun. In addition to strength, this opponent possessed enviable speed and agility. Clenching all four fists, the primate began to strike Chu, defending himself with his broadsword from the demon's barrage of blows. And then the system informed the guy that the level of infection was increasing. Chen wondered what to do. He might not be able to withstand it. Chen wondered if he could push his strength to its limits and destroy this powerful primate demon with one blow. The demon continued his primitive boxing, raising a whole whirlwind of stones around the guy. This primate was incredibly strong. Chun released an explosion of power, and he immediately felt fiery energy spreading through his body, like raging lava. The demon stared in surprise at his changed opponent. Despite his small stature, he suddenly felt an indomitable strength within him. The giant primate felt as if a volcano had erupted behind the boy, and scarlet lava had spilled everywhere. But he did not retreat. The activation of the power ended. Now it was possible to fight back against the enemy. Chun swung his sword and dealt a powerful blow to the demon primate. Admiring the result of his attack, the guy thought that a quick victory was what he really needed most. Right now Chun rushed after his stunned opponent and pierced his huge body with a fist as hot as lava. The giant roared in pain and horror, and soon his mighty body split into two parts. From a blow of unprecedented force, he was defeated. The demon's body torn in two halves. Collapsed to the ground. Chu landed nearby. He had to make sure the enemy was dead. The force of the blow dealt to the forearm demon is close to 500 tons. Even the strongest body cannot withstand such a blow. Suddenly, Chun saw a scarlet crystal fall out of the demon's body, and the guy realized that the concentration of energy in it was extremely high. The guy took the mineral. It is very similar to the crystal of essence of Izanami origin, but this one is much smaller. Chu crushed the scarlet crystal of the four-armed demon he had killed, and the system informed him that he had received 1,000 evolution points. Turns out that this is a pure energy crystal. You only need to absorb one, and you will immediately receive evolutionary energy. And the next evolution requires another 10,000 points. But it seems Chun has unexpectedly found a way to evolve quickly. Having dealt with the primate demon, Chun went to explore the world he found himself in, which was very similar to an endless wild forest. Standing on the top of the cliff, the boy looked around at the amazing green world, all permeated with streams of primordial energy. Chun wondered how many more of these crystals were hidden in this wild, untouched jungle. The boy sighed hastily. He was already impatient to go down from the cliff and explore this amazingly beautiful wild world. Numerous flocks of birds circled above the lush crowns of ancient trees. Chu carefully descended into the green forest. Judging by the four-armed primate demon, the monsters in this world are quite strong. You need to be extremely careful to make sure he didn't miss anything. Chun used his powers of observation to the fullest, so that even the slightest rustle couldn't escape his notice, and then he noticed not far from him huge ants bustling around, their larvae and carrying small crystals. The system told the guy that right in front of him was a magical ant, a third-rank natural monster. Chu noticed that the energy of the ant's magic crystal was much more turbid than that of the primate. Could it be that they were feeding on these primeval crystals? Suddenly, right above the forest, Chun saw a swarm of giant mosquitoes. He thought, God forbid an ordinary person encounters such insects. The system told him that he saw a magical mosquito, a fourth-rank natural monster. Monsters that hunt in swarms. Hiding in the thicket, Chun watched the swarm. He noticed that the magical mosquito had spotted a target, and it wasn't Chu at all. The guy carefully peered out from the bushes, and it turned out that the mosquito demon was attacking a weaker monster, a magical ant. Chun couldn't believe his eyes. These creatures were eating each other. Instead of working together to protect their green, blooming world, the boy watched the mosquito with bated breath. And after finishing off the ant, the demon immediately began to absorb its magical energy. As the predator absorbed the energy, it visibly grew larger and much stronger than before. Chu was stunned. The monster evolved right there on the spot. It only needed to absorb one crystal of primordial energy. This fourth-rank specimen, having absorbed the magical ant, immediately turned into a fifth-rank elite monster. How interesting! And then Chun noticed that something was jumping very quickly through the forest thicket. This monster was clearly stronger than mosquitoes, and ants. A strong body covered in gray fur flashed in front of the guy. It was clearly some kind of primate, moving very quickly. The huge, powerful monkey noticed the evolved demon mosquito and rushed towards it with amazing speed. Chun took cover from the rocks and pieces of trees, flying in all directions. The two monsters fought to the death. The fearsome primate was victorious, tearing apart his opponent's body and sinking his teeth into his fleshy, evolved flesh. The system explained to Chun that the powerful forest hunter was a magical monkey, a sixth-rank natural monster. Chu realized that every hunt, every evolution step by step, purified this raw primordial energy, making it stronger and stronger. But one day the supreme monsters, such as the four-armed demon primate, come to the end of their life's journey. Then they all as one returned to the foot of the tree of life, to the sanctuary entwined with its roots. And there they die, having given up their strength. There, in this sanctuary, the bodies of demons slowly disintegrate, releasing the power and enormous energy they had absorbed. The magical essence forged by their entire lives returns to the roots of the great tree, becoming nourishment for its eternal existence. The enormous tree of life remains silent, its its roots only gently touching the remains of these magical creatures, loyal to it. Chun was blocked from reaching the great tree by another primate demon defending his world, which had long been arranged this way and not otherwise. New magical ant eggs are already maturing in the ant hill. Soon a new generation of crystal carriers will hatch to continue this endless cycle of energy. But Chu decided that this perfect cycle of energy would come to an end. Today it would destroy the tree of life of this world. Everything that monsters have forged over generations, killing and devouring each other, will soon belong to a man named Chun Chu. Chun rushed towards the great tree of life, but all the monsters of this forest stood in his way, protecting the source of their life. The guy rushed like a deadly hurricane among the forest monsters and demons, inflicting fatal blows on them with his bloody sword. The monsters, despite their huge numbers, did not have time to attack Chu all at once. His slashing attacks were too fast. Here he landed on the ground again. The treasured tree of life was getting closer. Despite the attempts of the monsters to block the way, Chun looked around. The remains of the many monsters that had attacked him were slowly falling to the ground, profusely spraying blood onto it. The body of a huge, magical monkey fell to the ground with a crash. It was a 6th-level natural forest monster. As soon as the dead monkey touched the ground, its body began to disintegrate, and blood-red magic crystals appeared. System messages poured in that Chun had killed demonic beasts and obtained medium scarlet magic crystals. The delighted guy clenched his fist in victory. He finally had enough pure energy crystals for evolution. The system explained the rules of fusion. 8 low-level scarlet crystals produce 1 medium crystal, and from 8 medium crystals, one can obtain 1 supreme one. Chun commanded the system to begin merging his scarlet crystals. The supreme scarlet magic crystal not only provides a huge amount of evolutionary energy, but can also trigger super evolution. Chun was surprised at what kind of random super evolution was this. Was it even possible? But the probability of this was only 1 too small. If this attempted evolution does not result in super evolution, then this rare scarlet crystal will simply be wasted. The guy decided not to rush into absorbing the supreme scarlet magic crystal and headed back to the tree of life. He was sure that there must be something higher and more effective than the supreme scarlet magic crystal. Another, even larger group of natural forest monsters and demons of this world came out to meet Chun. Chu smiled. Another battle was coming. There were more monsters this time. They were stronger, which meant there would be even more crystals. He rushed into battle with the monsters of the primeval forest, dealing deadly blows left and right, and killing his enemies soon. The entire forest clearing was strewn with the bodies of slain monsters, but they still remained. New monsters took the place of the dead. Finally Chun exhaled. Almost all the demonic animals were killed. Messages poured in from the system that was counting the crystals. The system again told Chun that 8 high-grade scarlet crystals could be fused to produce 1 medium blue crystal. The guy thought, so that's what it is. But it turns out that scarlet crystals evolve into blue ones. How interesting it all is. He ordered the system to perform a fusion of his higher scarlet crystals. I wonder what properties the blue crystal will have. The medium blue magic crystal sparkled in Chen's hand, and the probability of super evolution had now increased to 10. But Chu considered even this probability too small. He needed 100 and nothing less. The closer Chun got to the tree of life, the stronger the resistance became. It seemed like all the demonic beasts had come out to fight. The guy was breathing heavily. He had already fought off several massive attacks from natural forest monsters, and the crystals were growing in number. He asked the system what would be the end result if he merged the crystals of all the demonic creatures in this magical forest. Chun signaled the system to begin merging all of the medium blue crystals he had into one, and watched with interest. Soon the system informed the guy that a large, supreme blue, magic crystal had been successfully created from his crystals. This crystal allows the owner to activate their super evolution with 100 probability. Chun reached for the crystal. He finally got it. Use it, and he was guaranteed to get a random super evolution effect. But before Chu could take the crystal, a mighty and furious, winged lion swooped down from the sky, aiming for the blue crystal. The huge monster threw the boy away from his supreme, blue magic crystal, preventing him from taking the treasure. Chun immediately pulled out the sword from the storage. He had never encountered such a powerful pressure of the king's will. The aura of this monster was truly terrifying. Poisonous energy enveloped everything around the magical king of the forest beasts. The winged lion hid near the blue crystal. Chin noticed that the beast's aura was capable of distorting even the surrounding environment. The guy understood that this was beyond the capabilities of ordinary monsters, which meant that the monster in front of him was of a much higher level. Chun chuckled. He had exterminated all the monsters of the wild forest to create this crystal, and the winged lion wanted to profit from the finished product. The monster growled menacingly. The system warned. Chu before him was a 9th-rank magical creature, the Lord of Cameras, and then it dawned on Chun. But it would be even better if the monster absorbed the highest blue crystal, thereby improving it even more. The guy smiled. Everything was going perfectly. He needed to let this winged cat eat the blue crystal. He took a few steps towards the Lord of the Cameras, and the more Chun thought about it, the more he realized that he was right. Since these are the rules of the Forest of Death, then he will allow the winged lion to complete the final tempering of the crystal. For him, Chun stood in the clearing and silently looked at the Lord of the Chimeras, then at the large, supreme blue crystal shining in front of the monster. The lion took a step forward and grabbed the blue and magical treasure with his fanged mouth. The monster swallowed it instantly. The guy smiled now. He would be able to ensure that the probability of super evolution exceeded 100. Chen allowed evolution. Now the Chimera Lord has evolved to the supreme form. A 10th-rank monster. Chu smiled. First, the monster would swallow the magic crystal and evolve, and then it would give him 100 times more. As soon as the regal winged lion evolved, his tail turned green, and immediately prepared to attack Chin. The tail of the Chimera Lord, which had turned into a thick snake, fired a huge green poisonous arrow at the guy. The updated monster attacked Chin first. Well, that was to be expected. He needed to defeat it and get his crystal back. The boy cut the poisonous arrow with his sword, safely avoiding a fatal wound from the green, vile abomination. The arrow pieces fell onto the clearing. With a hiss, Chun grinned. Acid ray. It was not for nothing that the lion evolved a snake tail. Even if this crap touches even a little, the level of infection is fatal. We need to take this into account during a future attack. This monster with a huge body has lost its flexibility, but its strength is colossal. Its strength limit is many times greater than a human's. Sitting at the top of the food chain, the winged lion has been hunting weaker monsters in this forest of death for what seems like decades. This Lord of Chimeras probably has so much magical energy accumulated in his body that it has long been beyond counting. No decades is too little. This creature must have been ruling here for over a century, a real monster of the king level. As Chun charged at the winged lion, he thought, well, let's see what's sharper, the bloody sword or the monster's scales. The Lord of the Chimeras growled menacingly at the approaching enemy, but this didn't faze the boy at all. He was eager to fight, having deftly jumped onto the monster's back. Chun inflicted several wounds on the Chimera Lord with his bloody sword, chopping off different parts of the body. Having successfully carried out the first attack, the guy breathed a sigh of satisfaction. Now he needed to see the enemy's reaction. Feeling the pain of his wounds, the Lord of the Chimeras stood up on his hind legs and growled angrily at the impudent little human warrior. The wave of anger from the winged monster threw Chun back, and he was surprised at how powerful the royal aura of this beast was. Suddenly, Chun saw that the wounds on the giant's wings, which he had just inflicted with his sword, were healing right before his eyes. The guy was stunned. What an amazing ability to regenerate. So there was definitely no point in hitting the wings. The enraged demon flapped his wings, which had recovered from his wounds, and called upon one of his attack skills. A blue magic circle began to swirl above the forest clearing. The night sky was suddenly covered with clouds, and the Lord of the Chimeras laughed loudly. Chin didn't immediately understand what was going on, But when he raised his head, he realized that the demon was summoning lightning. Did he really possess thunder magic? Before he had time to think about it, the sky lit up with numerous flashes, and the clearing became as bright as day. Lightning bolts flew straight at Chin. The guy deftly dodged, spinning around the clearing, each lightning strike causing a rockfall. The winged king of the forest growled angrily. Why was this impudent fellow still alive? None of his royal attacks could finish him off. Summoning the powers of fire and electricity, Chun launched an attack on the powerful lord of the chimeras, and the wild forest with a cry of victory. Chu flew up to the winged giant and struck him across the fanged muzzle with a red-hot, bloody sword. The lion clearly did not expect a frontal attack and did not protect his regal head from the blow. So Chun managed to inflict a wound on him, but to the boy's surprise, he was unable to kill the monster. The lion threw him away from himself. Like an annoying fly, the demonic winged lion roared incredibly loudly, and Chun, along with the pile of stones, flew back into the forest clearing. Upon landing, the boy felt his body shaking, and the entire clearing was filled with clouds of dust from the falling of numerous stones. Chun suddenly realized that, after attacking the lion, his hand had cramped. The body of this monster was harder than iron, and it wasn't so easy to break through it. Raising his head, Chu looked closely at the enemy. It turned out that his attack was not so unsuccessful. The beast was vulnerable. Streams of blood were flowing from the monster's vicious fanged face, which meant Chun had managed to wound it, which is why it went berserk. The guy smiled and sighed with relief. If he managed to draw blood, then the lion demon's death was already near. The monster flapped its wings again and growled, beginning a new, magical attack on the little brat who dared to wound it. Chun raised his head to the sky and cursed. This time the winged lion greatly increased its attack with thunder magic. Now several blue circles were circling above the guy. This time, the lion didn't even leave him space to dodge the blows. Frequent lightning bolts rained down on the clearing. Chun realized he would have to take the hit. The system warned. The durability of his armor was zeroed out. The guy gritted his teeth. Enough monsters, like the chimera, have a fairly high level of intelligence. In close combat he will refuse thunder magic. After all, using a mass damage spell near yourself is the same as hitting yourself. Chun once again summoned the powers of fire and electricity, and rushed towards his stunned opponent. As fast as he could, the lion taking a step back, remembering the wounds inflicted on him by the man. The demon this time prudently defended himself with the help of his wings. Chu smiled. Everything was fine. He knew that the Lord of the Chimeras would do just that, but the guy had prepared a surprise for the monster. He took advantage of the opportune moment, and very quickly ran around the monster, approaching its poisonous tail. Chun said with a smile. The lion covered himself with his wings, but he would not strike the head, but another equally vulnerable place. The boy struck with his sword, and cut off the royal demon's poisonous tail, which turned out to be not as tough as the rest of his body. Chu took the dead snake in his hand, and said that the lion was still protected from the front but not from the back. It was necessary to cover both the head and the tail. At once the main predator of the ancient forest roared in pain and humiliation. He believed that the little villain with a sword would attack him head on again. Chun showed the lion a dead snake, and asked if he was surprised. It was his tail that spat out a terrible green poison. This was one of the strengths of the Camera Lord, and it is also his main weakness. Now the winged lion no longer has an acid beam, but now Chun had this beam. He opened the dead mouth of the snake, and directed a stream of acid straight at the winged demonic lion. Chun knew that this acid, if it came into contact with any living creature, was mortally dangerous. Even if it didn't kill the lion, it would seriously injure it. The Lord of the Chimeras looked in horror at the approaching stream. He realized that the man had managed to outsmart him, and take away his own weapon. The lion covered himself with his wing, trying to save himself from the stream of poisonous acid that was flying at him from his severed tail. But the wing couldn't protect the high-level forest demon, the poisonous acid beam broke through the defense and rushed towards him. Having received a strong dose of poisoning, the giant winged lion fell to the ground with a crash, spreading its huge wings to the sides, throwing away the now useless acid snake. Chen said, "Now it's time to finally finish off this demon." Swinging his bloody sword, the guy jumped on the seriously wounded winged lion. It was still roaring but could do nothing. Chun plunged his sword into one of the Chimera Lord's forehead, eyes crushing his head. Blood gushed from the fatal wound, and the king of beasts fell silent. The system congratulated Chu. He killed the 10-level Chimera King in his final form, and obtained a top-tier dark gold crystal. Taking the treasured crystal in his hands, Chun smiled contentedly. Excellent. This is exactly what he was counting on. When he fed the blue crystal to the lion, the boy crushed the crystal in his hand to absorb its magical energy, and dark gold energy flowed through his body. The explosion of energy was so powerful that all the trees in the forest swayed, rustling their thick green foliage. In surprise, Chun felt the streams of magical energy reaching his heart, turning it golden. It was an unusual feeling, and then his whole body began to glow, as if he was cast from gold. The system reported that Chun was undergoing super evolution. Chu suddenly felt that the entire space was responding to his will. It was interesting. Could he really control space? He pushed off the ground, and as if by magic, in the blink of an eye, he found himself in another place, without any effort. Chun realized that this was not an ordinary movement. Space simply transferred him here by mental command. Simply awesome. The guy decided to check whether objects obeyed him. He ordered a piece of rock to stand up, and immediately the rock cracked. A second later, at Chen's command, a huge stone flew out of the ground and hung in the air. Obeying the movement of the boy's hand, Chun commanded the stone hanging in the air to explode, not quite believing that such a thing was even possible in nature. But as soon as Chu clenched his fist, a huge boulder broke off from the rock and shattered into small stones, showering the area with debris. Looking at his glittering golden body, Chun thought that the density of his body was such that even he himself felt terrified, and the force will probably be appropriate. He pushed a small ball with his index finger, all that was left of the stone. With a slight push, the ball destroyed the entire clearing, creating a long and wide ditch in the ground. The force of the impact was truly terrifying. Finally, the ball sent by Chun reached a high cliff. A deafening explosion was heard, and the cliff shattered into pieces. The guy walked through the air, heading back to the teleportation door. There was nothing more for him to do here. Summoning the power of lightning, Chun said with disappointment that this world had already become boring, and it seemed like there were no more demons here. He decided it was time to leave. Jumping from one green island to another, Chun set fire to the forest so that the monsters would not be reborn. Chu suddenly became curious about whether he could create a spatial portal to return home himself, and waved his sword. The last place he landed in this world was the Tree of Life. Cutting through space with his sword, Chun saw space in front of him, emerging from another world into his own. Chu found himself back in his pajamas, and soon entered the doors of his own villa. Near the mountains, numerous battles had tired him out, and the absorbed energy needed to be fully absorbed. So Chu was feeling sleepy. He fell exhausted onto his bed, ready to fall asleep in any position. The human body demanded immediate rest. Shirshir asked Chu with concern what the condition of his body was, whether everything was okay with him. He had changed a lot during this time. Chun replied to the girl that his body had already entered the evolutionary stage, so it seemed he would have to sleep for about 2 days. She asked her little sister not to go anywhere. These 2 days, if she wants to eat, she can use something, or just let him wait until Huang Fujian brings the food, since she always brings it on schedule. Early in the morning, Chen mentally gave the system permission to begin the evolution of his body. He was at home in a safe environment, and could calmly go through the entire process. In his mind's eye, the boy saw his body turning golden, strengthening and compacting. rotating in zero-gravity. Chu was fast asleep, and although his phone was nearby, Situ Qian's call couldn't wake him up. While he was undergoing super evolution, the girl continued to call persistently, but Chun did not wake up. This was the first time. He was unable to answer her call. The machine answered Chin that the called subscriber was temporarily unavailable, and politely asked the girl to call back later. Situ was surprised why Chin wasn't picking up the phone. She really wanted to share with him what it was like to be evolved. While biting into a meaty chicken leg, Longzi asked his friends if they had heard the news about the university beauty. Situ Jian. Everyone turned to Lindsay, who conspiratorially said that they said that John had become Chinchu's girlfriend, and that they had been seen in an expensive hotel. Lizong went, grimaced and stuffed a snack into Longzi's mouth, telling him to chew it properly and stop talking nonsense. Pan House sighed and placed another chicken leg on the plate of the dumbfounded Longzi, so that she could shut his mouth. A sad Lin Rose said that Chinshu doesn't have a girlfriend yet. She is sure that an ordinary woman can't be a match for him. After a brief silence, she added that she thought he would be more likely to like a girl with real superhero powers. A deathly silence reigned in the dining room. The guys looked at Lin Ru with embarrassment. Everyone knew perfectly well that she liked Chinshu. Longzi said thoughtfully, Chun was wearing a dress worth 80,000 and the bag Chin she bought her cost more than 100,000. Ever since he visited Situ Qian at the hotel, she has been calling herself his girlfriend, and the whole university is talking about it. Lin Rua's face flushed. She pushed her chair back with a bang, and blurted out that she was already full, and the three of them could continue. Han Hao grabbed Long Xiai by the chest and cursed, asking why he suddenly started talking about this. He almost died of fright. Naive Long Xiai was indignant. Everyone in Ning knows about this matter. It's not a secret, so why can't we talk about it here? Hao explained yes, everyone really knows, but he just added fuel to the fire. Now during the practical training, Linru's anger will spill out on Longzi. Shimei, entering the dining room, reported that an evolved person with a very strong gift had come to register. Had the guys seen him? The guys unanimously answered that they didn't know anything, and the girl asked in bewilderment what those two fools had just discussed. Zhang Wen pointed at the angry Lin Ro and said that they were just discussing her and Chun Chu's infatuation with the beautiful Sichuan. At this time, Chun was walking towards Ro. Li said to the guys, look, these two beauties are about to clash with each other. The captain's assistant, seeing Lin Ro, greeted the girl and decided to introduce her to Situ Qian, who had come to register. The woman told Situ that this was her elder Lin Ro, now an evolved fighter in a special bureau in fighting monsters. Turning to Ro, the assistant introduced the younger Situ Qian, who right in class today. Her whole body flared up and she woke up. Ro congratulated her sister Sita on her awakening. Now she too has evolved and gained the strength to fight. Xian replied that she was just lucky. Situ felt that her interlocutor hated her, and guessed that it was because of Chun. Situ added that compared to the elder Lin, who was immediately noticed by official structures, and made into an evolved one, she had nothing to say. Pan Hao grabbed his head. He was lost. The situation had become so tense that one spark would be enough to start a fire. Guan intervened in the conversation and told Situ that, before registering, her data needed to be tested to determine her level. The captain offered the girl to take the test of the evolved strength right now, if she had free time. Situ Chun replied to Guanda that there was no problem. She was ready to test her strength. She was very interested in it herself. But Linru told the captain that she and Situ studied at the same university, and asked permission to take her for the test. Guanda agreed. Linru knew this process better than anyone, so he entrusted the new evolved one to her. Pan Hao noticed that Linru now had a reason to vent his pent-up anger. Situ Qian was clearly not to be envied. Now Ro explained that the strength test is very simple. The girl needs to hit the impact zone of the testing device with all her strength after the strike. The machine will give a numerical result of Situ's strength. Chun concentrated. You just need to strike with all your strength. In a circle, concentrating, Situ clenched her fists and punched the punching bag, hanging in the testing room, with all her might in the striking area. The device showed an impact force of 4,700 kilograms. Linru frowned. This girl is not that simple. Ro praised the younger one. Very good, her strength has reached 3-star evolved. You are so strong. Panhwa cursed and asked how she did it. For a girl at the very start, this was simply incredible strength. Lunzi remembered when he first woke up. His strike was just over 1,000 and hers was almost 5, which was close to the 4th star. Next was a speed test. After listening to Lin Ro's instructions, Situ ran a short distance as fast as she could. Ro recorded the result, a speed of 68 meters per second. Also the limit of a 3-star evolved one. The boys watching Situ's tests instinctively closed off from the explosion of energy. During the 3rd test, Lin stated that the supernatural power of fire has a high temperature, and the ability to condense and explode. Materialization of force, a plastic explosive. Fireball throwing range 20 meters. Destructive power equal to a combat grenade. Lin Ro concluded a comprehensive assessment of the 3-star supernatural evolved at the peak of its powers. How was stunned. She had just awakened and had already reached the limit of the 3-star level. Situ's talent was very high from the very beginning. Lunzi confirmed that they had clearly encountered another great gift, and they themselves had only just reached the 3 stars. Today Wu Chimei clarified that they, like herself, had broken through to the 3 stars with the help of Captain Guanda's spiritual crystal. Luanzi thought about it, but they had said from above that the test had shown that it was the 5 of them who had the highest talent in all of Nina. And now it turns out that first, Chun Chu showed unprecedented talent. Then Situ Chien, how the hell could that even happen? Li told the boys that talent only determines the starting point, but how far you go depends on your personal efforts. Moreover, their development is a natural process. It should not happen in leaps and bounds. Otherwise the body will not be able to prepare. But for some it seems outside forces intervened, and they took a shortcut. So who is stronger and who is weaker is still unknown. After looking at the results, the captain said thoughtfully, 3-star evolved and almost on the way to the 4th star. Guandi asked the girl what her plans were for the future. Situ was not prepared for this question, and was a little confused. Pulling herself together, Chun replied that she hadn't decided what she would do yet, but she really wanted to finish university. Capital said that Situ's talent was no weaker than Lin Ru's, and she would soon be able to break through to the 4th star, and even become an awakened being. Wanda saw a great potential in her, and asked if she would consider joining their special bureau. Seeing the girl's doubts, the captain will ask Chien again if she would like to join the special administration to serve for the good of the country. He pushed a non-disclosure agreement towards her, saying that the package of documents for her to join them was already completely ready. Guan said that official resources will help her spend less energy and quickly increase her strength level and develop. The captain frowned and seriously asked Xian what she thought about this proposal, whether she was ready to serve her country. Si Chu politely thanked Guang Dai for his trust and offer, but she would like to consult with Chun Chu about this matter. The captain was surprised. If she was going to join the special department, then why consult with Chun? It was her personal business. The girl was a little embarrassed, and replied that she was going to consult with him because Chinshu was her boyfriend, and she couldn't do otherwise. Guandi smiled. So that means the one who suddenly evolved with a special talent is his girlfriend. How interesting. Situ said that Chinshu might not want her to join the special department, so she couldn't give a definitive answer right now. And the captain understood everything. He said that there was nothing to worry about. It was voluntary. Everyone decided for themselves whether to join them. The documentation department has already prepared an evolved certificate. For Sita, she can take it and go about her business. The delighted girl thanked the captain. She felt a little uneasy under his intense and attentive gaze. She took hold of the ID card, but Guanda was in no hurry to let him go. Chien looked questioningly at the policeman. He asked the girl to tell Chin Chu that the case with the Hongju Trade Guild had already been successfully closed. The 3 corporations involved were completely destroyed. Guan is very grateful to Chu for the valuable information he provided.
Situ Chien
Promised Captain Guangda that she would definitely convey everything to Chun as soon as they met. Watching the girl leave, the captain sighed heavily. It seemed that Situ Chien would not be joining the special administration, which was a pity. She had talent. Meanwhile, Cece watched her sleeping older brother with concern. Such a long sleep made the girl anxious. She noticed that Chu's body temperature had noticeably increased in his sleep. It was very strange what was happening to him. Carefully touching the boy's forehead, the girl felt the chin was literally burning, as if he was lying in a feverish state. Cece flew around the room thoughtfully. Not knowing what to do, she couldn't interrupt evolution. But how could she help her brother? Suddenly she saw Chun smiling in his sleep. Her heart felt a little lighter, which meant everything was fine with her older brother. At this time, Chu's body was undergoing a profound super-evolution. The structure of muscles and bones, ligaments and tendons was changing. The most complex transformation took place at the genetic level. Now the very structure of the guy's DNA has become completely different. Cece, watching Chen's expression change, asked in confusion, "Chu must be having a very interesting and good dream." Chun had been sleeping for 3 days already, and there were only 6 days left until the end of the world. The news channels were broadcasting terrifying news. Residents of towns and villages near the gates of the apocalypse were forced to move to nearby cities, with the promise of returning them later. During the period of the disaster, the authorities also introduced centralized management of grain and other vital resources. People were indignant, asking where they would live and what they would eat. And besides, getting to another city wasn't that easy. They weren't welcome there. The herald explained that the choice of city for evacuation was voluntary. The authorities were not forcing anyone. Those who wished could remain here, but if they agree to take refuge in the city, the government will provide them with housing and clean water and will also try to give them food. Even if someone decides to stay and a monster invasion occurs, the authorities will still try to send help. Ning Naishing snorted. They will try. They are not going to abandon anyone. Only a fool would believe these stupid, empty promises. Official forces are no longer sufficient. Now the authorities have to gather people in one place, and it is still unknown what and how will happen there. Su Lan reassured Ning that since their boss was there was nothing to be afraid of. He had arranged everything, built a shelter with the rich people, and they could take refuge there. Len put a box on the table. The boss sent it in the morning by courier. He told each of the company's employees to take one. The girls looked into the box, where several beautiful blue crystals were displayed, just the right size for the number of their workers. The secretary asked in surprise what it was. Did the boss himself really send it to them? But why? Maybe. He explained something to Len. Chen's personal assistant took one crystal and examined it carefully. It looked like a mineral, probably some kind of stone. Suddenly, the crystal in Len's hands shattered into small pieces, and scarlet flashes of unusual energy danced around his hand. Soon, Sulan's entire body was engulfed in streams of scarlet energy, lifting her up, and the frightened Ning asked her friend what was wrong with her. Len was perplexed. It seemed that this was the power of the evolved. She literally felt an explosion of power inside. When the transformation was over, the girl sank back to the floor, and the bright flashes around her disappeared. Everything seemed to calm down. Chen's assistant decided to test her guess. Seeing a knife sticking out of the apple, she extended her hand and called him to her. At that very second, the table knife flew out of the apple and
Spinning obediently flew towards Sulan.
As if it were being attracted by a magnet, a satisfied Len caught the knife. Ning's legs buckled in surprise, and she asked her friend how she could do it. Chen's pretty secretary glanced sideways at the mysterious box, wondering if all this had happened to Su Lan because of the crystal. Su threw the knife at the high ceiling of the office. It sank into the concrete with astonishing force, cracking the surrounding area. Len said, "This is a gift that the boss prepared for them. You just need to use one crystal, and you can instantly evolve. Now they can become strong to survive the apocalypse. You need to be able to protect yourself. Now they can." The guys were telling each other that a sensational exposé of evolved internet stars had appeared on Meowing. The blonde swordsman announced that the eyes of the entire world were now on him, and he was about to announce sensational news. People of all ages were glued to their phone screens. The swordsman said, "Everyone knows that so-called hero Chinchu. The guy promised that today He would expose this ridiculous lie, and bring this so-called people's hero to justice. What kind of supernatural hero is this guy? All his fame is based on special effects, nothing more. The sword. Master's fan club chat was bursting, with thousands of comments. Everyone was eager to see the battle between their idol and Chun Su. Someone forwarded the fan club chat to Guan Dai's computer. The captain cursed, "That's all we need. We need to find Chun immediately." He dialed a familiar number, but the machine answered saying that the subscriber he was calling was currently unavailable, and that he should call back later. The captain cursed this. Alexander from country Y had already issued a challenge right under their noses, and Chun was not in touch. Where had he gone? Guan rushed to Chun Shu's company office, but he wasn't there either. The secretary said that the boss had been absent from the office for the past few days. Ning smiled. The boss said that he was preparing for the apocalypse and had gone into seclusion for meditation. He could not be disturbed. The captain was stunned. What kind of seclusion for meditation? What kind of nonsense is this pretty girl talking? She takes him for a fool. An angry Wanda slammed the table, asking if they were crazy. Chun at least understood what time it was, and it was no time for meditation. Nin apologized. Their bosses like that. If he decides on something, he does it right away and doesn't warn them in advance. They can't contact him either. D asked to tell Chu that Alexander from Y is broadcasting live, claiming to be exposing self-proclaimed heroes, and he has already killed at least 100 people. Now Chun Chu is the face of our country. If he does not respond to the challenge, the country will lose face in international public opinion. In the face of an apocalypse, the loss of public trust would be a catastrophe for the country and its people. Chun must understand this. Suddenly everyone heard Chu's voice. He said, "Since this blogger wants war, let there be war. Alexander can set the time of the duel." Guandi opened his mouth in surprise. He asked Chun in confusion if it was him. The captain hardly recognized him. He had changed so much. Chu smiled. Since the apocalypse is only a few days away, it's time to update his online image. Doesn't they like it? 10 minutes before, Huang Fujian had brought food to Chen's villa. Sure timidly peeked out from the gate, recognizing the familiar sound of a bike. While handing over the lunch bag, the girl asked Chen's younger sister if he had finished his seclusion. She replied not yet, but almost. She thanked Jean for the delivery, and hurried back into the house to look after Chu. Jean thought it was strange. The evolved ones acted just like heroes from novels about Tao and immortals. Oh well. Suddenly Huang Fu Wan heard someone call her name. Turning around, she saw Li Tianrui behind her. She asked Mr. Li if he had probably also come to visit. Chun Su Tian asked if she had seen Chun herself today. The girl replied, "Chun Chu is still in seclusion. There is no need to disturb him. His younger sister is constantly looking after him." Suddenly there was an explosion. Stones from the broken roof of Chen's villa flew in all directions. Li and Huang Fu covered themselves with their hands, in fear, cursing. Li raised his head and was stunned. He whispered, "Wow, this is happening. Is he really dreaming?" The child, pointing to the sky, told his astonished mother to look. There was a real deity flying under the clouds. Chun Chu floated above the houses, in a bright column of multicolored, iridescent energy. In 2 days, his hair had grown long. Li, his mouth open in surprise, looked at his friend and tried to understand what the hell had happened to him. Had he really become a saint? The guy cursed and exclaimed, "This is Chun. Did he ascend? And what should they all do now? Who will protect them from the monsters?" Jean smiled. "What ascension? This is evolution. Chu has now become much stronger. He will definitely be able to protect everyone." Chun, like a rocket, rushed upward, rising higher and higher above the ground. He enjoyed the free, effortless flight. Finally he took a deep breath. This feeling of rebirth was simply amazing, as if he had finally become himself. The system notified Chin that he had evolved into an ancient black, annihilating dragon. Chu had received the imperial gene. This gene allows one to capture gene fragments from monsters it has killed, and master their abilities, turning them into one's own. Now both Chin and his sea lizard clone have become incredibly powerful creatures, whose equals are hard to find in the world. Chu exclaimed, "This is great. Now I need to test this new body." After completing the miraculous transformation into a hero, since the opportunity arose to fight some idiot, making a name for himself in the apocalypse, Chun decided not to refuse. Gwanda Wan Chu, Sword Master Alexander, is the star of the International Alliance of Evolved, not some kind of jester. If Chun were to make a mistake during this fight, it would bring shame on their entire special affairs bureau and become an international scandal. But the guy asked the captain not to worry. It was all nonsense. Chun was confident that he could easily defeat this arrogant guy. Gwandy laughed. This guy had changed a lot in some ways, but in others, he remained the same desperate daredevil boy. Since Chu is so confident in himself, then there is no problem. Guan, on behalf of the Special Affairs Bureau, will send an official letter of summons to Country Y. D reminded Chun that, in the apocalypse, international relations are as fragile as glass, and he must not break them. The guy must win this battle beautifully, not ugly. Does Chun understand what the captain means? A lot depends on him. Chun cursed. There were also international relations to consider. It was much more difficult than just defeating that swordsman. Seeing the capital's anxiety, Chu smiled, saying that he understood everything, and at the very least, he would give in to this Alexander a little. The stands in the arena of the evolutionists roared. The spectators unanimously welcomed the swordsman. Alexander shouting, "The sword of the saint is invincible." The satisfied hero chuckled joyfully, looking at the crowd raging with delight. In his own country, he held absolute power over the hearts. The television correspondent and cameraman recorded the hero's every movement, catching his every phrase as if it were a treasure. Holding out his sword to the camera, the sword master addressed the special effects hero of Country Z with pathos, promising to show the whole world his true face. Comments immediately started flying in the chats, fans eagerly awaiting the moment when the saint would destroy the falsely evolved hero. Turning towards the arena, where his opponent was supposed to appear, Alexander saw that he was not yet there. At the appointed time, he exclaimed that cowardice was preventing Chun from going out to fight. He didn't expect that the strongest hero of Country Z would be so helpless half an hour before. Chun received a message that the battlefield would be in the territory of Country Y. Tomorrow morning, they said. Chun only had 6 hours. Guan assumed that Alexander was going to test Chen's speed and endurance to the limit by scheduling the fight so soon. Chun chuckled, "This sword master is cunning. If you don't get to the capital of their distant country in time, consider yourself lost." The captain said that the special services would arrange jet transport for Chun, and even with refueling, they would deliver him in 5 hours. Wanda begged the boy to finally believe in their capabilities. The country was ready to help him win this battle, but Chun refused. 5 hours was still too long. On his own, he would get there much earlier, and at the same time, he would have a chance to look around. The captain shouted to Chun that this was a branch of the Secret Service. Nothing could be damaged here. The guy had to be extremely careful in the office. But it was too late. The window and its frame flew out, showering D with a hail of glass shards, and the documents scattered throughout the office. The Guan snorted in irritation. The more powerful the force, the more difficult it was to control. But that was no reason to smash his office to pieces. Meanwhile, Chet was already far away, and did not hear the captain's grumbling. He was flying to the place of the battle, with the arrogant sword master. While flying over one of the cities, Chu noticed strange activity below. It seemed like several evolved ones had gathered there. Chun clearly felt very strong energy fluctuations. He began to carefully descend towards the energy source. It turned out that the vibrations were coming from the city's central bank. Police cars were parked near the building. Fending off gunfire, Chun decided to just watch first, and then decide whether to intervene in this matter, or fly on to the fight. After scanning the room, the guy realized it was a bank robbery. There were hostages inside, and the bandits there had evolved. Chun cursed he was wasting time, and might be late for the meeting with this arrogant sword master. Then he would be in a lot of trouble. One of the robbers noticed Chun flying up, and watched him attentively and silently through the bank window, trying to figure out who he was. Another bandit told him not to worry. The evolved ones are now going to guard the gates of doomsday. There is no one to stop them. The masked robbers brazenly carried their loot out of the bank. Police bullets had no effect on them, and were unable to stop them. The law enforcement officer turned to his superior, saying that their guns were useless against them, and that he needed to request a larger caliber weapon from command, and the evolved bandits, laughing calmly, carried the money, protected from the hail of bullets by a shield put up by one of them. But suddenly the shield disappeared. Someone rushed past the robbers at great speed. No one even had time to see him. The bandits were confused. The criminals' complacency gave way to horror as they saw lightning strikes nearby, but no one could understand what it was. Someone very fast and strong blocked the bandits' path, breaking their defenses with the power of electrical energy. And one of the robbers recognized Chen. The man whispered that the evolved guy had returned. After all, a powerful bolt of lightning struck the large square directly in front of the bandits, laden with money, shattering the stone pavement. Chun Chu stood among the clouds of dust. He said that at first, he didn't want to get involved in this matter, but then, he changed his mind and decided to stretch his legs. Having thrown down the cases with money, the robbers took out their weapons, and the leader ordered them to open fire on the suddenly appeared obstacle. Bullets whistled. The criminals emptied more than one clip into Chun, but he continued to stand calmly, blocking their path. Not a single bullet even scratched the guy. All of them, having hit his body, bounced off him like peas off a wall. When the shooting stopped, Chu asked the silent bandits if this was all somehow too simple for the evolved ones. The guy smiled slightly and directed a heavy, striking gaze at the gang, concentrating his destructive energy. The robbers froze as if struck by electricity. Their weapons fell from their hands. Their faces turned pale, and they began to fall to the ground one after another. Many were vomiting. Most were already stretched out on the pavement and did not move. There was no longer any talk of any robbery. Their leader got out of the car and headed towards Chun. He was surprised. The guy knocked everyone out with one look, and they were also evolved. The leader exclaimed that he had the ability to control metal. He could turn any metal into sharp spears. The bandit split a large piece of metal into pieces, turning them into weapons, and directed a hail of blades straight at Chun, who had gotten in their way. The blade struck all at once, causing a powerful explosion that severely damaged the pavement and filled the surrounding area with clouds of dust. And then the stunned leader heard Chun behind him, who told the guy to direct his abilities to a good cause in response to the metal attack. Chu gave the evolved criminal a good kick, smashing his face into the asphalt. Out of nowhere, television crews appeared near the robbed bank and managed to break up part of the fight between Chun and the bandits. The gang leader lay on the pavement, his entire body pressed into the asphalt, and did not move while Chun hurried away. He was already late. As soon as the story about the mysterious hero came out, comments immediately poured in, and some viewers recognized Chun Chu. The countdown began in the arena of the evolved. Only 30 seconds remained until the fight. The swordmaster awaited his opponent. He addressed the audience, saying that Chun Chu was a coward who did not even dare to accept the challenge, and the fight would not take place. Suddenly, a powerful bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. Alexander raised his head. There were 17 seconds left before the start of the battle. A powerful discharge struck the arena, scattering stones around and frightening everyone. Chun Chu still managed to fly to the duel. Alexander, spitting, asked, "What the hell? Couldn't this ill-mannered guy really enter through the main entrance?" Chun jokingly apologized for entering directly, but since he was able to go on a business trip, he had to try out the local tricks. And then, it dawned on the sword master that in front of him was the very opponent he wanted to fight. Chun Chu, the guy chewing on French fries, confirmed with a smile that it was indeed he who had arrived for the fight. At Alexander's challenge, the swordmaster was amazed Chun came to the duel in his pajamas somehow. He doesn't look like a powerful arbiter of fate at all. Chu asked in surprise, what happened that Alexander didn't like? Doesn't he look like a martial arts master now? The captain cursed and urgently dialed Chun. He had completely forgotten to warn him that there was a live broadcast going on broadcast to the whole world. Gwanda was incredibly angry. Now this shame would be heard throughout the world. Couldn't the guy really dress decently for an international fight? Beside himself with anger, Capital slammed the table. We need to remind this asshole about the country's international image. He's disgracing everyone. Chen's phone rang, and glancing at the screen, he realized it was the captain calling. He thought he might hang up, in case it was something urgent. Chu casually told Alexander not to rush. He needed to take a call. 5 minutes and they could start the duel. The swordsman gritted his teeth. This fop was talking smugly on the phone, right before the world broadcast. He didn't respect Alexander at all. Finishing his telephone conversation with the captain, Chun said ironically that Alexander need not worry. He would spare him. The swordmaster was seething inside. This impudent fellow was simply mocking him, and even promising to spare him. What rudeness! Continuing to leisurely consume fast food, Chun asked the swordsman how long he had waited for him at the arena. Before he got there, Alexander growled, "It doesn't matter. Chun will still suffer a crushing defeat. In a minute he will be covered in dirt. Today he sword master Alexander will tear off Chen Chu's false mask of a superpowered, evolved hero." The stands erupted in applause. Fans waved banners and chanted the name of the local crowd's favorite swordmaster to thunderous applause. Alexander shouted for Chun to take his blow and rushed towards his surprisingly calm opponent. Chun waved his hand and told the swordsman to stop. Alexander, under the influence of Chu, hung in the air in surprise. The swordmaster frowned and asked menacingly what Chun was doing, whether he was even going to fight him or just chew potatoes here. Chu calmly asked Alexander, because his sword has electrical properties. This can be seen from the discharges running through it. The swordsman asked that Chun was already scared, but his sword had that property, and a huge number of enemies had already died from it. Chun calmly warned his opponent not to use electricity, as it would backfire on him. Alexander grimaced in irritation, and replied to Chun that one also needed to know how to show off, and not just talk nonsense. It is well known that, in order to cause the opposite effect of a property, one must exceed the strength of its bearer in the same property by at least 100 times. Chun chuckled. He wasn't particularly knowledgeable about theoretical calculations, but he was quite observant, so that's why he was warning if Alexander hits Chun with this sword, Chu will be fine. But the swordsman could easily die from the recoil. For a second the swordmaster was silent. This surprising calm of his opponent slightly frightened him, as if Chun had simply dropped in for tea. But Alexander pulled himself together and laughed loudly. He said that Chun Chu now looked very funny. It seemed like he was just a coward. Alexander swung his sword and charged, saying that he would not give Chun any chance to show off. He would kill him now in response. Chu didn't even draw his sword. Looking at the enraged swordmaster, Chun quietly said, "Logan, that was enough." A very strong lightning bolt struck right at the site of the battle,
causant à deafening explosion,
and pieces of rock flying into the stands. When the clouds of dust settled, all spectators saw that the swordmaster Alexander lay lifeless among the rubble. The stands became noisy. Fans shouted at the swordmaster to get up. Someone asked if he was alive. Maybe he needed help. Doctors arrived at the arena, and an ambulance was on its way to check the fighter's condition and possibly stop the fight. But as soon as the medics with the stretcher approached Alexander, he raised his hand, showing that he was okay and would continue the fight. Having sent the ambulance home, the swordsman rose to his feet. He admitted that he had just made a mistake, but it was not scary. Alexander signaled to his assistants and ordered that another identical sword be urgently delivered to him. In the arena soon, a drone carrying the swordmaster's weapon hovered over the battlefield. This fighter stubbornly wanting to defeat the annoyingly mocking Chin. The swordsman admitted again that he had just made a mistake and wasted a good sword, but as a swordmaster, he had plenty of similar weapons. The guy laughed maliciously and offered Chu to try his fiery two-handed sword of enormous power. He would not be able to resist it. Chun held out his hand warningly, urging Alexander to stop. The swordsman could seriously injure himself, but he cursed and shouted that he would tear Chun apart with one blow. His tricks would definitely not work here. He was sure of it. No one understood what happened in the arena, but Alexander's fiery sword shattered into pieces, and the swordsman himself fell to the ground. With a crash, the renowned blogger and internet star lay helplessly in the arena, breathing heavily. His latest attack had ended in failure. Many of Alexander's fans were disappointed. They said it can't be the swordmaster. Is that little clown looking at the lying swordsman? Chun added that he just wanted to tell him that the fire element wouldn't work either. He needed to change it. Alexander getting up cursed. His consciousness was beginning to cloud over. Apparently, he had just hit something very hard with a blade. Seeing that the fire sword was also broken, the sword master's assistants sent him drones with 2 more new blades for the fight. The swordsman was furious that Chun dared to disgrace him on a territory that wasn't his own, no matter if Chu had some strange elemental advantage. This time, Alexander had 2 elemental swords in his hands, and he intended to cut the obstinate hero into small pieces with them. But Chun asked the sword master to take a break. His phone rang again. The guy was calling the worried Captain Gwanda. The swordsman swore and slowed down his attack, irritably asking Chun when he would finish, chatting endlessly on the phone. After listening to the agitated Chun replied that it was clearly not he who attacked first, so there was no need to blame everything on him. He was defending himself. Chu understood perfectly well what the captain meant by international image, but Alexander was asking for trouble himself. The sword master frowned. What was Chun talking about? Who was asking for trouble? What kind of strange conversations were he having during the battle? Without letting Chun finish the conversation, the swordsman yelled that he didn't care about his international image. Chun should die right now. Alexander's swords flashed behind Chun as he rushed to attack the guy, standing with his back to him and talking on the phone. Dodging the blows, Chun told the captain that he could see that the swordsman hadn't thought about his image first, attacking a man who wasn't even going to defend himself. Chun asked Gwanda if he could finally respond with a blow. He had already retreated enough from the attacks of this aggressive young man. Alexander, listening to this conversation, was seething with rage, especially since no matter how hard he tried, he could not land a single blow on Chun. Finishing his conversation with Captain Guan, Chun assured him that he understood him and that, of course, he knew his limits, and that he would not kill the swordmaster. Alexander, grinding his teeth in anger, asked what Chun was saying on the phone. He was deliberately belittling him, the swordmaster, but Chu suddenly became serious and quietly replied that he was simply waiting for the right moment to give a worthy response to the presumptuous swordsman. And then viewers saw a news report that Chun Su had resolved a crisis in City M with terrorists who were robbing a bank. A news screen lit up just above the arena, and Chun was reportedly on his way to confront the whistleblower, Alexander. People were surprised that this was the same Chu that the sword master had exposed as a fake evolved one. Shouts began to come from the stands, asking how a person like Chu could possibly be fake. Alexander gritted his teeth. Chun said that real heroes are currently fighting monsters all over the world, while fake ones are jumping around on stage like clowns under the guise of exposure. They create conflicts and gain views, so who really needs to be exposed here? Perhaps the sword master has exposed so many evolved ones that he is actually the weakest among them. People started shouting from the stands that the sword master was a fake. Alexander yelled that Chun was a fake, and the real clown here was Chu. In response to the hysteria, Chun gave the swordsman a loud slap on the forehead, and he immediately fell silent and began to quietly fall to the ground, losing consciousness as a result. The world-famous whistleblower fell into the arena with 2 swords in his hands, having received only a slap to the forehead. Swordmaster Alexander lay on the ground and did not rise again, an expression of surprise frozen on his arrogant face. The stands enthusiastically welcomed Chun Chu, and the guy spoke on the phone again, He said the fight was over. He would be back soon. Chen appealed to people that the end of the world is not a show. It is a bloody reality. But someone is using the disaster to gain views. Chu asked fans who would be the real hero when the shadow of the apocalypse fell upon the world, and who they would turn to. Chu sees those who quietly bring food to the ruins, teeming with monsters, the old people and children, who cover the entrance to the shelter with their bodies. No one will definitely give them a so-called like, but it is these people who are keeping the last flame of human civilization alive. Their right to be called true heroes was never determined by some ridiculous ranking list of fighting strength. Chen asked people, from what position can one judge their authenticity? Will it really be determined by people like Alexander? People from the stands shouted that Chen was right, and more spectators became disillusioned with their favorite swordsman of yesterday. The captain listened to Chan Su's speech and smiled contentedly. Well done, guy. He won fairly, and even gave that whistleblower a hard time. Corsa asked Catherine what this even meant. Were they really going to let everyone evolve? Did they even have the strength to do that? The girl replied that if evolution was that simple, there was no point in carrying out the ARC plan. Now was the time to check who was right. Low quality, pure land crystals will turn people into cannon fodder and attract a lot of monsters to the battlefield, which is great. Catherine said that when the end of the world gate weakens, they will defeat that monster while it is weakened, and they will have an arc.
Corsa objected no.
Soon they would have 2 whole arcs, in case of an apocalypse, which would allow them to survive the catastrophe. The girl didn't understand what this meant. Corsa explained that they had registered a huge signal of primary energy within the boundaries. This signal is assessed as another apocalyptic object. It is located at the site of the exposure of the sword. Master Alexander. Catherine was very surprised that the power of the original source, emanating from the monster, had manifested itself in one of the evolved people. Corsa explained that according to the data, the one who appeared at the scene of Alexander's exposure was his clone. The real one was somewhere in the Atlantic Ocean. It's no wonder Alexander lost to him, because he's not human at all. So if that's the case, accidental losses are inevitable. And Catherine ordered Corsa to destroy Qinshu at any cost, even with the use of a tactical nuclear missile. Upon discovery, after finishing the fight with the whistleblower, Chen went home. He happily flew over the sea, enjoying the flight, sensing Chen's presence. His clone, a giant black sea lizard that had grown to an incredible size, swam to the surface of the water. The lizard jumped out of the water, greeting Chu. After all, at one time, it was just the young man's pet marine iguana. The guy's phone rang again. It was his personal assistant, Su Lin, on the line. Apparently his employees had gone into hiding. Su informed the boss that they were there. Chan said to come in. They would meet in a minute in the courtyard of his villa. Chu increased his speed and rushed faster than the wind towards his home. It was not worth keeping his employees waiting for him. Soon some townspeople noticed an unusual purple lightning in the sky. It was the trace of Chen's extremely fast flight. Chen's company employees watched with bated breath as their famous and extremely strong boss descended from the sky. His secretary, her eyes sparkling, told the boss she had heard that he had finally finished his final training session. Ning Naixing asked the boss in surprise why his hair had suddenly grown so long. She had never seen anything like it before. The secretary sighed in admiration and blushed. The boss's long hair is so beautiful. She really likes Chu's new look. Chun explained that when the skill level increases, the hair grows back on its own. Ning was stunned. Could hair really grow from training? Chu turned to his personal assistant. He congratulated Su Len on becoming an evolved person. This is really great, the other girls asked in surprise. When Len had managed to evolve, and what powers and abilities she now had. Len herself didn't really know anything about this ability. The day before yesterday, she accidentally crushed the boss's crystal, and the evolution occurred. Chun asked his assistant to demonstrate her new abilities. Sulan reached out to the fruit table and called for a knife. The table knife rose from the plate and rattled. Responding to Len's call, everyone watched the experiment in amazement. Then the knife flew and ended up in the hand of Chen's assistant. She explained that this is how she could do it. The other girls looked at Su in surprise. Chen took the small fruit knife that flew from the table. To his assistant's hands, he understood Len's ability. He explained that she had developed a talent for controlling various weapons, and the girl asked in surprise what this ability was. The guy smiled. This is a control ability. He just met someone who evolved with a similar gift. Yesterday, Chun remembered the leader of the bank robbery gang, who threatened to destroy Chu with his powerful and unusual gift. He explained to his assistant that she could freely control anything she recognized as a weapon, and it didn't necessarily have to be a knife. Chu remembered the bandit who, in the blink of an eye, transformed a piece of metal into a huge number of menacing spears, and pointed them at him. Chun added that the evolved one, with the gift of control that he encountered, could control metal in any form. More precisely, that man controlled iron atoms, transforming some objects into others at his will, and manipulating them. Sulan sighed sadly. It was still too weak, although it was certainly much more powerful than the abilities of ordinary people, but still compared to those who wield the powers of ice, fire or lightning, this is simply insignificant, and is unlikely to help save oneself, even on the battlefield, compared to those who easily exchange attacks from a distance. Using supernatural power, it's nothing. Su was sure that her ability to control a kitchen knife seemed simply useless, and was not comparable to the power of heroes. Chen thought about it. The fruit knife did not obey either spiritual power or telekinesis in flight. There were no energy fluctuations. But when Sulan took the knife in her hand, a power similar to the one Chu used appeared, enhancing the sharpness of his blood sword. As soon as the knife was in the girl's hand, its power instantly increased hundreds of times. Su actually has a very cool talent. Chun told Lan this ability only seems weak, because the control item is unsuitable. But it is not Su's fault he threw up his hands. After all, other than this fruit knife, there was nothing here that could be called a real weapon. But if Chun takes out his blood sword, or some other supernatural weapon, the effect will be completely different. Taking out his sword from the storage, Chun told Lan that this would allow her weapon control ability to instantly increase in strength. The boy thrust his broad, invincible sword into the floor of the villa's courtyard, his aura instantly enveloping the entire surrounding area. The sword caused cracks to run across the entire courtyard, and the company employees covered themselves with their hands, in horror, overwhelmed by the energy of the weapon. The lively female manager said quietly with fear, "It was incredible. Could this really be the weapon of their boss? Always so sweet and kind." Su Lin was at a loss. What a powerful pressure. Did the boss really want her to use force on such a powerful weapon? Chun told his assistant that if her weapon control power could control this blade, then her power would increase exponentially. Her ability is directly related to the weapon's level. The higher the class of the weapon she controls, the stronger she becomes. Chu stepped away from his bloody sword a little, and told Sulan to focus on the weapon. She should try to cope with it. Ning Naixing, shaking with fear, told the chief with a trembling voice that his huge sword was so terrifying that she couldn't stop trembling. Chun chuckled. Of course, a huge number of different monsters and demons in different worlds fell from this sword. When standing here, the sword exudes such a strong and ominous aura, as if it itself possesses a striking royal power. Len said quietly, even in its resting state, the sword inspired such majesty. Truly a weapon worthy of their mighty boss. With trembling legs,
Su Lien approached Chen's formidable sword.
Overcoming the intense pressure, she was very scared, but the desire to become stronger overcame fear, and Chu's personal assistant resolutely reached out her hand to the boss's bloody sword. But as soon as Sulan grabbed the hilt of Chen's bloody sword, her veins bulged, and an unbearable pain pierced her entire body. With a piercing scream, the girl released the sword and stepped back. Her arm had numerous wounds from which blood was oozing. Boss Lung, how can he hold this huge, heavy sword so easily and even wield it in battle? She can't even move it. Chu told his assistant not to back down. and to continue working with his blade. Gaining superpowers is always difficult. The girl took up the sword again. She felt her body changing, but it was so painful that tears flowed from her eyes. Finally, she managed to lift her boss's bloody sword a little, pulling it out of the floor with incredible effort. Chun watched his assistant closely, while everything was going well, while the other girls huddled closer to their boss. In fear, Su-len, calm down a little. She took this huge sword in her hands, and it did not destroy her. Now she needs to try to swing it. The girl was surprised, because she simply took out the sword, and suddenly, felt as if her strength had immediately risen a notch. Chun asked his assistant if she wanted to try hitting him once. Len was confused, wondering if she could hit him with such a weapon. Chu laughed. Of course you can, but you shouldn't aim at people. None of them will be able to survive the blow of such a powerful weapon. Len gathered her strength and began to slowly raise her sword, and with each passing second, she felt her power increase. The girl's body hardened and her gaze became hard. Now it was difficult to imagine that she was just an assistant. Finally, Len raised the sword high enough so as not to hurt any of the people. She tensed up and swung it lightly. The frightened employees hid behind Chen's back, looking with fear at their friend, who had changed so much. Len had no more strength. She put the sword on the floor and fell to her knees. Exhausted, she could not hold it in her hands any longer. Su apologized to the boss and said that she would not be able to strike with the sword. This weapon was too powerful for her. She could not cope. Chu countered. Su-lan did a great job. Even one blow, no matter how weak, could cause a huge destructive effect. And then everyone heard the indignant cry of the owner of the neighboring villa. He swore and asked who dared to tear off the roof of his house. In the middle of the day, the girl was amazed. Was it really her blow? She was able to do that. Simply amazing. It's good that she didn't kill anyone. Chun explained that Lan simply lacked experience. Yet she needed a supernatural weapon that would be suitable specifically for her. But that's not the point now. He invited everyone to his house and promised to treat everyone to a big feast. At dinner, the girl shouted hooray. Chu warned Su-lan that after dinner, she would go with him alone. The girl asked in surprise where they would go with the boss. The guy explained that they would go to the Bureau of Special Affairs, and Chun would ask Captain Guangde for a supernatural weapon. For Su-lan, the monitoring center has detected a reaction from the energy source. The rupture of the second apocalypse gate has reached a critical stage. The limit was broken through by the target's front paw. The remaining time until the full transition is predicted to be only 120 seconds. The troops opened heavy fire on the monsters emerging, paw trying to drive the beast of the apocalypse back into its world. There was a powerful explosion. The paw of the emerging monster was wounded. People managed to delay the appearance of the monster. For a while, the monitoring center reported that the monster's front paw was knocked off by artillery, but this did not prevent passage through the gate. The remaining time until the monster's complete transition to the human world is predicted to be only 90 seconds. The gigantic beast will be here soon, and now half of the monstrous body has crawled through the gates of the apocalypse. Only a few seconds remain before its entrance into our world. The monster's eyes blazed. He looked around and bared his toothy mouth angrily. There was military equipment and weapons all around. Seeing the approaching military helicopter, the monster released waves of unusual energy, and all signals in the area suddenly died out. The officer reported that one of the attack helicopters had stalled. For some unknown reason, a shield had likely appeared that could cut off power to the engines. Catherine grinned, her eyes flashing. A powerful opponent this time. An ancient, terrible creature of the monarchical level appeared. She ordered the abandonment of conventional tactical weapons and the immediate use of a tactical nuclear missile against the enemy. The officer, confused,
Reminded Colonel Catherine
that there were our soldiers on the front lines, and they would die in such an attack. But Catherine barked at them to do as she said. and quickly otherwise, many more people might die. The monster was in a hurry to get out into the human world through the open gates, but a missile with a nuclear warhead was already flying towards him. Seeing the approaching danger, the monster raised its shield to get rid of the human weapons, turning them against them. The officer warned that, if the tactical nuclear missile lost thrust, it would fall prematurely, burying the nearest city. But then Corsa appeared next to the rocket. This scenario had been foreseen in advance. He was ensuring the monster would be hit. Corsa kicked the missile, sending it straight towards the monster, stuck in the gate. The blow had to be dealt no matter what. And now the rocket has reached its target. It has flown to the monster that appeared in the world of people, and has hit it. Now there will be an explosion. Corsa managed to fly far enough away to avoid being hit by the explosion. The missile detonated, and a nuclear mushroom cloud rose above the gate. Super weapons have been used on both sides of the Doomsday Gate on numerous occasions, keeping the hordes of monsters behind them at bay. Nuclear bombs and three-phase ammunition were used in clashes with invasions of royal and monarchical monsters. For now, humanity's most powerful weapon remains the best way to delay Judgment Day and clear out the monsters, but it is unknown for how long. This will be able to prolong the life of humanity and drive away the flow of terrible monsters. From the gates the monster was killed, but when will the next one appear? Now or in 3 months, or maybe in 3 years or even in 30 years? Catherine chuckled. How stupid. She shouted now. We need to do everything in our power to extract the core from the monster's body. Even at the cost of radiation, they will create a new future for humanity. Their death will be a glorious sacrifice for the entire human world. They will board a large ship and together they will pass through this gate of doomsday to open a new home for humanity. This is the great arc. Chun and Len drove up to the Special Affairs Bureau. Chu said that he knew the chief well, and that they could find a suitable weapon for Su. There suddenly, an expensive car pulled up to the bureau building, and stopped right next to Chun, Chu and his personal assistant. The car door opened and Situ Chun came out. The girl greeted Chun kindly, and looked at Su very suspiciously. Chun carefully asked the guy who was with him, and what they were doing here. Chu decided to visit his old friend. Captain Guandechen introduced Sita to his personal assistant from the company, saying that she had also recently evolved. The beautiful and intelligent girls measured each other with the appraising and far from friendly glances of fierce competitors. Sulin greeted the worried Situ Chun politely, showing that she was a well-mannered girl and did not want to start a quarrel. Situ smiled tensely and also said hello. She noted that Chen's assistant had a worse figure than hers, but that was okay. Chen warned that they might still have to fight together, so it was better not to spoil the relationship. From the start Guandi was very pleased. The fight between Chun and the swordsman caused a real sensation. Their international reputations soared. Chu suggested that the captain keep the praise for himself. He came on other business. Guanda became wary and asked what had happened. Chun knocked remotely on the office door, signaling the girl to come in and join him and the captain. And the door opened, and 2 beauties appeared on the threshold. They greeted the local head of the bureau in a friendly manner. Situ Chun Guanda immediately recognized Sulin's face, and he also thought she looked familiar, as if he had seen her at Chen's shipping company. Lin introduced herself and said that she was their boss's personal assistant. They had indeed met when the captain was looking for Chu. They chuckled. The Chu likes to have fun, but Chun cut him off. Enough of this nonsense. He came to register the status of the evolved. Guan said that there was no need for Chu to come in. Person Situ Chien had already recently received her evolved person ID, but Chun objected. He was not talking about Situ, but about another girl, his assistant. Sulan also needed to go through such registration. The captain was stunned by what Chun was saying. Could it be that his assistant had also evolved? This was all suspicious, to put it mildly. Guandi and Lan went to the testing room. The test showed that she had a lower level of 3 stars, and the ability to enhance weapons. In other words, Su's power increases by a star due to the weapon, theoretically, reaching the level of evolving into 4 stars. Situ Chien watched the testing of Chu's assistant closely, and was incredibly offended by the captain. praising Su's superpower from everything Gwanda said. The girl realized that Len's overall strength was in no way inferior to hers, which made Chun very wary. The captain asked what Chu was hiding from him, and suddenly 2 evolved stars appeared. Next to him, both of them about 4 stars. Chun confirmed that there is a way to awaken evolution. It is similar to their energy crystals that they distribute through the department. Gwandi's mouth dropped open in surprise. How did Chun know about Psi energy crystals? It was top secret information. The guy grinned. It's hard to hide something from him. He has his own very reliable sources. He knows a lot. He reassured the captain that he wasn't interested in these crystals. Chun wanted to show Gwandi something else, something better than their crystals. Chun pulled out a large, scarlet magic crystal from the storage room and asked the captain if he recognized this beautiful thing. Gwandi immediately felt the infected energy. He even stood up in surprise. It was a magic crystal, and a large one at that. Chun confirmed that the captain was absolutely right. In front of him was a medium-sized, scarlet magic crystal of pure energy, of good quality. He carefully reached for the extremely valuable crystal. He asked Chu where he got it, that it was simply incredibly rare. Chun winked at the bureau's branch chief, and cheerfully said that he had found it. Doesn't the captain believe him? As the absolute truth dawned, knew how much power a magical creature needed to form. Even a tiny crystal, and this one was almost the size of a chicken egg. The guy asked if it was really that precious. Dee chuckled. That's putting it mildly. It's literally a treasure. To be honest, the energy crystals they give out are created by cleansing such magical crystals. Today, in the 5 worlds beyond the apocalypse, the most valuable resource is precisely such magical crystals. But this is the first time Dee has seen such high purity. But the level of contamination is too great. Even being near it is dangerous. Chun said that he had a lot of them. Guan asked him not to take out anymore. He didn't want the whole bureau to go to hell. These minerals not only accelerate the development of superpowers, but are also used to make weapons, to fight the most powerful monsters. The captain demanded that Chun answer seriously. Where he got so many magic crystals of excellent quality, Chu said. He found them behind one of the small apocalypse portals. Whether to believe him or not is the captain's personal business. The thought, no wonder this guy is growing like he's on a rocket. Turns out he uses magic crystals. Chun threw up his hands. That small world of the apocalypse was already destroyed, and the portal was closed forever, so it would no longer be possible to get there. Fortunately, Chu managed to take a lot of red magic crystals of excellent quality from there, and now they are in his possession. The captain suggested that Chun say how much he wanted for them. He was sure that the central department would certainly give an excellent price. Chun smiled. Dee himself knows that in this world, immersed in the shadow of the apocalypse, money is worth absolutely nothing. Guan asked what Chun wanted. The guy replied that he needed the most powerful weapon from the arsenal of their Bureau of Special Affairs. They have a squad of heroes, where each one is given the perfect weapon. Chun needs the same thing. He creates his own team, and for his team, Chu needs the Bureau's arsenal. In exchange, he offers them magic crystals. This is a very fair deal. Day showed off the Wandering Dragon sword, forged from meteorite iron, mined in one of the dead post-apocalyptic worlds. Lang smiled. Compared to Chu's blood sword, this Wandering Dragon size was perfect for a girl. The captain asked Lan how it felt. The sword had just been delivered from the post-apocalyptic base of the General Administration of Special Affairs. Sue glanced at her reflection in the blade of the sword. It was very light. The girl really liked this sword. She did not want to let it out of her hands. Chun took the dagger and asked the captain, "What is this?" "It looks like the same wandering dragon that Sulan is holding." Dee replied, "This is a sword of hidden scales. It was forged from scraps of meteorite iron that were left over after the creation of the dragon." The captain believed that due to a lack of material, the blade turned out to be short and unsuitable for real serious combat. But Chun felt some kind of energetic response between the wandering dragon and the hidden scales. They were clearly connected, perhaps because they are born from the same element and the same metal. The wandering dragon and the hidden scale, one obvious, the other hidden. Chu said that he would take this scale too, and the captain was surprised that one wandering dragon was not enough for him. He tossed a dagger to his personal assistant, suggesting that they try working both blades together. The girl took the hidden scales. Chu told the captain that he was in control, and did not understand how to use this weapon correctly. Wandering dragon and hidden scale must be used together to fully utilize their power. Lan told the boss with a smile that she really felt a resonance. Between the two blades it was clearly a dual weapon. Since Chun was able to notice this, let it be a set of two for the price of one. But Chu objected. He would pay full price for the blades. The main thing is that the management does not skimp on the best weapons for monster fighters like them, because soon they will have to fight. Chen's attention was drawn to a very interesting bracelet at first glance. It didn't look like a weapon at all, but rather like jewelry. The boy was surprised at how powerful his fire energy was, but the object was shrouded in a layer of polluted, poisonous aura. Guan said these are purple phoenix wings, a support type item. They cannot cause harm by themselves, but they can enhance the owner's fire abilities, even creating wings of flame, and temporarily granting the ability to fly. Chun told the captain that he was taking this thing too.
Guan de grimaced.
This guy chooses the most powerful items in the arsenal. The guy approached Sita and asked her if she had the ability to control the fire element, and she thoughtfully confirmed it. The captain shouted, "This is different equipment. It was found in one of the destroyed worlds. It still has strong contaminated energy on it." Dee warned that until the contamination was removed, a normal evolved being could not wear it. It was too dangerous. Chun calmly snapped his fingers and called Little She to him. Everyone stared at the guy in amazement, not understanding what he was doing. Suddenly Little Cece appeared next to Chu and said that she was hungry. The captain asked in shock where the child came from. Chun asked Guan De not to be surprised. She is his little sister. She is immune to polluted energy and she can feed on it, having absorbed all the polluted energy from the bracelet. The girl sighed with satisfaction and said that she was full. D was shocked. Wow. Their research center spent 500 million on the installation, but it works worse than that. Girl near Chu looking at the guy's back. The captain thought about how much more this. Chun Chu was hiding for some reason. He didn't trust almost anyone. Situ Chien tried on the purple phoenix wings bracelet. The item looked amazing on her thin, graceful hand. Chun told the girl that this bracelet suits her perfectly. Situ admired it. It's amazing how beautiful it is. You can't take your eyes off it. Suddenly, the hand with the bracelet was engulfed in flames. Chun exclaimed that it hurt. It was very hot. Panic flashed in the girl's eyes. The captain shouted, Situ's evolution level is too low. She won't be able to withstand it. The phoenix bracelet must be removed from her hand immediately, but the guy didn't panic. He calmly told Chun that she could handle this subject. He had absolute confidence in her. He told the girl to use her strength and tame this furious beast. She is close to the element of fire, and she will not harm Sita. The girl clenched her teeth. She must not betray Chen's trust. He had endowed her with the power of fire, and she would definitely cope with the bracelet. Hearing the alarm, firefighters ran into the room, but the captain said that everything was fine here. They could go down. Chun said that Situ had an innate fire compatibility. Not only would she not get burned, but she could also be healed by this fire. And then, the fire around the girl's body began to become orderly. She calmed down. The fear passed. The elements began to obey her. And then everyone saw that two golden, fiery wings appeared behind Chin's back. The girl sighed. It seemed she had gotten used to the fire. Day was amazed at how powerful it was. He couldn't even imagine that a 4-star could subjugate a 6-star equipment. Chun and his companions left the Special Affairs Bureau building, and he told the girls that from now on, they would be his strongest assistants. Lin Ro was just approaching the office and saw their company. She jealously looked at the two beauties accompanying the guy. Ro overheard Chen telling Su Lan and Situ Qian that they were now the first members of the supernatural warrior squad. Lin wondered what kind of supernatural squad this was, and why these women were so close to him, why he didn't invite her to join the squad. Lunzi asked the girl what she was looking at so intently, clenching her fists, and whether something bad had happened today. Linro lowered her head and angrily repeated, Chu has a group of heroes, but they are just a pathetic team that is of no use. Lunzi asked the girl in surprise. What was wrong with her? She had probably been eating gunpowder since early morning and was about to explode. Wu Zime called Long Zi an idiot. Linru is furious because Chun Su was just here, accompanied by two beautiful girls. The astonished townspeople raised their eyes to the sky and looked in confusion at the strange, previously unseen celestial phenomena. An alarm was sounded at one of the apocalypse bases. An apocalypse wave began, and a powerful wave of poisoning burst out of the gates. People ran in panic. A general alarm was declared. The second wave of the apocalypse began. Monsters would appear now. Uchiha turned on the TV. All the news channels were showing the disasters and calamities that had happened all over the world. The girl sitting in the hero's lounge asked with a sigh, where are her superhero cartoons? There's a continuous apocalypse everywhere. Everyone says that after the apocalypse wave begins, ordinary people should stay at home, but there's not even a TV signal, so how can you endure it? Pan Hao, dressed in armor, announced that their squad of heroes would soon be heading out to the districts to protect citizens from the monsters that had appeared. Hao suddenly became serious. He told Kaima that she should stop thinking about her cartoons. The girl did not answer. Suddenly, the door opened and Captain Gwanda entered the room. He asked if everyone was ready to go out to fight the attacking monsters. The boys unanimously confirmed their readiness, although in reality each of them was a little afraid of whether they would be able to withstand it. The captain was very serious. He looked at yesterday's students and said that now it was their time to show themselves. In addition to the activation of the main apocalypse gates, secondary ones also formed. There are not many monsters, but they are different. The guys have reached 4 stars and should be able to deal with regular third-level monsters without any problems. However, according to intelligence, several 4th-level monsters have appeared, which are very dangerous and cause large-scale destruction. Lee said that even the weakest of them had reached the level of 4 stars, and now they could handle even 4th-level monsters. A frightened Luinja, the weakest in their group of heroes, asked Lee not to say such things out loud. He was very scared. Guandi concluded that there was no problem with their strength. He had raised them all himself. They were promising seedlings, the saviors of humanity during this wave of apocalypse. They need to train their powers even harder and strive to reach the 5-star level. The boys told the captain that they would live up to his expectations and would not disgrace the glorious name of the Bureau of Special Affairs. In the upcoming battle, Linro said thoughtfully, Chenchu had promised to help in the event of a large number of strong monsters invading the city. The captain replied to the girl that this guy Chenchu would most likely also participate in clearing the city of the monster invasion. The gate of Chen's villa rang. No one opened, but a small, almost childish hand persistently tormented the house bell. A teenage girl with a large backpack on her shoulders stood at the gate, giggling cheerfully and continuing to ring the doorbell. Meanwhile, Chen watched the girls. He thought that the two of them were doing a pretty good job of setting up their new equipment. Little Cece quietly approached her brother and told Chu that they had a guest. Some girl. The boy was surprised. What kind of girl? When the door opened, the girl cheerfully asked, Is he Mr. Chinchu? Yes. She recognized him. It really is that same guy. Chun looked at the guest in surprise. She was almost a child, and on her head was a magical mask of Inari. He immediately recognized her. The guy asked so. She was one of the 8 deities of the Takamagara pantheon, which Izanami commanded. What was her name? The girl answered her name is Inaba Yukio. In that organization her nickname was Inari. Yes, Chun remembered everything correctly. Chu said that means she is the same fox goddess, with the ability to analyze information and penetrate many secrets. Yuko blushed slightly. She owed her life to Chu, so she tried to find out more about him, but she didn't think he was such a famous person, and so Inaba very quickly found his address using a search and arrived here. The girl blinked embarrassedly and lowered her eyes. The guy cursed. Now there was no way to hide. He asked Yuko why she had come from so far away. Had something really happened? The girl winked cheerfully at Chun and said that she came to join his team. She was sure that she would be useful to them. Chu introduced the guest to the others. Inaba Yuko, the same girl he saved when he was dealing with the problems on Okamaki Island. Chun explained Yuko's arrival by saying that she had nothing to eat in her homeland, so she came to him. The girls looked at the child in surprise. Chen's team members remained silent and looked at the cunning little fox with suspicion. It seemed they didn't believe her. Inaba decided to demonstrate her abilities by pulling a magic mask over her face. She activated the all-seeing eye talent. The fox's gaze immediately revealed the elements for which the girls had talent, their skills, their level of evolution, and much more. Looking at Situ Chien, Inaba Yukiko said that she controlled the fire element. She was an average 4-star level, but she would grow. Nodding at Su Lien, the girl said that she was proficient in 3-star weapons, but with powerful weapons, the strength reached the highest 4-star level. Chun was delighted. Impressive. Their team is just missing a scout. Yuko smiled compared to Chu. Her all-seeing eye was child's play. Sityu wondered if this girl, who seemed to be completely undeveloped, could only give compliments. Finally Chun breathed a sigh of relief. This Inaba is still a child. She can't be a serious competitor for a real woman. Chun said that now, they have a chance to carry out a mission as a threesome for the first time, and with Yuko as a scout they will definitely survive this wave of the apocalypse. Sichu asked in surprise, wouldn't Chun stay here to resist the monster invasion and save people? Chun waved his hand at the girls and replied that he had a more important task. Cici flew up and reported to Chu that the door had opened. Len was at a loss, but they had just evolved. How could they handle such a difficult task? As attacking monsters, Chun smiled. There are 3 of them now. They are strong. The 3 of them are enough to save the world. They just have to believe in their own strength. As soon as the guy disappeared behind the door, Inaba Yukio turned to the girls, smiling and asking them to teach her a lot. There was a battle going on in the square, near the People's Shopping Center. A monster broke through there, and the townspeople ran away in terror. Everyone tried to hide as quickly as possible, realizing that there was no way for ordinary people to stand against the monsters. The commander told the Special Forces soldiers that, no matter what happened, they had to contain the monster, to give people a chance to escape. The fighter asked in confusion, what the hell had appeared, and a blue giant jumped out onto the square. It was the horror monster. The officer ordered to shoot, to kill and protect the citizens, but it turned out that ordinary weapons had no effect on this monster. Horror twitched its spiked paw, its blue spines rattling, generating a multitude of metal spears. The monster swung its long paw, and blue spears made of an unknown metal flew at the Special Forces squad. The soldiers had nowhere to even take cover. But then Lindsay jumped down from somewhere above them, landing next to the fighters. The guy ordered the spiritual shield to open. Lindsay stood in front of the soldiers and held a shield. The spears thrown by Horror hit the shield and fell onto the pavement. The squad was saved. The guy told the Special Forces to retreat, along with the civilians, and a squad of heroes would deal with the monster here. The officer sighed with relief. The team of heroes from the special department had finally arrived. This was great. Everyone was relying only on them. Li Zhongwen said that the instruments showed heavy pollution in the area. The secondary apocalypse gate should be somewhere nearby. The group commander notified the special department that a horror monster had been detected in People's Square, with a threat level of approximately 4 stars. Li gave his squad of heroes the order to clean up the pollution in the square and close the secondary apocalypse gate. As always, Pan Hao was the first to rush to the monster, offering to first test the monster's techniques and see what it was capable of. Flying up, Hao attacked Horror with his long spear, which the boy sincerely considered the best weapon for fighting monsters. Horror parried Hao's attack with his powerful metal paw, the weapon only slightly scratching his tough hide. Gritting his teeth, Pan Hao cursed. This monster's defense is very strong. The spiritual spear does not penetrate it. This is very bad. Enraged by the man's insolence, Horror threw the boy away with a wave of his steel paw, and Hao flew helplessly backwards. Li rushed to the rescue instantly, weaving a web of spiritual energy to soften his comrade's fall. After the monster struck Pan, Hao landed safely in the group leader's spiritual web, without encountering the pavement square. The satisfied boy thanked the leader for his help, intending to once again attack the stubborn and vicious monster. But then Hao heard the commander's shout, and he commanded the fool to keep his head down, if he valued his life now. Their excellent sniper and fan of heroic cartoons, Wu Chimei entered the battle, holding a powerful rifle in her hands. Hao pressed himself into the spiritual net. He was almost in the line of fire, but he didn't want to interfere with the hot-tempered Chimei. He knew she wouldn't miss, and indeed, the girl's blast hit Horror right in the face, and he staggered, barely able to stay on his huge paws. But the monster was still intact. He angrily shook his head and growled threateningly. These little people were not afraid of him. The Horror at all. Looking closely, Pan Hao noticed that where Kimmy had hit, cracks had appeared on the Horror's tough shell. The guy stared at the monster with wide eyes. Everything inside him trembled, so that meant Horror was still vulnerable, and they could finish him off. Once on the ground, Pan Hao told the girl that her sniper rifle could penetrate his defense. A crack had already appeared there. Zaime was delighted. If so, then it would be possible to hit the monster's vulnerable spot with one shot, and then it would be defeated. The sniper immediately fired at the Horror again, but this time the monster was ready to attack. He deflected the shot and the charge hit the building. Uchiha stared at the monster in surprise, wondering how he was able to make the charge hit. Not him, but somewhere else entirely. Like a ricochet. Hao said that if the girl destroys public property on her own, it will be deducted from her salary. Kaima snapped. Li stopped the argument. Horror probably has the ability to spatially shift. Precision ballistics are ineffective against it. Sniper. Kaima smiled. So that means the monster needs inaccurate ballistics that can be arranged too. There are no problems with that, she said, that if he created many imprecise trajectories at once, he wouldn't have enough time to shift each one individually. Li sternly reminded Wu Chimei that he was the group's leader, and she should listen to his commands, and not act on her own. Last time, the captain scolded them for their poor coordination, until they found the Horror's true weakness. There was no point in rushing into attack. Sum suggested that Luanjia distract the monster, while she got closer and hit him, if not with one blow then with two. And Li told Linru to cover Kimiai's flank. Terror's weak point was the back of his head, and an explosion close by would damage his true body. Linru took out her sword, and replied to the group leader that she understood her task. Wu Chimei could work in peace. The commander ordered that Luanzai and Pan Hao bundle a shield and spear. They should distract Horror from the front. The guys unanimously answered yes. Li Zhongwen himself uses his favorite spiritual fetters to bind the Horror and limit its mobility during the attack. Now that everyone understood their tasks and interactions, the guys dispersed, and the commander ordered the detachment of heroes to begin the operation. Suspecting something was wrong, Horror opened his toothy mouth completely and rushed to attack the people who dared to attack him. The monster rushed at full speed towards the group of heroes. The armed girls ran around the Horror, trying to get behind it. Finding the right moment, Li Zhongwen began to weave spiritual bonds to stop the dangerous enemy's advance. Suddenly Horror felt that he could not move any further. His hind legs were wrapped in Li's bonds, and literally pinned to the pavement. By moving the spiritual threads, the squad leader activated the strangling vine skill, making it easier for his soldiers to attack the monster. Horror watched in surprise as the heroes dispersed across the square, going around him from different sides. He realized that the people would soon attack him. Lai was pleased when he said that his spiritual threads could turn into anything, but now, Horror's movements were tied by a strangling vine. Horror could not run but still attacked the people. He swung his front paws and threw his wide, steel spears at the squad of heroes. Linru, instantly cut down the incoming spears with her sword, protecting herself and Wu Qimei, but the sniper also deftly dodged the attack. Luan Zhe instantly put up a spiritual shield, covering the commander with his spiritual threads, and his partner Pan Hao. As soon as the stream of horror spears ended, Hao rushed at it with a spear to attack, distracting the monster's attention from the girls. From having thrown his favorite weapon, the boy shouted to the monster to catch the spear, with the spiritual energy of a true protector of people. Pan Hao's weapon almost reached its target, but Horror managed to put up a defense with his open, toothy poisonous mouth. The spear stopped, just a few centimeters, from the core of the monster's poisonous head, which was considered its weak spot. Having landed, Pan Hao was surprised at how fast this bastard reacted. He immediately grabbed the spear, but did not have time to put it away yet. Li's spiritual strangling vines still slowed down the monster's reaction, and after catching the spear, he still held it near his head. Suddenly it dawned on Hao that Luan Zhe could finish off the monster with his power, and he shouted to his partner to finish off his spear attack. Luan Zhe picked up speed and rushed towards the enemy at great speed. He had long dreamed of trying to use this trick of his in battle, flying up to the horror. The boy struck the spear with all his might, knocking it out of the monster's clutches, and Pan Hao's spiritual weapon pierced the monster's head. Streams of green poisonous monster blood gushed from the wound inflicted by the spear, and Horror was seriously wounded by the spiritual weapon. Luan Zhe, having landed not far from the enemy, looked at the green fountain in surprise. He was happy, and couldn't believe that he had really succeeded. Suddenly Li Zhongwen saw that Horror covered his face and grabbed his spear, which meant he was only wounded but was still alive, drenched in streams of green blood. The monster pulled Pan Hao's spear out of the wound, meaning he could continue the fight. Li Zhongwen was perplexed, but all the instructions said that this was his weak point. The monster should have died from this wound. At this time, Wu Qimei ran up to Horror from behind with a rifle, and shouted at the enemy to catch the shot of spiritual energy. Li tried to stop the girl, shouting at her not to shoot the monster in the head. It must have another weak spot, but Wu Qimei had already fired, cutting off Horror's head, and shattering Pan Hao's spiritual weapon into tiny pieces. The guy watched in confusion, as the fragments of his spear flew in different directions, and scattered. He felt weak.
Pan Hao whispered
that his spiritual power had weakened with the loss of his charged weapon. So how could this be? What would he fight with now? Qimei turned her back on the wounded monster, and smugly declared that it was all over, and that, at the decisive moment, everything depended on her.
Lis Romein letter 11 mei.
Shouted at the girl at the top of his lungs. To run away from there, she needed to escape quickly. The monster was still alive. The sniper asked in confusion what the commander was talking about. At that moment, Horror had already raised his poisonous spike over the girl. The swift Linro rushed to her friend's aid, flying towards the evil enemy with lightning speed. Pushing aside the confused Qimei, Linro put up a defense, covering the sniper's back with her own small shield. Suddenly Wu Qimei felt her friend's warm, scarlet blood pouring onto her, while covering the sniper. Linru herself was wounded. Linru's shield was too weak. The monster shattered it into small pieces, and wounded the girl. Blood gushed from her mouth. Wuximiai looked up and saw, with horror, that the monster had pierced Linru's body with its steel appendage. The sniper stood next to the monster, confused, looking at her wounded friend, whom Horror was lifting higher and higher. Above the ground, tears gushed out from Qimei's eyes as she whispered what she had done. Her entire face and neck were covered in Lin Rose blood. The headless Horror raised the lifeless body of a bleeding girl above the square, and all the members of the squad froze. Rolongzi, who was in love with Lin, shouted, "What have they done? They need to save the girl immediately, otherwise she will simply bleed to death." The boy activated his talent again, shouting at the monster, "How dare he hurt Lin Ro? He will tear the monster apart." Now gritting his teeth in anger, Lunzi resolutely rushed to the rescue of his beloved girl. He didn't think about anything. The main thing was to save Ro from death. All this time Wu Qimei stood nearby, frozen in confusion and horror, not even thinking that she could become the next victim. Seeing Lindsay flying towards him, horror threw Linru's body at him, realizing that the guy was running after her. The girl's body hit Lindsay's energy. The boy was also hit, and the two of them, losing consciousness, began to fall onto the pavement. Lee realized that any more, and his friends would suffer further injuries, because they would not be able to land properly. The commander instantly created a network of spiritual threads to bind the bodies and prevent them from crashing onto the stone square. Zhongwen's move worked, and Linru and Longzi fell into the spiritual net he had woven without receiving any further injuries. The squad leader breathed a sigh of relief. He was able to cope with this. Now he needed to think about how to destroy the monster. Suddenly, Lee saw that his strangling vine on Horror's paws had weakened just a little more, and the monster would be able to pounce on them. The squad leader was frantically trying to figure out what to do. Two of his fighters had already been knocked out, leaving only 3 left. Kimiai was hysterical, standing next to the monster and sobbing, repeating that she had hurt Linru. She had hurt her. The giant monster's paws were already reaching out to the sobbing girl. At any second he could sink his claws into her. Li Zhongwen shouted at her to quickly get out of there. What was she waiting for? She decided to die the most terrible death, in the clutches of a monster. The squad leader asked Pan Hao to take Kimi away from the monster, while he himself would try to deal with this monster. But Hao replied that without his spear, which was powered by spiritual energy, he would have died the moment he rushed to attack. He could not go. Lee cursed. The group of heroes faced with a single monster that was stronger than them, completely lost heart and became ineffective. Zhonghan prepared to attack the enemy. He knew very well that, even if the difference was only in strength, could be overcome through cooperation. But to lose the will to fight means to become truly powerless. The commander clenched his teeth, wondering what he should do now. Lee recalled the captain, telling him that he was not only the team's brain, coordinator and scout, but also its strong protector. Guandi then told him that if he remained a bystander, he would only force the boys to sacrifice themselves. In vain last time, Lee was at the rear of the line, and gave commands only from a safe distance, afraid to enter the fray himself. Zhongwen remembered watching helplessly as his teammates risked their lives to fight, but that would never happen again. The guy remembered well that his failure to fulfill his duties as a squad leader could destroy all the guys who trusted him. Yukaim fell to her knees on the pavement and sobbed bitterly. Horror had already raised its clawed paw over her, intending to kill the girl. Well then, the monster's paw was wrapped in Li Zhongwen's spiritual fetters, and the squad leader bravely rushed into battle, with the horror pulling on the bonds. He told the monster that he was not the only one who was capable of controlling others. There were such people among people. Too, the monster staggered, and Li shouted to his opponent that, as the commander of a squad of heroes, he was challenging the monster, having strengthened all parts of his body. Zhongwen prepared to strike. He needed to find a weak spot and destroy the monster. To begin with, the guy hit the monster in the chest, in the solar plexus area, hoping that the energy center was located there. Horror did not expect such a blow from the boy. Lee lifted the monster off the ground, its paws hanging limply. The squad leader quickly dropped to the ground and launched an ingenious device that was supposed to kill the monster. Zhongwen soared upward, rising above the horror hanging in the air, bound by the boy's spiritual threads. Now he needed to strike. Lee summoned a battle axe wrapped in silk, powerful weapon, created with spiritual threads that could kill anyone. The boy struck the monster with a giant axe, and the horror fell with a crash onto the pavement, breaking through its stone surface. The commander of the hero squad landed softly near the fallen monster to make sure the horror was dead. The monster's body, covered in green blood, lay motionless on a pile of stones. It was unclear whether it was still alive or already dead. Lee leaned forward, wanting to know if he had broken the horror's armor with his battle axe, if he could finish him off already. The astonished Zhongwen suddenly saw his tenacious enemy rising from the rocks, without a single new scratch on him. Now horror had once again stood up on his long paws, and was heading towards the incredibly impudent people. Fighting him, Lee was stunned. Not only did the projectile fail to penetrate the armor, but the one who should have been blown to pieces began to heal slightly. Curved steel blades grew from the horror's clawed paws, and the monster was once again preparing to attack the squad of heroes. Pushing off the ground, the headless monster rushed at the squad leader. With 2 blades, he was already tired of this fight. Zhongwen decided that he needed to resort to a more brutal method and simply attack the monster until he was victorious. Li again immobilized the enemy with his chokeholds and pulled him back, stopping the rapid attack on the people. Flying up to the monster who was bound hand and foot, the guy delivered a strong kick to his chest, and horror staggered, gritting his teeth. Li dealt the monster blow after blow, for his wounded friends, for the killed and maimed people, for all the troubles it had brought. The monster's strength began to wane, and the boy, completely by accident, found the poisonous giant's weak spots. Breaking free from his bonds, horror flew back, dodging Zhongwen's painful blows that weakened his steel body. The squad leader realized he was on the right track and rushed after the monster, shouting for him not to even think about leaving. Horror leaned down, steel spikes growing from his entire body, as he prepared to attack the annoying man. With a hail of weapons, the monster waved its paws, and a stream of steel blades flew at the guy. Horror wanted to stop Zhongwen at all costs. The guy suddenly realized that Horror's weakness had been found. It was the heart. After one of the blows, it began to bulge out of the monster's wounded body. Li wove a shield, but he had no intention of retreating. If they retreated now, they would forever miss the chance to defeat him. He would recover and return. Zhongwen insisted that they must not give up. There was no turning back. If they retreated now, they would fall into the abyss, and would never rise again. Now everything depends on one blow from the commander of their squad of heroes, whether they will succeed or fail in the fight. Law dealt a powerful blow to the area of the horror's heart. The monster helplessly sprawled across the square, a green puddle spreading beneath it. Zhongwen whispered that he had done it. He had actually managed to kill the monster, but Li himself was also wounded, with streams of blood oozing from his mouth. He suddenly felt his whole body shaking. The flying spikes of horror had caused him bleeding wounds in several places. Yukaim called out to the commander. The girl was terribly frightened by something. Li was surprised why she was shaking, because everything was already over. The sniper, looking towards the People's Trade Center, whispered in confusion that a whole squad of monsters had appeared there. Li asked in bewilderment what she was saying. In response, Kimi pointed her hand towards the approaching danger and said, "It's there." And the commander looked in the direction of the girl's hand and was stunned. A group of higher-ranking horrors stood in the square. Zhongwen stuttered and asked, "Is this some kind of joke? Are they making fun of them?" He barely took down one, and here there's a whole crowd. Li was breathing heavily. He was wounded, and he had spent a lot of energy fighting the previous monster. Sei Mei and Hao were shaking with fear. Pan Hao fell to his knees and muttered that he was too weak. The boy told the commander, "They are all exhausted. They cannot take the fight." The guy said that even when facing a 4-star monster, they had to pay such a terrible price. Their friends were injured. What will happen to them if they fight this squad, which has so many 5-star monsters? They will not win suddenly.
Liz Hongwen interrupted Pan Hao's lamentations
and told the boys to run away quickly and save their lives. He only asked to take his wounded comrades, Lin Ru and Luanjia, with him. Otherwise they would become food for the monsters. The guys needed to be saved. Li was confident that the Bureau of Special Affairs had enough resources to ensure their safety and help them survive this wave of the apocalypse. As he was leaving, the commander told the boys that they still had a chance to become stronger, and he would try to hold off the monsters and let them escape. Uchime told Li that they couldn't leave him here to die even though he was wounded. Maybe he would retreat too. Zhongwen barked at his subordinates to get out of here. They couldn't save him, they shouldn't make it, so that there would be even more victims. The girl looked at the approaching monsters, with eyes wide with horror. They were larger and more terrifying than the first one. Li shouted, "The commander is responsible for his teammates. This highest principle was taught to him by their captain. and Mentor Gwanda. The monster approached the boys, and grabbed Lee by the head, with its clawed claw, and blood gushed from the mouth of the wounded. Squad leader, he shouted to Wuchimai. His main task as a commander was to have his soldiers engage in bloody combat, and leave the battlefield alive. Zhang Wen yelled at them to leave him, and get out of here immediately, otherwise his death would be in vain. Everyone would die suddenly. Everyone heard Chen's mocking voice. He asked why they should leave. There were so many uninvited guests here. Chu glared at the horror that had grabbed Lee, and he immediately let go of the guy. Throwing him aside, the guy asked if it was a bit early for Zhongwen to tell him this. It seemed like this squad of heroes clearly needed urgent help. Pan House stared wide-eyed at Chun Chu, who had appeared out of nowhere. They really needed his help now. Chun calmly walked straight towards a large group of monsters, energy swirling around him. The monsters did not dare approach him. Wuchimai instinctively covered herself with her hand. As she looked at Chu, she muttered, "He's so strong it's scary to even look at him." Lee cursed it really was Chun, and why did he always run into the one he hated the most? At least they were saved. Stopping in front of a squad of monsters, Chu calmly told them that he was their target, not those guys, and he was ready to fight them. The leader of the monster squad stepped forward, and fired an arrow of poison towards Chen. The boy calmly looked at the monster. Chu said mockingly, he thought it was a very strong monster, but it was only a 5-star. The blade of the heavenly ruler was not needed at all. The guy calmly rolled up his sleeves, and said that he would personally send this freak back to hell, so that he would never come here again. Pan Hao was stunned. Did Chinchu really intend to fight such strong enemies, with his bare hands without any weapons? The enraged monster looked questioningly at this skinny, impudent fellow, who extended his fingers towards the great horror. To snap, Chun stepped towards the monster. A loud click sounded, and the entire upper part of the monster's body flew into pieces, spinning in a terrible whirlwind. Shielding himself from the stream of green blood, Chun said, "This enemy is too weak. Such monsters are not even worthy of a glance." The guy waved his hands, and told the other monsters to come quickly, that they were hanging around to the side. He was waiting. Pan Hao dumbfounded looked at Chun and muttered, "He is so strong that he destroyed a 5-star terror demon with one click." Achieving such a result would require the coordinated work of all 5 members of a squad of 4-star fighters. Wuximiai told Pan Hao not to stand there and save people, and Li asked him not to worry about him, but to help Lin Ro and Long Zi. The monsters, seeing the death of their fellow, grinned angrily but were in no hurry to approach Chu. He was too strong. Chun asked the monsters with a grin if they were really afraid to approach a person, since they came here to kill people. Suddenly, bluish lightning bolts began to dance around Chu. He was tired of waiting for the monsters to start attacking him. He shouted to them that if they doubted, then he would have to take the initiative into his own hands and attack the human enemies first. The guy, like a rocket, soared into the sky. The confused monsters circled around in bewilderment, not knowing where to expect the blow from. Suddenly a hail of deadly blows rained down on the demons of horror. In a matter of seconds, they turned into a mess and the battle was over. Li muttered in confusion. This was contrary to common sense. He didn't see anything. But then what did he do to defeat everyone? Crawling away from the battlefield in horror, the commander of the hero squad thought, "Fortunately, Chun Chu is not their enemy. It is simply impossible to fight him." Pan Hao, who was watching the fight attentively, said thoughtfully, "This Chun is more terrible than any monster." Kimi remained thoughtfully silent. With a crackling sound of electricity, Chun Chu appeared in front of Li Zongwen, and looked closely at the squad leader. Suddenly, Chun smiled and threw a large red magic crystal to Li, telling Zongwen to take it. Only this would save Linru. Li looked at the crystal that had fallen in front of him. In confusion, he couldn't even immediately think of what to say. In response to Chu's generous gesture, the guy's mouth dropped open in surprise. It was a magic crystal and a very good quality. "This mineral is incredibly expensive." Zhongwen was shaking. How could they abandon this priceless treasure? Like that, could this guy really insult them? Frowning, Li yelled, "What did Chun care whether their squad survived or died? Why did he even come here?" But Chin no longer heard. the enraged commander of the hero squad. Having given Lee the crystal, Chu hurried on. He had a lot to do. Chen saw very well that all sorts of monsters were breaking into the city from all sides and people were having a very hard time. The guy rushed from district to district, destroying the monsters of the second wave of the apocalypse that swarmed the city streets. He really hoped that his girls and the guys from the Bureau of Special Affairs would be able to withstand this wave. He couldn't do everything on his own. Chu knew that. He needed a little more time to gain full strength. Then he and his clone would be able to protect everyone. Huang Fujin rode her bike down the street, despite the onset of the apocalypse, and left her villa. Seeing the girl on the street, a giant wolf with bloody eyes howled and rushed after her. John cursed, "What the hell is this?" Seeing the monster chasing her, the girl said that she held no grudge against the wolf. She just wanted to deliver food to her colleague. The monster did not lag behind. Glancing sideways at her pursuer, Huang Fu thought, "This is bad. This creature can easily devour her." The wolf hovered right above Jian's bike. The girl shouted menacingly for the monster to stay away from her, but it was all useless. The wolf jumped, turning over Huang Fu's motorcycle, and the girl flew out onto the road from the impact, along with pieces of asphalt broken by the monster. After flipping over several times, Jean came to rest on the side of the road, her helmet missing, and her body covered in bruises and scrapes. The wolf's eyes flashed, and he growled when he saw the girl. The monster headed towards her. Huang Fu looked at the huge toothy mouth in horror. Compared to this monster, Jian was so fragile and defenseless. She definitely couldn't cope with such an enemy. She sighed. Only Chinchu could deal with this giant wolf. But where is he? Why isn't he protecting his neighbors? Huang Fu remembered her father's angry words. He asked her if she knew why they spent so much money to move to this god-forsaken place. They did this so that when the end of the world came, they would be protected by a truly capable person. This very Chinchu. Jean lowered her head and remained silent. She knew that her father was right in his own way. Everyone in this area was hoping for help from the strong guy. Huang Futai was furious about what was happening around him. As soon as the doomsday bells rang, evil monsters poured into the streets, and where Chinchu was, the girl quietly replied that she didn't believe that he would abandon them. He had promised. Chinchu never breaks his word. Futai snorted. She thought too highly of him. In a situation of real danger, he would first and foremost protect his own interests. Jean exclaimed that she would find him. She would go look for him right now. Her father tried to stop her, but the girl left, and now she was left alone on the street with a terrifying, toothy monster that was about to eat her for dinner. The girl looked up and saw right in front of her an evil wolf's face of terrifying proportions, with green saliva flowing from the monster's coat. Jean tried to shield herself from the enemy. With her hand she began to whine, saying that she didn't want to die, and begged for someone to save her. Suddenly a stream of fire hit the monstrous beast. Right in the face the wolf howled, and the frightened Jean covered her face with her hands and feet. The girl carefully removed her hands from her face, and looked around questioningly. She didn't understand what was happening. Huang Fu saw someone who wielded the power of fire jump on the wolf that had attacked her. Everything around was on fire, and there was a smell of burnt wool. Jean covered her face to prevent the tongues of the raging flames from burning her. It seemed someone heard her cry for help and saved her. When the clouds of smoke became less dense, Jean saw that the monster was lying on the ground, and a man was standing on top of the monster. The girl cautiously asked if it was Chinchu, who came to her aid. Huang Fu was not sure about this, but still hoped to see him. Hearing Huang Fujin's voice, Situ asked with a smile, was the elder really here? The flames around the bracelet had almost disappeared. Huang Fu looked up in surprise. She recognized this girl. This is Qian from Ning University. But what is she doing here? Jean asked Sita when she had become evolved. She seemed to be an ordinary, beautiful girl jumping off the dead wolf. Situ replied that it was a very long story, and now was not the right time to talk about it. They all gathered here to destroy the monsters. According to Chinchu's instructions, the area around the mountain Villa Fortress must be cleared first. Huang Fu looked from one girl to the other in confusion, and finally, she asked what her relationship with Chunchu was. Su Len, armed with 2 dragon blades, modestly said that she was his personal secretary. At the shipping company, Inaba Yuko explained that Chunchu was her savior, and she had come a long way to repay him for his kindness. Situ Chien blushed a little, and said that Chunchu was her lover, and that they were studying in the same department at the university. Sure, flying up to the confused Jian, whispered, Chu is her older brother. He saved her from the terrible ruined city. Huang Fu grabbed her head. She didn't understand anything. All these girls were so incredibly different. What could unite them finally? She asked. So it turns out that they are all Chunchu's people, and they stayed here to kill all the monsters in the area. Situ smiled, and John seemed to be expecting to see Chun instead of her, but these monsters are weak for him. They can handle them too. After looking closely at Huang Fu, Situ asked Elder Jian what kind of relationship she had with Chunchu. She should say Jian asked again, confused what kind of relationship they really had. And to be honest, she herself didn't really know. She remembered their first meeting. He sternly asked why Jean came here. She jokingly answered, of course, to keep an eye on him. The girl then introduced herself and said that she lived nearby. Then she brought him food, and that was the extent of their relationship. With Chinshu, Situ watched intently as the rich, spoiled heiress she had just saved from certain death. Xian understood perfectly well that Huang Fu was a girl with character and connections. She lived nearby and she probably liked Chinshu. Suddenly Jean smiled and turned her back to everyone with the sign food delivery and declared that she was Chun Chu's personal assistant. Pan Hao approached the wounded and asked how they were. Longzi replied that he was fine, but Lin Ro apparently had received a very serious injury. The girl was very pale and barely breathing. Thin streams of blood were flowing from her mouth. Their brilliant swordswoman was unconscious. Lindsay asked anxiously what they should do. Should they report to the Special Affairs Bureau and call a rescue team? Wuchimai said, sadly, that she had already tried to contact them, but they weren't responding, so it seemed like they would have to figure it out themselves. Lee sighed. It was no use. After the doomsday bells rang, crowds of monsters poured out from everywhere. Throughout the city, Zhongwen was sure that even the rescue teams were exhausted and simply didn't have time to respond to new requests. In other words, their team of heroes will now have to rely solely on themselves to survive this wave. Longsai was in despair. What should he do with Lin Ro? She was bleeding. If this continued, she would not survive. As if in response to the young man's words, Ro coughed, and a fountain of blood burst from her mouth. The girl was dying. Everyone understood this. Lee said that according to Chen's plan, if Lin Ro could obtain 5 stars, the short-term burst of energy would help heal most of the injuries. However, this plan can only be based on this. The squad leader showed the guys the magic crystal given by Chun Uchiha, looked at the commander in surprise, and finally asked where he got such a large scarlet magic crystal. Pan Hao also asked Lee if this was really an infected magic crystal, but it was dangerous to even touch it. You could get infected. Zhongwen silently looked at the stone. Hao reminded the commander that this crystal still contained the terrifying power of monsters. A crystal that has not been processed by the Bureau of Special Affairs. Purification Department is definitely a prohibited and extremely dangerous item. Lee looked up at Pan Hao and asked how to save Linru, but the guy couldn't answer this question and fell silent in confusion. The squad leader shouted. They probably forgot what time it was and what was more important, following the rules or saving a friend's life. Everyone was silent and looked at Lee in bewilderment. After this terrible battle and Chen's appearance, their commander had changed a lot. Zhongwen lowered his tone a little and asked Pan Hao if he remembered what the main purpose of creating their hero squad was. The guy, like a model student, responded to follow the rules, protect civilians and his teammates. Lee countered that if they followed all the rules, they wouldn't be able to protect either the city's residents or their teammates. Zhang Wen asked what Pan Hao would do in his place. The guy lowered his head and fell silent. He did not know what to answer. The commander, without waiting for Hao's answer, the squad leader raised his voice and again asked his teammate what he would do in his place. Hao said quietly, this crystal was given to Chinchu by Li. But doesn't the commander have a grudge against this person whose power is illegal? Zongwen replied, that's right, they shouldn't use powers obtained dishonestly. The consequences after using them are unpredictable. Li assured his friends that he sincerely hated this guy. Chun-Chu, he always did everything his own way, and never took into account other people's opinions. But whether Chu had stolen power, or perhaps it was obtained through some unscientific method, he saved them at the most difficult moment, when a horde of horror demons attacked. Chan appeared and with the help of his power, saved their entire squad, killing the monsters. Without this timely help, they would all have long since been either dead, or on the verge of a terrible death from the teeth and claws of monsters. The guys were silent. They understood perfectly well that the commander was right. If Chu hadn't appeared and killed the monsters, they would have had a hard time. Wu Chimai lowered her head and said quietly, it's true they were completely at odds, and were no longer able to resist the demons. Lunzi asked, what if this crystal caused Linru to mutate? The Bureau would not allow a mutated person into the hero squad.
Li Zongwen
reassured the boy that Linru would not mutate, and the leader of the Bureau's hero squad had already made a decision that was unusual, for him squeezing the stone. Li said this red magic crystal will not be used on her. The guys looked questioningly at the commander, clenching his fist with the crystal. Li declared that he would take this sin upon himself. At the same moment, Zhonghuan's body was engulfed in scarlet lightning, and he began to change. The system informed Li that his level of development had reached 5 stars, and the boy looked at his hands in surprise, wondering if he had really succeeded. But then a message came in that the guy's DNA couldn't withstand the effects of pollution, and was being destroyed. Li clenched his teeth in pain. Zongwen shouted to the guys to stay away from him. The squad members were terrified, and asked the commander what was wrong with him. The system notified Li that his development level was abnormal, and that he was being rebooted as a 5-star mutant. Chimay pointed the gun at Li with trembling hands. She didn't know what to do, but at the Bureau, they were trained to kill mutated people. Mutants are fallen beings, who follow a completely opposite path of development compared to the evolved ones. Due to his greed for the corrupting power of the gates of doom, the mutant eventually loses his mind. A trembling Chimay called out to her commander, but Li didn't listen to her. He used his spiritual threads again and began weaving. It seemed like he already had a ready plan of action. After breaking through to the 5 stars, Li felt that the spiritual thread weaving technique had become stronger, and he could now save Linro Wu. Chimay looked at her friend in surprise. Linro's wound had actually healed. Becoming stronger, Zongwen was able to cure her. Now the only reminder of the serious injury was a hole in the protective suit. The blood on the girl's face had also disappeared. She was simply sleeping. The sniper asked the commander in confusion what they would do now, after everything that had happened. What they should do next. Lai replied that from today on, he was no longer their commander. His goal was to catch up with Chun-Chu, and strength at all costs, and become his successor, and they will become stronger. They no longer need Zhongwen's support. At this point their paths diverge. They remain a squad and he is on his own. Having said this, Li flew up into the sky. Outside, the captain had become a mutant. He could no longer stand next to their squad of heroes. But on the main point, Pan Hao agreed with the former squad leader. Without strength, even following principles would be useless.